Sigma, Sigma, wrestler man, we'll edge together, get in hand. Show them all your hunter eyes, that's what I call mugging. Now build a Rizzler, cause it's free, then mocking, cause you knew with me. Sigma, Sigma, with the cat, let our edging streak begin.
You look like a good choice.
Interlink. What's it like to hold the hand of someone you love? Interlink. Interlink. Did they teach you how to feel finger to finger? Interlink. Interlink. Do you long for having your heart?
Everything's a copy.
Stop trying to control everything and just let go.
Cells.
Cells.
Do they keep you in a cell? Cells.
Cells.
Want to know what you think? Fuck what you know. You need to forget about what you know. That's your problem. Forget about what you think you know about life, about friendship.
Interlinked.
If you were to die right now, how would you feel about your life? I don't know. I wouldn't feel anything good about my life. Look at you! You're fucking pathetic!
Boy, run. This world is not meant for you. Run, boy, run. They're trying to catch you. Run, boy, run. Running is a victory. Run, boy, run. Beauty lies behind the hills. Run, boy, run. The sun will be guiding you. Run, boy, run. They're dying to stop you. Run, boy, run. This race is a prophecy. Run, boy, run. Break out from society. Always another day, hey. And you won't have to hide away, yeah. You'll be a man, boy. But for now it's time to run, it's time to run. This ride is a journey to run, boy, run. The secret inside of you, run, boy, run. This race is a prophecy, run, boy, run. And disappear in the trees. Tomorrow is another day, hey. And you won't have to hide away, yeah. You'll be a man, boy. But for now it's time to run, it's time to run. Tomorrow is another day, hey. When the night fades away, yeah. You'll be a man, boy. But for now it's time to run, it's time to run.
back. Give me one quick moment to tinker around with things here. There we go. Okay. I'm probably going to have to crank up my audio again, so give me 2 seconds. There we go. Here we go. That should work no matter what. Elf racist? Alright, here you go.
Look at me, I'm Donkey Kong!
You'll get racist fair when I feel like it. Yeah. Alright. Mark 9, I have $2. Sup, always sorry to hear about your allergies, but still a great video. Yeah. Hopefully it didn't sound too bad in the video. Also drink some water. Remember, no matter how mad you get at the game, everything around you is expensive. Yeah. 100 taking some notes for $3. W video earlier today. Watch that shit while eating mac and cheese. Also, Revelations by Tim Kaine are just going to cause so much whining on the internet when it sinks in. Who's ready for the stream? Talk a lot about Fallout. I know. But Tim Kaine's a cool guy. He's a pretty cool guy. He's a pretty good guy. Pretty cool dude. His channel is actually really interesting where he talks about like what it was like to develop Fallout, kind of the general philosophy around game design. Like he goes into how to make a fun gameplay loop and how the best way to make a video game is make a very short-term loop of like at most maybe 3 steps and find a way to spin that into hundreds of hours. Like really good stuff. Really good stuff. It sounds like your older video is pretty weird. Yeah, I know, right? Who's Lance Bass? I don't know. Who is Lance Bass? People have already dismissed him because he thought Fallout Show was okay. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Bird, $5 cinematic trailer for Dying Light will always be peak fiction. It is a pretty good trailer. Dying Light had a really good trailer. Get that we're trying to get the CCP off our monkey game, but is it really necessary to sink all of China? Remember what happens when you skip out on 14? The wall must fall. Love seeing all the Millers gang just going on to suicide watch right now. They're molding that gay man wants to go against the grain. Yeah. Caught me under discussion of that interview. Tried to tell me North Korea wasn't communist. Yeah, it's like they're fucking crazy. That's on Yellow Flash. I don't watch them. I feel like a lot of those guys are kind of stuck doing the endless content mill of just finding new and exciting ways to rage bait people. So is it true? Game Science, the dev team behind Black Myth, Wukong, Buckton, CCP, and Tencent. I keep hearing that, but I don't know. I don't buy it. I don't buy it because they are still stationed in Shanghai, and people who buck against the CCP are punished multiple times. Devotion had a single joke against Xi Jinping that was in a developer room you had to break the game to go into, and that was bad enough that it got ripped off the internet. Blitzchung said free Hong Kong once during a Hearthstone tournament, and his entire career was ruined. I don't buy for a second these guys don't like the CCP. That's... Come on, guys. Kirsch's drunk. She swears she's not drunk, but it sounded like she was drunk from the little bit I heard. Got my new computer on Monday. Yeah. As for the rep for all the off-the-record voters who move our vote to Dead Rising 2. But yeah, you might be wondering, like, hey, aren't we supposed to do Final Fantasy tonight? You're right. Usually we do the road to 80. Usually. But this is going to be a tease for what the next video is going to be. It's going to be a big one. It's going to be a great one. And I have been on a Dead Rising kick the last few weeks, mainly because Remake's coming out in September. Remake is probably going to be very like, yep, that exists, but I'm still going to play it. Especially since I've been requested to do Dead Rising multiple times. So I'm like, fuck it, why not? Why not? Kier said she had some vitamins. It sounds like it. It definitely sounds like it. That's not surprising. Yeah, Tim Kaine's too important a figure for how much people casually discard his takes. Yeah, it's like, he fucking made Fallout. He's the guy that is the reason why Fallout exists. He's the reason why Arcanum exists. Like, come on. I don't know if you saw, but I sent you a VOD from 3 years ago when chat brings up Borderlands. Maybe also Jack Black. This shit was done ages ago, Def. Yeah. Do vitamins make her drunk? They are special vitamins you get from a guy named Cheech. I want something in the next vid's Dead Rising. Well, sorry for you. I'm so sorry. Was Carlito justified? In a way, was he not justified for his actions? I was on board for the remake until Cliff entered scene. Yeah, one thing after another. It started off so well. We're like, hey, it's just going to be Dead Rising 1 again. We're just going to bring over gameplay from 3. You're going to have a whole new area of the mall. The timer can be personalized. It can be as fast or slow as you want. It's like, that's really fucking cool. Then, oh yeah, no erotica pictures. Wait, what? By the way, Cliff is censored. Wait, what? Yeah, it's just one after the other. So it's a thing where I agree with Shoto, where it's like, if you're going to announce a remake, don't talk about it until like a week until it's about to come out. Stop saying shit like this. You played Dead Rising 1 tonight? Spitfire run only. Man, my sanity. I think a lot of the unalive language is people trying to make it the cool new thing. I think it's a back and forth. I think my personal view on it is YouTube does get really crazy about certain words. Obviously, if you drop a racial slur, instant demonetization. If you say cunt under any definition, any context, it will be an instant demonetization. Stuff like that is proven, and you can do it yourself and see it's true. Others, I've always thought they were completely exaggerated. Like, people say you can't say suicide, and it's like, I've said suicide multiple times in videos. Another one is Nazi. They act like you can't even say the word Nazi and can't get monetized. Like, well, I know that's not true because I did a whole Wolfenstein video, and I must have said Nazi over 100 times. I showed swastikas. I showed Adolf Hitler himself. Like, what? Ever listened to Carpenter Brute? A few times. As good as the Fallout show was, I'll forever hold against it. It gave commies more ammo to appropriate the series. Dude, it's been like that for a while. They've been in this ever since New Vegas. Like, New Vegas was covered by all the bread tubers. Like, H-Bomber Guy made a really big New Vegas video. Like, they've been there, man. You don't worry about saying these kinds of words here and now? No, because, I mean, it's just the stream that'll get demonetized, and it's just ad revenue. So, who cares about that? Bye, China. God, please save Jackie Chan. Funniest thing is that the games that took more pot shots and explored more into pre-war America took pot shots at everything, including over-interpreting shit. The fucking irony. Yeah. Yeah, game director. Games about humans and spiral to war and destruction. Media literate. No, it's about capitalism. Yeah, well, it's like, bread tubers, by their very nature, will insist everything is left-leaning. Like, it's like when we did the In Praise of Shadows video. Every single major horror icon out there was secretly queer and left-leaning, and they would have hated you personally because it allows them to feel like some kind of authority on the subject, even though it's ridiculous and stupid. You know what I mean? Thing is, the YouTube algorithm is terribly inconsistent what you can and cannot say. That is true. It's also an RNG machine. Wasn't feeling good on Tuesday, but I'm doing good now, aside from some snot in my throat hurting. Yeah. Welcome to allergy season. Yeah, Fallout New Vegas, people are calling Tim Kaine a traitor for liking the Fallout show. Yeah, it's shit like that where it's like, man, he made the fucking series. Owe him some respect here. Garson Wukong, people are still calling me a Jew for defending Israel even after I got one of them to admit China's actually funding DEI in the West. Yeah, it's like, Israel plays its part. They made it to where you can't even boycott Israel. It's an actual law in America that states cannot boycott Israel. They play their part in this. China also plays its part, and the fact they insist you ignore one and only talk about the other is weird. Do you like the 90s Jack Ryan movies, Hunt for Red October, Patriot Games, Clear and Present Danger? I like Clear and Present Danger. It's good. If anything about H-Bomber Guy's videos, he did poor research and didn't realize some of the things he thought were intentional environmental storytelling glitches. Yeah, welcome to an Obsidian game. YouTube bots are RNG machines, so I haven't tried the word replacement game. That is true. Like, I know Wendigoon, when he did his disturbing movie Icebergs, he thought he couldn't say porn. And I can see that going either way of, like, maybe if he's, like, in a very specific context with it, I can see that. But at the same time, I'm like, I also think that's just kind of him overcorrecting, you know? Mr. Skullface Garcia, $5. Remember somebody saying Castlevania was left-leaning because it showed on Witch Trial? Yeah, it's like shit like that. It is absolute out-of-touch insistence. Everything has always been political, and it's always been specifically modern political. Even something made 40 years ago, in its own way, talks about modern politics. And it's like, listen, okay, there's a difference between RoboCop and Castlevania. RoboCop does speak on social issues that are still ongoing to this very day, and Paul Verhoeven's been open about that. Castlevania is not that. Train Man for $2. Best Nick Cage movie in your opinion? Mandy, Old Joe. This is actually hard. There's some really good ones. I really like 8mm. 8mm is underrated. That's on Rainbow 3. It's fun for what it is. Unsubscribe protests also say they can't say porn. Yeah, it's stuff like that where it's like, well, I've said it and I didn't get dinged, so I don't know. It's hard to tell what actually is something they're just saying they can't say, and these are just... Because the theory I kind of have is, what if it's not that they get demonetized, is that the algorithm prefers them and they'll see a boost if they say that phrase. If the algorithm can detect that you're saying cunt and demonetize you, there has to be phrases in the system that they will promote upwards, so that if you say the right combination of words, your video will get more traffic or get pushed more. You know, maybe that's a little tinfoil hatty, but you know. Cat Mercury $2 YouTuber AlmightyLoli is left wing. I declared it. Dead Rising is 42. Dead Rising 2 combining Stop the Count. It does seem like Dead Rising 1 won. Okay. Wait, Israel's involved DEI? Oh dear, I guess I have to question my local massage agent who lives in the attic about this. A lot of different companies are involved with it. The main ones pushing it are BlackRock, who have associations with Israel and China. But China, Larry Fink has said China is like a massive benefactor to BlackRock. And a lot of the time when BlackRock buys up property, it's also doing it hand in hand with China buying up property. It is a rabbit hole nobody wants to go down because they get so distracted with the Jew argument. And it's like, listen, the Jews do their part, okay? Once again, you can't even boycott Israel officially. It's that whole thing. But I think after the Israel-Palestine thing, it's shown that this is a lot more broken up than people thought. Jeremy, I have $2. I've had to pick Lord of War or Mandy. That is hard. Mandy is great to watch around Halloween because it is such a pinnacle heavy metal, like specifically black metal type movie, and it's great. Lord of War is just good to watch whenever. All right. But Dead Rising 2 equal the same amount as Dead Rising 1. You are the tiebreaker. Yeah, Chad, we've seen Dead Rising 1 5 times already. That is true. Leftists are going to use this to push their agenda. Who cares? It's been going on for years. Retard, welcome to the internet. Yes, no, maybe, kind of, sort of. As I'm saying, we've seen Dead Rising multiple times. I say 2. Okay. Color Out of Space. Color Out of Space is good. When it comes to the Wukong, its success should only be used to promote good games in general across the industry and not let China have a massive stake in the industry. Problem is, people overcorrect and they focus on the wrong factors. Even people who claim they're anti-woke do the exact same thing. Whenever a game comes out and has a attractive woman protagonist in it, they associate it as the only reason the game was a success is because of an attractive woman. It's like, that plays a factor. Sex sells is a very basic business strategy, but it's not the only reason. The reason Cellblade also was a success is because it's just genuinely fun. You know what I mean? Dude, Dead Rising K0. Bro, I don't know how to tell you. You can't get K0 anymore, man. My dad had to make us choose. It was like picking a favorite child. Waldo Hart Cage does an Elvis impression of Majima Jacket for the whole movie and still a very relatable character. I like, what was it, Ghosts of the Badlands, where it's the Mad Max / feudal Japan movie. That one was great. Don't get me wrong, I love 1, but we're going to get around the same spot and end the stream, which is fine. Do you bet? Alexi, open up with 2. That is true. No, Quentin Flynn's credit as Nightwing's VA and Arkham City's credits, but you never hear him speak, and his grunts are Troy Baker. Shame I wanted to hear his Nightwing. Yeah. Warren Ellis admitted he didn't touch Castlevania games, only skimmed a wiki and ignored IGA and still upsets me. Lots of people praising trash Netflix show. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that, especially knowing that Season 1 and 2 were based off of Castlevania 3 script that IGA helped write, and a lot of it was more in line with the lore of the games. So knowing that, it's like, okay, so I can only attribute everything that came afterwards that I didn't like is fully on Warren Ellis being a shithead. Pippa now she wants to be bred by Kira in JoJo Part 4. Oh, a woman simping for a serial killer. Many such cases. It's not the Jews, the Irish that won the American government. Think about it. We celebrate St. Patrick's Day. Why? Do you see the trailer for Game 45 Parabellum Bloodhound? Yeah, the not quite Parasite Eve one. It looks pretty cool. Try me have $2. Last question. Most influential show on you? I don't know. I mean, there's shows I really like. I mean, I like True Detective. Rich Devil fell in that rabbit hole when it came to Black Myth Wukong. I don't think the chat told him about China's part in DEI and the like. Yeah, well, the thing is, everyone believes Japan has fallen and Japan has gone paused and it's fucked and it's so over. It's done. It's finished. It's put in the ground. Billions must die. They are fully blackpilled about that, so they're trying to find a new Japan. China has set itself up to try to set itself up as kind of the new Japan, where it's like, hey, we have the attractive women, we just want to make video games, and people are flocking to it. And a lot of it is the fucking gotchas over there, like ZZZ, Wuthering Wave, shit like that, Genshin Impact, Hoyoverse, the whole Hoyoverse thing, Honkai Star Rail, and all that shit. And people are falling for it hook, line, and sinker. And it's like, dude, no, you have not just missed the point. You've missed the point by fucking miles here. Cobra's $95. On one hand, I'm happy Monster Hunter is giving us more customization, options for armor customization. On the other hand, I can't stand people celebrating it. The people celebrating it are interesting to me because, like, they're going, oh my god, we finally don't have to see women in skimpy outfits. It's the men who have to wear them. And I'm just sitting back going, what the fuck are you talking about? Like what? Why do you act like this is a new brave thing? This has been a thing for a long time. Over 10 years now in games, guys have had goofy joke outfits. Fucking Dead Rising. You can put Frank or Chuck and Daisy Dukes if you want. It's goofy. Do you stream ZZZ? There's a difference between enjoying a game and actively pushing it as the replacement for something. You know, Shota streams ZZZ because he likes the game. He genuinely likes it and he has a lot of fun with it. He tries not to spend money on it. But he doesn't act like they're going to be the new Japan and we should go there and it's the bastion of free speech. No. The people pushing Wukong and games like Hoyoverse that are specifically saying you need to go here to escape from censorship is where you have the problem. Because you are setting people up for a bait and switch where, yeah, right now China's not getting involved with these games and are like, oh no, let people have their fun. Any minute, they'll snap on you. They'll break your fucking leg. Yeah, isn't it weird when China releases something like ZZD where they're pushing for China as the hero? Yeah. Anti-woke is when you exploit your own people with forced labor and ban anything you don't like. Yeah, basically. Have you heard of Slick Billy? Bill Clinton? What does that have to do with anything? Trade $10. Okay, one more. Jared Lowe has shown Lord of War, for example, that he can be a good actor. What sort of direction do you think he'll need to go? He needs to get great acting out of him. Love your work. Someone just smacks him upside the head and say, for the love of God, stop doing the method acting shit. You're bad at it. Content creators are really like her shilling Wukong and it hurts. Well, it's like, as stated, you have people like Tenma who have been excited for the game for a while and she's playing it and she's enjoying it. She's having her fun with it. She's not pushing it as a culture war thing. She just wants to play a Journey to the West game. The people that are pushing it as this is a blow against games journalists, I really do feel like aren't doing enough looking into the game to see not only does this not have anything to do with culture war shit, the devs might actually be on the same side as these people. One of the character designers for Wukong was photographed with like one of the character designers of Rocksteady and fucking Naughty Dog. It's like these people are very much inside of the, I don't want to necessarily say establishment game development, but yeah, establishment game development. Emperor Crimson $5. Mess people have been duped to praise the country behind everything they hate. Yeah. Man, Sarkova has been gold doing just that. Yeah, the fact people are pushing it as a victory in the culture war has me suspicious. It has me suspicious, and I'm like, I'm not going to forget about the shit we know China does purely to piss off games journalists. That is just begging for a problem. That is begging to have your leg snapped. Yeah, Japan's been removing anime fan servers more and more. Reading the manga shows how little the fan servers makes to anime. Yeah, you want to know why? Because media standards being pushed by DEI ESG, which Japanese companies are openly getting involved in, DEI ESG being financed by China. Everything we complain about with video games in the West, I know that Dustborn game just came out and everyone's making fun of it. All of these companies in some way, shape, or form are involved with Tencent, the massive Chinese conglomerate that has been buying up companies for the last 10 years. Notice, whenever Tencent buys a company, they start talking about DEI ESG. Satchel Dog for $2. Have you heard of Vigilante with Olivia Wilde? I've not. Dibbers $5. Too many people on our side base their politics on what Paul says. Worse than that, they just base their politics on whatever the game journalists don't like, and we've seen a few too many cases now where people are led by the nose and they end up getting screwed over. When Stellar Blade announced the censorship of the outfits, which they then just patched in as like alternate DLC, which is fucking weird. Everyone acted like it was a massive betrayal and fuck Stellar Blade. It's over. It's done. Even though it was very obviously not their choice and was done by Sony, which, once again, thank God Helldivers 2 blew up when it did, because that kind of proved, yeah, Sony's throwing its weight around. They're also desperate enough for a hero to never spot controlled opposition. That is true. Everyone's so desperate for a leader figure and a hero to pop up that they will end up easily falling for controlled opposition. We've seen that a lot. TLDR on the whole Tencent thing? Okay. Tencent is a massive Chinese gaming conglomerate that is essentially the Chinese government's Ministry of Games. They have spent the last several years, upwards of almost 15 now, one by one buying up game companies. They will buy companies themselves. They will buy companies that own companies. They will try to get their foot in the door with this. Sometimes it's like minority ownership. Sometimes they'll only buy as little as like 3% ownership. But from there, games start to change. How's Tencent so big? Because they work hand in hand with the Chinese government. The way business works in China is you need to have a member of the CCP, the dominant political party in China, as a member on the board if you want to start any company over there. So you have a literal political commissar on the board of the company. That's why I know when they were trying to say, well, the developers of Wukong actually hate the CCP, I called bullshit. It's like, no, that's not how that works. These are ex-Tencent people, and on top of that, even if they did break off and make their own studio, they have to have a CCP member on the board. So any rebellion or, oh, we actually don't like the CCP has been filtered, edited, it has been approved. It is approved rebellion. Isn't SNK owned by Saudi Arabia? Yeah, that's kind of the funny back and forth right now. If your things get bought by the Saudis, they let you do whatever the fuck they want so long as they get to look at pretty women. If you're bought by the Chinese, things get very nefarious. Speaking of China, Big Trouble in Little China review, when? I have a special date for that. Yeah, Tencent's just the games development arm of the CCP. Exactly. They are heavily involved with this. Yeah, Jim literally didn't want to be a leader because of this bullshit when he left Gamergate. Yeah. Update my Katawa Shoujo experience, still with the deaf girl stabbing to a chair and did things. Call police. Helldivers 2 fucked itself by nerfing the weapons, making the game boring, and the community managers being cringe, so it just makes it worse. Well, a lot of it was kicked off by the Sony thing, because that threw the tempo off, and then from there, they just kept making mistakes. Yeah, they flipped off the Mao picture, base devs. Yeah, it's like the most small amount of rebellion possible, and once again, they're still in Shanghai. Never become a publicly traded company. That too. Never become a publicly traded company. Yeah, people still think the Stellar Blade controversy was stupid and not worth boycotting. Well, yeah, because the Stellar Blade thing was very obviously a decision by Sony. The devs of Stellar Blade have even come out and said, we just told our investors if this game goes on PC, it'll be a massive success. Specifically because you won't have to worry about censorship patches. You won't have to worry about censorship patches. There'll be a modding base for it. Like, people know what happens when a game hits PC. It becomes sort of free roam for whatever you want. You can't hate the CCP in China. Yeah, people who speak publicly about it end up going missing. That's not even exaggeration or dramatic. That is just what happens. There was that period of time where, out of nowhere, the CCP decided to lock up a bunch of billionaires that were still living in China and seized all their assets. The claim at the time was corruption, but people that were living in China then said, no, they just stole their fucking money. They just woke up one day and decided to steal their money. Thought Dev showed evidence that Stellar Blade outfits weren't actually sent to or based off real Korean lingerie, so they changed to avoid a lawsuit. I don't buy that. I don't buy that, A, because Dev said that, and Dev has shown himself to not be trustworthy, and B, that doesn't make any sense. The outfits were designed by one of the employees at the company, I think it was Shift Up, yeah, Shift Up. And yeah, she's a fashion designer in real life. So the idea of she would just plagiarize those designs, even though they were clearly edited to fit a sci-fi aesthetic, and a lot of them aren't even based off any copyright designs. One of them is like a fucking magician outfit. One of them is swimsuits. That doesn't make any sense. Because the changes were like, oh yeah, now she's wearing like a weird bra underneath her swimsuit where you have like the black window to cover up the cleavage. And then they just gave you that outfit later in a different color. You know, if it's a thing where the entire design had an issue, they wouldn't give you a variant that's literally just a different color. It would have to be completely changed from the ground up. You did bring up Korean copyright law could screw them over. No. This is different. This is different. The more I looked into that, the more I'm like, he is lying. He is full of shit, because that's not... Like, when you play Stellar Blade and you see the outfits, you know, next to each other, you understand these were minor details at best that if the companies that supposedly wanted to go after them for plagiarism of the fashion design, which right there I think is already fucking weird because it's a video game. It's not like they're selling their own brand of clothing with it. then changing just the color and adding a little tiny bra window on top of the boobs is not going to do anything. They can still argue 90% of this has been plagiarized. Yeah, Designs of Nikki tells me that people are full of shit when they say shift up is bad and shit. Yeah, it's like, don't believe that. It's not trying to bring the CCP down on them by being outwardly anti-CCP. Yeah, it's like, the Wukong devs, of course I'm not going to say, hey, they're cowards for not bucking against the CCP. My point is they are still loyal to it because they don't want to die. And you need to remember that. Yeah, remember Cheng Quishi, the Chinese journalist, spoke out against CCP. He hasn't been heard for a long time, but recently he's popped out. Yeah. Maybe to address my story, hope I'm not bothering you. Not going to lie, I'm probably not going to read them, dude. I've been too busy. I've been trying to 100% all the Yakuza games recently. Man, the censorship in those games are inconsistent. Like, one game is hardly censored, and the next has lines and gameplay features removed. Yes, no, it depends on what version you play. See where Dev's coming from, but I don't trust Sony. No, I don't even see where he's coming from, because it made no sense when he said it. Like, it made no sense the minute he said it, because what the fuck does copyright have to do with what happened with Stellar Blade? There were a few infamous cases of cops busting down people's doors in the middle of a stream when they said something verboten in China. Yeah. Same age to claim anime manga are doomed to ignore all the studios that have put their foot down against the West and making more fan service animes this year. Yeah, fucking Fat Elf got an anime, and it's by a hentai studio, and it's getting popular. It has a fucking live action version. They announced they're doing a live action adaptation. What about the Chinese boxer showed Kung Fu is bullshit? Yeah, that was Mad Dog. People thought he was kidnapped and killed, but he apparently is still going. But he had to deal with a lot of bullshit because of social credit. That's case Call of Duty owes Brandon Herrera royalties for AK-50. Yeah. And Dev stock here. There's a lot of evidence pointing to some weird shit, that's for sure. Gushing Over Magical Girls got really popular too. Yeah, Gushing Over Magical Girls. That also got popular. Just doing free time makes self known. I will try. I will try. Elf's getting live action. Can Queso being the elf? No, they actually did get a legit cosplayer to play the elf lady, and apparently she gained 10 kilograms in real life for the role. You need to remember China's fascists. Them and storing their members inside companies like what the FBI, CIA did since Cold War. Yeah. Looks like Disney may be releasing Acolyte for tax reasons and removing any merchandise from the store. Does V know what you know about the Sun Wukong game? At the moment, I have accepted that a lot of the people touting it as the Victory to the West game, you know, they're never going to change their opinion until enough time has passed and enough bad shit has come out about the studio. It will take multiple time bombs going off for them to understand this was a bad bet. So I'm fully like, they're going to keep shilling it. They're still going to act like it's the victory against the journos because the hot goth lady in it. I accept that. But eventually there will come a point where something comes out about the studio or the CCP does something in relation to the studio and everyone goes, oh, fuck. Yeah, I saw Asmongold try to do that thing, how it's a win. He's an idiot. It's not... In regards to Asmongold, you understand that he is a normie streamer. He is a normie streamer who still does normie opinion things. He actually thought Donald Trump was a criminal, that kind of thing. So it's like... So it's like you understand their limitations for what they know and the situation at hand and all that, but you know, what do you think of Markiplier? I don't watch him. And RGE tried to say Japan's been woke for a long time because we haven't had upskirts for a long time. Yeah, it's like that's ridiculous because A, that's not true, and B, it's like upskirt is not the only. It's not the only evidence of something being woke or not. Because that's it. There's upskirt. If you watch Too Many Losing Heroines, there's upskirts all over the place in that. Fucking Mysterious Disappearances, fan service. Like, there's still fan service all the time in anime. Cat Marker for $2. Ironically, Razorfist called it out as a psyop. Yeah, Razorfist called it as a psyop. He kind of screwed himself by going, well, Journey to the West isn't really that popular. That was something that was easily taken as a soundbite and go, so you have no idea what Journey to the West is. But he's right in that there is a lot of astroturfing around that game, and it's suspicious as hell. Because the problem is Japan's video game industry is bad actors whispering into their ear they're changing XYZ for a new audience to make them more money. Yeah, and that's why I think it's very fucking weird that there's a lot of people supposedly part of the culture war that are saying, hey, just abandon Japan and go somewhere else. Don't think about what Japan's doing. Go somewhere else. And it's like, no, that's not how you do this. Like, I've said it for a while. If you want to fix the shit going on with Japanese games, get a job in a translator group, get a job, join a scanlation group, do what you can to learn Japanese, and throw yourself at the wall enough times to maybe sort of kind of touch one of these companies in some way. Because eventually, if enough people do it enough times through sheer perseverance, someone will be in that room when some dipshit saying, well, you can't have that line because that's offensive, and you can look them in the eye and say, get the fuck out of here, you don't know what you're talking about. You know? Razor can't help but hate on Japan, but he never got with the Japanese lady turning him down, becomes a worse person, part 3 Joseph. No, like, in regards to the Journey to the West game, Wukong, he is dead on right. I know people have issues with Razor Fist, and they go like, oh, he has bad media takes, but like, in regards to Wukong, he is right. There is weird astroturfing around that, and people are being led by the nose by being told it's an anti-woke game, even though it comes from the CCP. Why don't you do it? I am making a little comic thingy here. I'm going to contribute to the media pool as best I can. Also, the whole why don't you do it? Like, so you just want to subsist in the culture we have for like 20 years? we should all just constantly tell each other, well, why don't you do it and not at least try? It's like this is not a thing where Clint Eastwood's going to come in on horseback and save the town. Like, guys, this is a collective thing. We all need to contribute to the culture here. Isn't there a financial rebellion in China or Chinese youths are refusing to work? I have no idea, man. You see the new trailer for the Lord of the Rings anime? It looks pretty good. If you take USA is planning to abandon his family, move to a southern red state and still vote blue. Yeah, he's a retard. He fried his brain on gummies. The fact you have to wait that long for people to notice is truly shameful. Yeah. That's how I feel with Kirsch in our chat sometimes. Raylan gets a Nate shot when he's so normie, yelling woke is so lost on him. Who's Nate shot? What do you think of the Crow remake? Does not look great. It does not look great. Any updates in your comic? I have a few. Razor Fist can have a point, but he often undercuts his own point when trying to convey it. Yes, no, it just depends on the rant. I think people emphasizing... I think people focusing on him not liking Journey to the West is kind of an attempt to downplay what he's saying, which is, don't trust the CCP. The CCP want more influence in gaming. They're very fucking suspicious. So I think if someone looks at that and goes, well, you don't even like Journey to the West anyway, you can see how that can be used to extrapolate, well, he never liked the game in the first place and has fine reason to hate it. I also think, this guy's opinion on Journey to the West is not going to take away what Journey to the West is. So I think the fact that it is being developed by the CCP matters more. Yeah, Jamie Markey's going to be a lead writer for Borderlands 4. Yeah. Nate Shot's a Call of Duty YouTuber. I have no idea who that is. If I'm funny, Muda rage quit Twitter the second he started sending me dick pics. Razor also screwed his argument up by saying Hogwarts Legacy was similarly asked first by devs. Can't say that happened when picking me Nazis rolling rant. No, he actually kind of had a point there. So his point was that Hogwarts Legacy was exploited by the company that made it to essentially create an underdog game people would go to defend and buy out of spite. Even though it did have a lot of woke elements in it that we would shit talk. It had the African student who says that Africa's magic is so much more powerful than English magic. It had the trainee character in it. Horribly racially diverse, despite being 1800s England. It had a lot of woke points to it. And people defended the game because the trainees that freaked out about it, because it was a new Harry Potter thing and they don't like J.K. Rowling, freaked out so bad. So it is a case of, yeah, I fully believe the company probably instigated a lot of the hate around it and, essentially played both sides a little bit. Let's go face Garcia, $5 trying my Knights versus Vampires word novel. It just takes a long time. Long story short, Black Monkey game is based because freedom of speech, but cringe because of propaganda. No. The point is, if you want to like a Journey to the West game like Wukong, you can enjoy it because it's just a video game you can buy. But it's not a freedom of speech game. It's developed by the CCP. which the CCP don't believe in free speech, and they've said that over and over and over again. They've done things against it over and over and over again. And the idea that they also stand for no video game censorship is bullshit, because they have censored video games in their own country and even pushed for games outside of their country to be censored. If you remember that period of time where every single movie was admitting that there were alternate versions that were shipped to China, to the point that they just started adding scenes out in the West so they didn't have to worry about multiple versions, this is a thing. China's media censorship is fucking crazy. Okay, how's the curse not affecting Mudar? I agree. Raises their fist on Journey to the West. DBZ being big did not translate into Journey to the West exploding. A lot of normies don't even know it was released. Specifically the West. Eastern culture, very different. The East considers it their Lord of the Rings. It's very influential. There's a lot of Journey to the West movies in the East. Yeah, if you want a Journey to the West game that bad, but don't want to play Wukong, look up a game called Enslaved. It was a PS3, Xbox 360 game. Yeah. Like Wukong because you think it's a fun game, not because you think China will save gaming as the last bastion against the woke mob. Yeah, exactly. Become a mortal god emperor of humanity. What would you force scientists to create first? Guns. So many guns. What's important to remember, don't just hate something because woke. It's the same kind of thought, terminating patterns that lead to woke, sterile, and bland shit being all we get. Yeah. Over the new remake, Capcom will release Case West and Case Zero again, since on most consoles, DR2 has no DLC on some newer consoles. Yeah, it sucks. Recently watched Lawrence of Arabia first time. Great movie. It's amazing how the film looks better than most movies today. It is very good. And to a road where a lot of gamers will buy games based on the ideology no matter what. It's basically a new console war. That's a good way to put it. And companies will learn that. They will exploit that. Hogwarts Legacy, you can argue, is a case where that was exploited. You know? Is that about someone making fur any redirect key farms? Do not click. If that's still ongoing, do not click that link. It's a keylogger. In this case in particular, I just don't really care since I'm going to be honest. Everyone's super stupid here, CCP included. Go buy 9 souls. The CCP really wants that game to fail. Man, the West, Journey to the West, one of the 4 Chinese classics of being big in the East, a foregone conclusion. Yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, the West, we know about Journey to the West. Stuff like Dragon Ball made it popular, specifically OG Dragon Ball. But yeah, it's not a massively influential story here. Reason Toriyama made 7 Dragon Balls to make a DB less of a Journey to the West ripoff. Why did Mudar quit Twitter? People are still speculating. He swears he just got tired of it and got tired of people making fun of him for being Indian. I call bullshit. Does your Discord have a writer section? Think it would be a good idea? Just have a section where potential writers and creators could shoot the shit, get feedback? Yeah, I do. I think it's literally called Writing Boys section or something like that. Forbidden Kingdom with Jackie Chan, Jet Li is the Monkey King. Yeah. Yeah, Press X seriously doubt that shit. That's kind of where I feel, yeah. When you know the buzzwords piss off people, you know buzzwords manipulate people. That is true. Like, I thought it was weird when the reviews for Wukong were coming out and they were just directly listing as a con to knock down the score, not enough diversity and inclusion. That was on the IGN review, if I remember right. That immediately made me go, okay, what the fuck's going on here? Because usually the way it worked, whenever JRPGs were gimped during the 360 era because they really wanted JRPGs to fail and fuck over that genre, they would say shit like, well, the combat's very antiquated. The story's just not very good. It's not thought out. The characters are very flat. They would disguise the criticism. They would disguise the criticism by going after other elements and acting like they were bad, and not actually say what they wanted to say, which is, we don't like JRPGs. So for them just to come out and say, this does not have enough diversity and inclusion, that specific phrasing, that specific wording, yeah, it was Screen Rant, yeah, that specific wording made me go, what the fuck is going on here? Because that's, yeah, name-dropping DEI in the review, exactly. Like, what the fuck? Why are you bringing attention to that? Machota, $5. Recently just got a bunch of scrap metal to finally be able to practice my welding after so long, not being able to do it, just asked for it. I'm kidding, the 9 Souls thing, it got reviewed by a Chinese nationalist before it got released worldwide. Well, there you go. That's another game that you should probably look into. Watching X-Men and the Wolverine, surprisingly decent superhero show. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, CCP is an evil organization that can be put on the same level as the Nazis. In fact, people giving money is disgusting. Well, okay, there's levels to it. There are levels to it. we have no choice to give them money if you're buying a game from a company that was bought by Tencent. Even if Tencent mainly leaves them alone, they still get some revenue from it because they bought ownership in the company. So any rise in stock price affects them as well. It is a sad reality, and China goes out of its way to make sure you cannot avoid giving them money. That's why there's so many made-in-China products. That's why so many different Chinese companies buy out other companies in the West. They want to make it to where you cannot avoid giving them money in some way, shape, or form. Cat Market for $2. Game is just too epic and has no DEI. 1 out of 10. Yeah, shit like that. Was the Elden Ring DLC reviewed by Chinese people? I think so. Remember that one Brazilian dude who tried to wipe out of the internet just for making a group told people about SPI's involvement with the game? Yeah, here the game shits on them and nothing. Yeah, exactly. It's like name dropping DEI in a game about Chinese mythology where 9% of the characters are mythical creatures. I mean, giving them money directly. Yeah, it's a different thing if you're like donating to the CCP. I still don't really count it if you want to buy Wukong as you're giving money to the CCP. I mean, that's how I phrase it, just in a dramatic sense and to be a dick. But just because you buy Wukong does not mean you like CCP. I mean, a lot of people probably just don't even know that there's a connection there. Like, you know, when Tenma bought it or a bunch of different streamers bought it, they probably didn't know about that. But if you're going to push it as anti-censorship and you know the history of China and you know the history of the CCP, that gets to a point of, why are you saying something you know is not true? I asked you the question about Yellow Flash earlier because some of the audience don't seem to notice how Wukong being involved in China isn't victory something it is. It's just going to be something they have to realize. That is the sad part. That's the sad part about being ahead of the curve on something. You just have to wait for everybody to realize it. I think most people are just thirsty for a new game. But there's tons of new games coming out this year. There are. I mean, we've already had a shitload come out so far. And the idea that Wukong is this natural success, I don't buy it. There's already stats coming out that most of it's Chinese players, which obviously makes sense strength to the West in the Chinese game. But the whole point is it's Chinese players, and China has massively restrictive laws on what you can and can't do with video games. You have daily limits on how long you can play, that kind of thing. What was that about liking CP? What was that about liking CP? Yeah, gaming community doesn't learn until it's too late. That's the sad part. It's just people are not going to learn until it's too late and they get fucked in the ass. And the dude made Sweet Baby Detective keeps pushing that Wukong is saving games. I don't like that. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't specifically phrasing it as saving games. That is a bad fucking thing to say. It is bad. Because no, the CCP getting involved in shit is not saving games. It will kill games. Fortunately, Western industry incompetence doesn't help matters either. Consumers get screwed. But the incompetence is being pushed by China. CCP funds DEI ESG. They are funding the thing that you are saying is killing games. So the idea of blaming it on the West fucking up, no. China has set it up to where the West will fall for a little bit and they will walk in to take the spot that they fell out of. That's on Deadpool Wolverine. Very fun movie. Very fun movie. I'm so tired of hearing about China. I always forget people don't like JRPGs. This year's been awesome for them. They have been really good so far. Have you seen the movie Cool Hand Luke? It is very good. It's very classic. Yeah, just another instance of gaming being a scapegoat for bad takes and political grandstanding. I'll stick to Pong. I don't think people will realize until we're either neck deep in shit or something genuinely tragic happens. And sad truth. Is he Alien Romulus? No. We keep going. All right, none of us get to see it until we all marathon to the movies, and we can never agree on a day to marathon the movies. Even if there's another game that actively rejects DIESG, it's not a victory. Well, that's the thing. Are they actually rejecting it, or is this all just part of some larger play? You know, this is all just WWE shit. We play through any of the Tales of games on stream. That would be fun. Favorite part of Deadpool and Wolverine, I just love the amount of bubs. Yeah. Successfully gaslight the gaming community thinking the Western devs are the problem and they are the solution. In reality, they're bad actors on both sides. Yeah. Divers $5. Yuri Bezmov literally warned us not to run to the east to save us. Yeah. Consistent 200 million players every day from China, even with the time limit on games, is strange to me. Like, no one over there dropped it, wanted to play something else. I don't buy it. Exactly. It is astroturfing a success. But the fact it came out, it literally came out, and an hour later it had 2 million concurrent players, and it beat every fucking record, including Elden Ring, Helldivers 2, Cyberpunk, Baldur's Gate 3, games that had a lot of hype culture around them. That made me go, this is fucking bullshit. I was watching VTuber Purity Standard. Her take on Wukong is the hate on Wukong is like the same as Japan Badge. All said you can disagree with the government. I respectfully disagree. It's not saying Japan bad. It is pointing out the CCP has a history of egregious media censorship. You know, this is not a case of it's not just a case of, well, Japan has laws I don't like, therefore all of Japan bad. It's, no, China has gone out of its way to affect gaming in a negative fashion that we know has happened and has happened recently. Like I said, Blitzchung, Devotion, fucking PUBG. Those are going to be my golden trinity. Blizzard, Riot, two companies that openly admitted they colluded with China and were trying to get into China. No, maybe don't play FF on Saturday. Let the damn fall. It'd be far-fetched say even Sword and Fairy series is CCP funded too. I don't know what Sword and Fairy is. Too late for the West at least. It's going to take a long time for them to earn back the mass amount of goodwill they lost. CCP has literal concentration camps. Yeah, it's like they have actual concentration camps. I think Valve can get the data on purchase companies purchase copies versus keys handed out to the bots. That is a good question, actually. Country bad, no. Government bad, and in turn turns their country into their vision. Yeah. Playing with China is allowing yourself to drink poison. Yeah. I put up Randy Scare, Jump Scare in a new video. All his DeviantArt Ghost Curl stuff came back like a Vietnam flashback. It was important. Even Left Twitch channels acknowledge what happened to Devotion. Yeah, it's like that. You cannot tell me China gives a shit about freedom of expression and freedom of media when Devotion happened, where they tried to rip a game off the entire internet for a joke you had to go into a developer room to see. And that happened not too long ago. That was, what, 2017? That's on Capcom removing gender locked armor and Monster Hunter, basically allowing male female variants of armor to be worn by either gender. I think it's funny. I think it'll lead to some funny stuff, but I hope it doesn't mean they're going to start making every armor, like, you know, bland. SNF is a Chinese Wuxia RPG series. I never played it. I have no idea. Where I go to find Devotion. It's back up now, but they had to remove that joke and I think a few other references. Check out the 9/11 Building 7 song yet. Listen to it on stream, dude. I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it anywhere. It wasn't pulling up on YouTube. I hate that Tencent owns Warframe. Yeah, it's like they will go out of their way to get involved with any circle that will allow them in. Most likely, Will Capcom's already hitting that downward slope. Yeah, that is true. They said they're going to get, like, white women as game directors. Like, oh, God, you picked the exact worst person to do it. People still continue to buy from China because they make cheap shit. We Americans love our convenience. It's too much to sacrifice. Well, it's worse than that. It's, you know, there are people who play Chinese games. Seth reviewed a few of them on his channel. Like Super Cultivation Simulator or something like that. That's a Chinese game. It's the fact that if you're going to push this as a moral good and a victory for freedom of speech and freedom of expression, that's where you get to the fucking problem. By the bugs, I always had a soft spot for Cyberpunk 2077. I can see what I was trying to do behind the bugs, and I'm glad I got fixed and got to do a DLC. Be fair, we don't know what the native marketing is. They could have shielded it as an act of patriotism to buy it. I fully believe that. I fully believe that in China, the propaganda around it is this is our nation's chance to push into gaming and be respected by the world. So they bought it out of a sense of loyalty and not because the game is good. I could believe that. I would like for like a Chinese commercial of the game to leak. Yeah, how many streamers are canceled just for mentioning Taiwan? Yeah, the shit with Hololive, with fucking Kason. Literally just mentioned Taiwan. Had her fucking career ruined. White Girl Waste is a good name for a game company, though. Remember people talking about how bad China was a lot. It's really weird. It's already been forgotten. Yeah, that's why I don't like that's why I really, really do like the side-scrollers clip that Razorfist did, where he talked about people are getting to a point where they're so easy to manipulate. You just use the right phrases, you use the right collection of words, and people enter like hypnosis. They go into a hypnosis, and they are so easy to lead and push them into directions you want them to go. Trayman Trey of $3, just supporting prior Marine, armor combat fighter, Boo Hurt, amateur strongman. Love your stuff, man. Been watching for years, now can comfortably support financially. Good shit, good shit. Gonna give you a little. Gonna listen to Kirsten FNT tomorrow, if I remember. It tore down the whole Chinese branch of Hololive, and they still tried their hardest to have case on killed. Yeah. The dollar store sleeper agents. Worse than that, it's consumerism. Use the right phrasal words. People become hypnotized. All right. But there you go. That's your daily blackpilling on the state of China and how, oh my God, we're being brainwashed by China. So instead, I'm going to show you something really cool. Got to do some clicking on my side, though. All right. So one of the docu designs just got finished. For good finished. Actually finished. One might even say it's pretty much done. And I'm gonna... There we go. What y'all doing tonight? I'm assuming sleeping. Alright. And you know you have a good design when you're genuinely wondering how much you can show before something gets nuked. So... There we go. I'm trying to find the right ratio to where you're not quite seeing the nipple. Yeah, about... Come on. There we go. You can just make out the beginnings of the nipple. There we go. Okay. But yeah, so to add a little bit of context here, So obviously this has to do with the project I got going on here. Pretty good project. And one of the ideas we had as a joke for the tiers, for when the campaign eventually goes up, which may be coming closer than you think, was we decide, fuck it, let's do docu designs. And we have two in the works. There of our protagonists, the crippled girl failure, who you may recognize from the... Here we go. Who you may recognize from this picture, with her massive cake, which I think artistically mattered a lot. I think artistically it mattered a lot to have that. And my screen's all cluttered like hell. It's all over the place. Well, there you go. This is the one. This is still a work in progress one. It is almost finished. But this other one is actually fully finished. And here it is. Here, I'm gonna remove some of this just for the sake of just for the sake of clarity. There we go. This is the tease of the other one, which is of the actual main character. So you have crippled girl failure, then you have Android lady, the Android lady. Where's the wheelchair? You gave the crippled a full-on bakery. I allowed artist interpretation. Because I was like, why would I want to be the asshole producer that goes in and says, no, you're not allowed to have cake? Where Booba? I had to crop it. Because this... Here, I'm going to get rid of the cake real quick. Just real quick. This is the safe for work side. You can still see nipple imprints on the safe for work side. But here is the not safe for work side. You may not be able to tell, but there is a little bit of there's a little bit of nipple poking out, just a little bit, just a tiny little bit. If you sell down price for the Indiegogo tiers, we have a lot of that set, but when the campaign fully launches, I will do a stream going in depth with it all. So we can talk about it in full there. I eat that cake so much you're going to diabetic coma. Watch the full thing get leaked. Chat's equivalent to Subway Surfers on the bottom of the TikTok. So yeah, you can see a little bit of the pointer. Chat summary. Viewers are requesting TheAlmightyLoli to show her physical documentary of Lady Demetrescu, asking about the upcoming Civil War in America. Like Yuki's hair color. I really like what he did with the hair. Essentially, what Manito, the artist, did was So he said like one of the inspirations for it was like Battle Angel Alita. So he decided to give her almost like 80s kind of big punk rock hair where it's very messy and feral. I like that a lot. I actually think I actually like that a lot, and I think he did a really good job with it because it gives it a lot of identity. All right. So I'm going to show you the full safe for work. Because the safe for work should be, you know, safe for work-ish. Nigel for $2. Clank, 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 clank. Reminds me of Cyberpunk 2022 Rogue. I can see a little bit of Rogue. Yeah, a little bit. Chinese Patrick Bateman for $1. Xi Jinping talks about devotion. A hullable joke at my expense left me and my colleagues very embarrassed. Embarrassed. The great channel will not be mocked by a gay little island country. Will not be embarrassed again. $100 fine for Taiwan. Okay. I'm going to steal that JPEG and print my own. I was found designed different to how you originally imagined Yuki to look like. Once again, when we do the full... Once we do the full stream to talk about the tiers, I will go into that, because it is actually very different from what I had in mind. I like it a lot. Once again, leans a lot more into almost like an 80s sort of punk rock metalhead girl, and I like that. I like that a lot. But here we go. This is the full of the safe for work. And you may notice safe work's a little bit debatable. God damn. Here we go. Fair and $5. Where are the feet? Feet. Showed up probably. Being a Cyberpunk babes, pour one out for Atsuko-san, aka the Atsuko-san, aka the Japanese VA for Kanagi and Bayonetta. Also, yeah, Kusanagi, Bayonetta. She was Lisa and JoJo. It's like tons of great stuff. Not even that bad. You notice something on the chest there? She has nipples poking out. Just straight up poking out. They're straight up right there. I have seen the top of the mountain, Beavis. Give her to me. I need her now. Project 2025 secret fashion plan. Take away my Latina boy wife from my father. I'm to the Smith & Wesson 500. Something she gets later on. This is just for the Docky design. It's just for the body pillow design, so he just went with whatever gun. See the uncanny side of her? She looks human, but the more you look, she's more of a robot. I like it a lot. She has nice leg muscles. Does it not say for work Yuki have scars on the body? She's a robot. She physically can't have them. Past Sunday passed away Alan Dillon, the French literally me for real for 60s and 70s. I demand camel toe. Rachel take her ass. The not safe for work has a little bit. I should be able to. Yeah, this will be fine. I'll make sure the feet are still there. There we go. As the Red Hot Chili Pepper saying, "Go robot." Latex bros, we're winning. All right, so that's the safe for work. Here's the back side of the not safe for work. How much of Yuki is left of her? Can't want to do a Ghost in the Shell tribute piece of the first scene of the film. I can't say it for spoiler reasons. All I'll say is there's only one piece, but it's very crucial. You know, it's almost the heart of the character, you could say. Man, this is too small. You lied to us. You can have a vibration function? Just wondering. Why not? That's how I've been tackling a lot of ideas in this. Amazingly amounts to, well, why not? Make her ass bigger. Step on my cock, I'll die a happy man. Opinion on Thor family? Isn't that the guy that fucks his daughter? That night you said something about Japan having many chapters of Berserk and not releasing in English. Supposedly, that's what rumors are saying, because it got delayed again. So they're wondering if they're stocking up on because it's the publisher who's holding off on it. Apparently, Studio Gaga said they have multiple chapters. So no one really knows what's happening. Zuki run Linux or Windows? Neither. She'll need a slightly bigger booty. Just be aware this is purely a Docky design. It's just a fan thing. I say fan thing. It is a marketing thing. It'll be fine. She's getting supposed to look make her look dead. I imagine she'd be more white. She looks more pale there. Yeah. My dick get crushed into pieces. To shreds, you say. And the children? To shreds, you say. I don't think foot fetishes should be sent to China as a deal to no longer have DEI. They'll have the black thong on her. Yeah, her main color scheme is like black. We kind of agree it's like black and white. Even with stuff in color, she's primarily black and white because the whole idea is it makes her stand out more. I'm gonna fuck her till she blue screens. Trying to drop a whole volume? I can imagine that's what they want to do. Scratch that weak with the shower nozzle. But looks very British. What power open up for weapons and tools? None. She's not that kind of... She's not like RoboCop. Best I can put that. You know, it's very secure on site beyond stuff she physically brings. She a huge dom? No. Can we get a no-thong butthole option? Figured she was meant to reference a Yuki Onna. Yeah. How flexible is Yuki? She is a dancer, so the whole thing is she's very flexible. Yuki listens to Shika Noko when she's mowing down goons. Can she run Temple OS? Chat's so goddamn down bad right now. That's the idea. Can we get a big mommy milker option? I'm just curious. I think people would rather your Italian man to make a dojin. That could be a funny thing for like maybe like a push tier or something. You know, it's like if we reach a certain amount after a certain amount of time, let's have Manito draw a whole fucking dojin. Who cares? Yuki Onna is a backer goal. When? Oh, Yuki Onna hole. Per $5. If it doesn't smell like wet monkey scalp, I do not want it. Mark 9 $2 built for mating press. They want our feet, man. You're living this quite up for a while. It definitely does make me wonder because Manito put a lot of detail on the feet. It is interesting. It's like, I wonder if he has something about that. I like chaotic cyberpunk goth girl. Obstacles trying to come up with names humans might have in millions of years in the future. Just go with something Latin. That's usually what people do. Speaking of robot women, have you watched My Wife Has No Emotions? Cute romance anime. I read a little bit of the manga. It was nice. Between Yuki and Rachel, which one drinks Monster? Rachel. She mixed it with vodka. See a picture of Ethan Ralph visiting Ricada. I know he fled from a state to get out of a fight. When not in defeat, to be fair, when not in defeat, good feet show how skillful an artist is with a pen. That is a good point. Because, you know, people consume China slop as long as it says the right things. That's why you don't consume China slop. 2024 is the year of the black pill because way too many anti-woke people ironically believe the West and Japan's fallen. The common censorship hell holds better. Worst part about Black Myth is so far so many resources were spent on enemy variety. Player gets Jack Squat, Jedi Survivors 5 styles with their own combos. It looks like Cybernetic Domino. I think it's mainly the black and white. The black and white really makes it seem like it's very Domino-esque. So, here we go. There you go. That was the not safe for work. Now you just have her main look. Like I said, I noticed kind of a... If anyone remembers Yakuza 0, the dress she wears kind of reminds me of what some of the women there wear. It's very 80s style, where it's almost like a nightclub dress. I like that. You know, Especially with ideas I have for later on, where you do see her before becoming this. Like, we have some ideas in the works that I think will make it work very well. Because, like, one of the inspirations that I was talking with Magneto with is, like, think of it almost like She-Hulk, where the robot form is a lot more extroverted, a lot more energetic, and the human one is a lot more mousy. Can't say much beyond that, but that is a part of it. By 10, can I get the 11th for free? Dockies? I mean, we'll figure it out. Think she would hang out with Cyberpunk Nicky Larson? There is a male character in it, but he's not really Nicky Larson. He's more like Anton. Miss Goldface Garcia, $10. Hey, Lolly, don't mean to change the subject. I want to when your output. It's for my novel. It's possible to use bows and swords and shields of can exist. What? Like, are you saying would cannons work in a setting with, like, bows and shields and arrows and swords? Yeah. Cannons were around during medieval times. How different is Yuki physically in terms of style from human and robot? Very different. Very different. Not here for a woman. I'm here for giant mnemonic. I want room service speech. It is included. It is included. When it comes to Alien Romulus, big thing I hear people are hating is the third act. That's what I'm hearing too. I hear a lot of people really don't like the ending. It sounds cool. I'm getting more into fashion because 2 of my characters are very into fashion. Okay. Male side characters, a Yamcha-ized Tagasa. No, it's I can't say anything due to spoilers, but essentially he is like Hunk from Resident Evil 2, where he is just a jobber sent out on a mission, and then he gets angry. And that's his whole thing. And he gets angry specifically at... But I literally cannot say anymore. That's already way too much. I mean, shit, black powder firearms were around during later medieval times. Knights in shining armor with guns memes are legit. Yeah. How much? $2. Yuki just looks like a big sister Rebecca from Cyberpunk. That would be fun. Hunk's really not a jobber. You get the point, though. He looks like just any other guy in Umbrella. He just looks like any random commando. Yuki, a fan of Bruce Lee and nunchucks? You'll figure it out. I like Romulus. I enjoyed the slop. I'm aware it has problems. As long as it's better than Covenant. That's literally all it has to be. Hunk's not a jobber. He's a mook. Think a full-body prosthetic cyborg exists. People do things to their brains to make them follow the laws of robotics. Probably. Like I said, look up the era of Shot and Pike for Knights of Guns. Yeah. Hunk should really get his own game. He technically did with Operation Raccoon City. It wasn't great, but he did. Jackson, $2. I'm willing to buy a Yuki pinup poster, Lolly Man. We've debated that. We have actually debated that. That's been something that I've been kind of pushing for. It's like, why don't we do pinup posters? That'd be fun. Hunk looks like a jobber, is incredibly competent and efficient. Yeah. Thanks for feedback. What I'm saying is I want to keep it bows, arrows, swords, shields, but I want them to have cannons. Kind of want to use guns, but I will if I have to. Well, cannons exist. Right before the Renaissance period, yeah, there were knights with, like, cannons and shit. Berserk outright had it. Gotta pay the fat retard Linkar to review your comic. If she gets a Figma made, I might buy it. That would be fun. That would be fun. Lost sample, gotta go back and get it. Yeah. Any hints about the story? Is it gonna be deep and well written, or is it gonna lean more into dumb fun? I'm leaning a lot more on dumb fun. Like, I'll try to throw in some actual dramatic beats there, but, you know, I want it to feel like a structured story and not just a shitpost, but it's mainly just gonna be dumb fun. I'll buy one of her in the wheelchair chick. Suzuki means snow. I'm thinking her title, Sheeran and Combat, with something like the Black Snow unreal. I mean, shit, the Chinese dynasties discovered gunpowder, black powder in the 11th century. Why wouldn't there be cannons and early flintlocks? Yeah. Siege of Constantinople had cannons. That is true. Cannons were built first and people scaled them down. Yeah. Wonder how Yuki's media. Imagine an android mercenary being a teenage demon hunter. Probably weird. But she like it tender or rough. She doesn't like sex. She's very pure. Just to spite you. Tim Blake Nelson, incredible actor. He gets no respect. He is a great actor. Important question. If she topped, how long would your pelvis last? Not very long. To shreds, you say. Wheelchair girl get laid? I can't say anymore. The comic be more in line with the early Ghost in the Shell manga and game than movies in SAC? Probably a good way to put it. There's a pretty good mix of action and comedy. Get a mix of Gantz and Ghost in the Shell vibes from this? Well, boy, howdy, when I tell you what I really like. I really like Gantz. I really like Ghost in the Shell. The comic have a Yamcha? Like a comic relief? That's technically the wheelchair chick. Like, the wheelchair chick is comic relief because she is very pathetic up until it just stops being funny and it's like, oh, you actually have problems. Empire's been a thing since circa 1100, 1200, invented by the Chinese. They made fireworks and explosive arrowheads with them. Yeah. Worth it. I say worth it. What if I told her I need my wiener polished between her legs? Could you take on the Punisher? Yeah, that'd be fun. But Frank would win. Just because I like Frank, I'd gimp her so he would win. I want to try Yuki's body being manufactured akin to the opening scene Ghost in the Shell movie. Go for it. That'd be cool. The fact we're already getting like fan art, like there was the dude who literally made a fucking where is it? Yeah, it's somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Someone already made a fucking little flash animation for it. You know, that was really cool. Like, people are already going this far and it's not even out yet. Where can I find the record of some of the men that Kamala sent to prison? As part of her public, like, literally just look up Kamala prosecution history. Damn, that's cool. Yeah. It's made by a guy called that guy from school, if I remember right. Yeah. And he spelled it in a weird way to anger me personally. But here. Yeah. This is the guy who did it. And he literally just out of the blue emailed me and was like, hey, do you mind if I do this? Like, yeah, go ahead. I don't fucking care. Like the finger guns adds fun far ahead for the comic. Yeah, it's great shit. Along with Alaskans, Black Lagoon's top ladies, Revi and Roberta, just because I like them, she'd lose. I'm willing to gimp solely because I like them. Reminds me of Leona from KOF. Let me Google it. I forgot what Leona looks like. Yeah, a little bit. Hair's a bit different, but I can see it. Did you hear Major Kusanagi VA passed away? Yeah. Very Incredible Hulk moment. Mine's the fight between him and Abomination. It's specifically the Edward Norton movie. I like the Warehouse, where he turns for the first time and rips a bunch of dudes apart just because it's literally framed like a horror movie. Well, screen ad needs the click to play option. Yeah, right? It's old school Newgrounds. It's great. I love it. Are you a fishman? Because fishmen get the back of the bus. What? All right, I'm going to bring it back up. There we go. It is now big. Think she can take on Sato from Algin? Probably. Don't we stop with her segment of Kira's talking about Dead Rising and censorship and man she plays for Crime Boss City so much. Well, yeah, she loves Crime Boss. And yeah, every news coming out about Dead Rising remake has been making... Like, no shit, people are going to go, really, you're fucking doing this now? Because it's stupid. It's stupid. We like Cliff. We like the erotica pictures. Why are you doing this? I like her eyes. They are pretty cool eyes. I like the... I like the red of her eyes. You know, that's kind of how you know she go into, like, combat mode or something. Well, they selling comics, not coffee. I want to cuddle her. Dust a forklift like a goddamn softball. She's about that strong. There's a joke where she lifts a car, and it freaks out the cripple chick because she's like, what the fuck, you can just do that? Post Doc Macro stuff in the comics Discord channel and share it with guys that would be interested in it. No. I specifically cannot do that. I cannot do that unless I get express permission, and even then, I want to wait until the campaign launches. The whole Columbia part was pretty good. The movie kind of dips after that, but the military fight was pretty cool. Oh, it's your father. Your mother's really upset. Your hard, crusty socks are broken the washing machine again. I keep telling him to replace it. Seg162, $5. Too bad cyborgs can't have eye bags, but it's still pretty good. I like how Yuki's design reflects cyborgs just hitting society. And specifically what she is. The red eyes turn to pink hearts. Let me try to get a pic of her naked and turning have a tank hatch. That'd be pretty cool. Okay. What's your favorite design for the Abomination from the Hulk? Like 2001 when he's white. That one's not bad. The Edward Norton one, he looked okay, but I think the CGI just wasn't really doing him much favors there. Fuck. I don't really think about Abomination that much. Her middle things kind of resemble eye bags. But having video game tie-ins at some point? I mean, listen, okay, that's thinking a little bit too far ahead. Right now, I'm mainly just worried about getting this out. Because we're a decent chunk of the way through it. I will say that. Man, Neil's working his ass off for it. That motherfucker continues to impress me with his gumption. Okay. But yeah, I'm liking everyone enjoying the Docky design. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. The mailing list is in the description. You'll be able to join it. So you can get updates. You can get updates. It'd be great. Maybe a fan game. I wouldn't be against someone doing that. It'd be a hell of a, like, Jesus Christ, it's not even out yet, and you already want to jump into that? Fuck, but hey, go nuts. Oh, now once you tie my dick into a knot.
He turned us into fucking killers!
Miss Skullface Garcia for $2. Her body and hair remind me of She-Hulk. Well, that's kind of one of the inspirations. You know, because I like She-Hulk. People want to give the Avenger shit, but didn't Ross basically make the Abomination? How come that never gets brought up? That is true. It's a Hollywood movie adaptation that's nothing like the comic. How can I get money to this project? It is not launched yet, but you can join the mailing list, and we'll get. You'll be able to be kept up to date for when we do. Start launching it, because we're gonna launch sometime in September. We're gonna have one final meeting with everybody. Either tomorrow or Saturday, whichever. And then we're going to suss out final details, and then we're finally going to get it ready to launch. A lot of our side material is already, like, you know, the docu designs and the shirt designs, they're already, like, almost finished. I mean, this docu design's finished. The other one is just in the process of finalizing details and finishing up that. The other shirt design is almost finished. Because one shirt design's finished, the other one's in the process of almost being finished. You know, there's a lot that is... There's a lot that's, like, just this month alone, we've gotten a lot done. And the manga decks might get taken out by Manhwa Slop Company. I hate Koreans. Censor all showed influences to the script. Is her skin metallic, shiny, or matte? Kind of both. Some parts are metallic, shiny. Mizuki getting a gamer sub, that'd be great. Be fair, Ross told him to lay off the Abomination juice. That is true. Oh, she's got a jewel LED in her throat. Is that supposed to look like something gadget-wise, or just looks cool? For now, it just looks cool. I'll figure out if it means something later. Ever seen Moneyball? Long time ago, but yeah, it was pretty good. Yuki ever figure out the icing problem? What was the icing problem? Not draw her drinking gamer subs. To shreds, you say. How do I join a Discord server? Do I just donate Subscribestar? Subscribestar link still doesn't work, so if you want to do it there, you have to email me. Patreon the link should work there. Just watched the AFK movie, pretty good. Glazes candy like crazy, but it presents a pretty strong case of how there was conspiracy and assassination. Yeah. Brad Pitt stars in Cunniball. I want to look into that. Subscribestar thing, they just flat out started ignoring my emails. And I draw her buying copious amounts of white bread at the supermarket. They're checking Atsuko's game rolls and was shocked seeing that she was Japanese poison from Street Fighter and Merle from 14, assuming that's why I know Road to 80 tonight. Yeah, sure. It's an Iron Man reference. There's a scene where Tony flies up and his suit freezes. Oh, okay. What if the jewel was like part of her idol outfit or something like that? Yeah, from Iron Man. He reached a high enough altitude and the suit froze over, at least in the initial versions. Oh, okay. I completely forgot. Like, I'm so used to shit being warped and, like, icing being used as, like, sexual innuendo from, like, Urban Dictionary that I'm like, okay, what does that mean now? Chetty Soprano for $1. Thank you, Law. I was not aware cans existed. You clearly graduated top of your fucking class. Also, I'm from the future. I quite enjoyed the comic, but I really am curious. Was the maple syrupy deliverance reference really necessary? Seemed excessive. People liked it. Put nudity in the book. So just donate to Patreon? Should, yeah. Yard just strained with made mint. It looks like Hololive is dipping its toes back and out of company collabs. Okay. Kirsty's streaming right now. Maybe trying to catch up on Super Chat. She's currently playing Crime Boss, from what I understand. You watched Fargo movie? Really liked it? You're a bold-faced liar, you. You want to check out the War Doc I told you about earlier today? My army buddy recommended Combat Obscura. I'm gonna try to if I can find it. Some War Docs get really buried. Means that you're a goon. Okay. So, Dead Rising 1 won the poll, but people have made a point that we've done Dead Rising 1 like 5 times. So I decided, let's do a good middle ground. If I can actually get my cursor out of the fucking game here. Yeah, it's one of those. There we go. Where is it? There it is. Should be it. Unless the game just crashed. I think the game crashed. Play a Dead Rising 2 prequel demo. You can't find it anywhere. Like, you actually can't find it anywhere now. And yeah, I think the game crashed. I think it crashed specifically because I had to tab out, and I think that kind of fucked with it. Alright. So here, we'll swap back over just real quick. Where is... The Rising 2 and PC is also fucked. Yeah, well, I think it's specifically because I tabbed out... Yeah, here. Yeah, here. Like, I think it is literally because I tabbed out right it was opening. I think that's what kind of killed it. So let me try to get down to Steam. So MC with a piece of bread in her mouth, running around the corner, about to run into someone. I had funny ideas. For stuff we could do. Like, one of the joke bits I had is like maybe they can get sent to like an Isekai world for a little bit, and you know, Yuki wants to be the main character of an Isekai world so fucking bad and ends up ruining everything. I thought that'd be funny. Okay, here we go. What's Yuki's favorite dessert? You'll find out later. Buck K0 for my old 360 right before the store closed. My Xbox has a history in it. Yeah, right? Sending a link to the War Doc and DMs on Discord. Free site to watch. Awesome. Okay. So I may have to tinker with this just a little bit. Okay, anyway, I was watching your Everything Everywhere vid and checked if you're alive. Now I'm here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I am going to have to fuck with this a little bit. This is... I don't know what it is with games, but they never, ever, ever, ever start up with decent settings. It's always at the lowest possible with no anti-aliasing. $2. I like to put her icing on her cake and filling. Got blindsided by goddamn Rings of Power ad, an obese black dwarf woman, fat ginger midget. Which of the characters chew the ice in their beverage? Oh, that's 100% Rachel. That's the girl failure. Mikey's favorite dessert is red bean ice cream. Nothing important, just fun detail. Oh. Week 6 Marketplace shut down. You can't buy K0 anymore unless you already had it. Yeah, they really need to re-release that. Especially since it does add into shit with 2. 2, it gave you more outfits if you got clothing around from the town. You got combo cards early, which I know I know in the re-releases of 2, they just gave you those combo cards, but it also let you level up to level 5, which could theoretically give you the first speed upgrade, which by the time you get into the game is very helpful. Just tell me by any chance a distant relative of Yuki. I'm definitely going to include a reference to them somewhere. It's too fun not to. I'd like to put homemade icing on her face after I cum on her. Chewing ice. Real game move is to crush it, not chew it. Do you like cake? Yes. Do you like my ass? Yes. Do you want to eat cake off my ass? What kind of cake? Yeah, you could start Dead Rising 2 at level 5. Yeah, it was super helpful. How dirty an apartment does your girl failure have it? Pretty bad. This is taking a while. What the fuck? Just trying to load all the DLC. What control app do you use to get DR2 and off the record to recognize the controller? I want to play it again, but would rather not get something with extra issues. I could never get a program to work. What kind of cake? Is Dead Rising more story-based or MMO free-for-all? No, nothing about the series. Story-based, but there's hints to it. That's the best way to describe it. All right, this is taking way too long. What the hell? All right, give me 1 second. I gotta Google this. Wood Nut Insider. Funny how Data R2 is on PC, still borked in a separate program run for controllers. You're not using an official wired 360. Yeah. Well, Rusty, looks like we're gonna have to eat our way out of another jam. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is a common enough issue that pulls up on Google. Okay. Okay, there is a way around it, so that's good to know. Give me a sec. There it is, Dead Rising off the record. So, from what I'm seeing, this is from a bunch of Portuguese dudes on a Reddit board, so, you know, take it with a grain of salt. What I am seeing is you specifically have to go in and fuck with... Oh, yeah, one dude's asking for the references sheet. I'm going to go ahead and upload that to them just because that's super, super fast. But you specifically have to fuck with the settings because something to do with how it renders with, like, multiple cores. And I have multiple cores on my system, so... All right, where is the references sheet for this dude? That's the one, two... there's a third one here. It's somewhere. I'll find it somewhere. It's down here somewhere. See, I'm multitasking right now. I'm doing everything at once. I'm doing everything all at once. Everything, everywhere, all at once. Okay. There it is. Yeah. And I'm fine sending these over because we've already showed them off. So it'll be good. Okay. Yeah, you have to fuck with off the record. Yeah, it's a little weird. Okay, so browse. Yeah, you have to go into, like, the documents in, like, the My Games. Jesus. Yeah, it should be Dead Rising off the record. Interesting. Okay. So let's go Yeah, documents. My games. There it is. Dead Rising 2 off the record. Look for a file named renders things. I can't even because I haven't launched it on. I haven't even launched it on PC yet, so it doesn't have a renders things yet. Okay. Can you imagine the comic is super popular outside the channel like Undertale or Stardew Valley? I wouldn't complain. It'd be awesome. Does Yuki robot body look like her dead human body? Not at all. That's the point. She is completely unrecognizable. Beyond like 1 or 2 details. Okay, here we go. It's going to start trying to load. Okay, here we go. Interesting. It's not giving me an options menu. Okay. So, it should pop up. Yeah, here we go. Notice a problem here? Start game, play online, art gallery, downloadable content, import games from Windows Live, and then just quit. Where's the goddamn options? Maybe it's in start game. Do you have a PS4 version of Off the Record? Might be easier. I don't have the capture card. It's at Shoda's. Alright. And literally all I want to do is just fuck with it so I can fuck with the audio. Is it an art gallery? I mean, yeah, sure. I've already... Yeah, no, it's not. Of course it's not. It's never easy. Kind of thinking Alan Moore hates autistic people. He says Naruto Karmi, right? I don't know how you can look at a man like Alan Moore and not think he's autistic. Alright, fuck it. We're just going to have to do the... We may legit just have to go into the opening cutscene. Is Yuki a fan of Mori Calliope? She is a fan of a VTuber. I can't explain how. Yuki's supposed to be a Japanese-style idol with a typical expectation presenting as chaste or an American-style one and set to explicitly pander male sexuality. Former. You start the game to get options. If you're holding a key for a cutscene starts, it will skip the cutscene. Oh, God. How much damage has Games for Windows Live done for game preservation? That is a good question. Okay, here's Off the Record. I'm 95% sure I'm going to be drowned out by the cutscene, so don't be shocked if you can't hear me. That's because I literally can't fuck with the audio.
Clawed my way out of Willamette. I fought hard to uncover the truth of what happened at that mall. And things were good. Real good. For a while.
It's pretty quiet. All right, ironically, I'll bump it up later then.
Then, I let things get to me. I let things get out of control.
Can you put Yuki's ass next to Rachel's in the bottom corner? That's actually a very good point. Which Dead Rising is this? This is Off the Record.
I knew I hadn't uncovered what was really.
Doesn't Frank sound like Frank? He does. This is TJ Rotolo. Frank's look changes with every game he appears in. Favorite Frank look? OG1, and not gonna lie, I like the fact he looks like Dan Aykroyd. I know some people are like, oh, he looks so stupid. I like that. Frank's supposed to look like a schlub. Why does Frank get canceled? A number of things. We're gonna more. What do you think his opinion on what's going on in the UK would be? Imagine if he pro Kier until immigrants break down his door. Probably.
My chance to get back in the game.
T-minus until Frank is added to Dead by Daylight. That'd be fun. God damn, Frank has pythons. He's a big dude. Yeah, it's the same BA from the first one. Yeah, it's TJ Rotolo. The whole gimmick of Off the Record is it's Dead Rising 2 again, but now you get to play as Frank, and he has a whole new campaign. Is Off the Record better than base game? In a lot of ways, it's better. Other ways, it's more frustrating. But it being more frustrating can also be a point to why people like it more. What's on Dead Rising the 3rd? I like 3.
Excuse me, sir.
Did TJ dirty? Yeah. All because he's Union.
I signed your waiver. You got my next of kin. Are the vultures circling already?
Yeah, sorry, sir.
My dad thinks Rorschach has autism. That's why you say that. He doesn't have autism. He's got a lot of other issues.
Would you mind if I got your autograph?
Part of my headcanon that Frank was part of Slam Masters, WWE for Capcom. He has a lot of wrestling moves.
Sorry about that. It's just, it's been a while.
That's not philosophy of absurdism. What's that?
You've always been a big hero of mine, Mr. West. I was really...
Yeah, you don't just play Dead Rising 2 and Off the Record over one or the other. You play both. That is true.
Wow, thanks. So I guess this would be...
Grenade Paladin Scrump has a giant expose video on this vote being released soon. The main point is whether or not he got paid by the Democrats to shill anti-Trump cringe.
Guess so.
Release it soon, fucker.
Good luck out there.
I want to see it.
Maybe this wasn't such a bad idea.
Ever been to WrestleMania? I've watched it. I've never been to it. That is probably hell to try to get into. Would it be okay to start DR2 without the record? No, no. Start 2 first. Start 2 first. You need the context of 2 to understand why the things that got changed. This game explicitly sets up traps if you play Dead Rising 2. And that's what makes it more fun. Tourism is don't ultimately care about the truth or reality or anything like that. You just want to focus on living your life. Went to WrestleMania from 2022. Was it fun? I love TK. He's such an asshole. Yeah, Rorschach doesn't have autism, such a traumatic experience for trying to save the world. Yeah. So an article about the man Kamal sent to prison and my parents said it's not reliable. Well, at that point, it's like... At that point, you're not convincing them. Plus, CR2 is slightly easier. Depending on what you do, it can be extremely easier. Alright. Sim Fortune Siggy was Vegas. We can't call that because of lawsuits. They make direct reference to Vegas multiple times. Alright. Here we go. Now I can actually fuck with the options. Visuals. So that's it. Okay. Audio. So I guess literally all I can do is go in and fuck with the audio output capture a little bit. Here we go. Here we go. Vote for Kamala. He ain't black. They got awfully preemptively defensive about the whole Woo Bucks thing when Xanderhall tarred out and broke the masquerade. Yeah, because he started like fighting people in areas where people were like, dude, we weren't even talking about you. Vegas is a real city, so it can't be copyrighted. Yeah, they make direct reference to it. Like, Dead Rising 3, you're in basically kind of a suburb of Los Angeles. I think they just call it something else. What options are playing in console? No, this is PC. I think it's always confused me. How do they get those zombies in those outfits? Oh, good question. Yeah, it's Los Perdidos. Yeah, it's something like that. It's basically meant to be LA. Fucking TK. I love TK so much. WrestleMania for 2022, the return of Cody, Jackass match, and the Steve Austin Class match. Oh, that sounds like that could have been pretty fun. I need that. Ever played Dead Rising games? Have people become zombies again just from bites? Bites or wasp stings. Because specifically, the zombies are created from parasitic wasps. Oh shit. Tally ho! TK's good at being a dick. He is such an asshole. I love him. He's so good. Like, Carlito's a pretty good villain, but it's mainly because Carlito is just a menacing dude. TK is just lovably hateable. It's like, oh god, he is such a dick. Like, he shit talks Chuck to his face after Chuck gives him Zombrex. Yeah, sorry, your daughter has to die. When he's handcuffed to a fucking bed and Chuck could just kill him. Really not beautiful people playing, yeah, right? Oh, fuck. There we go. Capcom bundle on Humble includes every Dead Rising besides one. Quinky Dink? A little bit. Isn't that interesting? Alright. There we go. Galileo was an angry man moved by revenge. TK's narcissistic prick. Yeah. I got Pseudo Marilyn Manson playing in the background. Yeah, I love it. I love the soundtrack of these games. MC is just a giant poo throwing competition. How Trump is a meanie. Yeah, wouldn't have it any other way. Yeah, we already reached gold, but I think the amount you win in this mode also contributes to how much money you start with. So we want to get as much as possible. Dweller's an amazing artist. They have a lot of really good songs. TK, just call you retarded. Yeah. Let's wipe them off and hose them down. Let me hear it, people. I have this shit ingrained to memory now. The famous zombie killer, Frank West. No chance Capcom goes full petty and delist OG Dead Rising 1. That would be an extreme dick move, and they haven't done it for any of the Resident Evil remakes, so I don't imagine they will. Playing's a goddamn artist? Yeah.
This must be so embarrassing for you.
Remember G. Henry saying Cell Dweller's a hack, and that's how you know G. Henry's a hack. Weakest Dead Rising Pro Tag? For Frank. And yes, I'm going to count him as separate, because he is not Frank. So you having some off the record? I was bought that off the Xbox store for closed. Yeah. They play Case West. Wish they hadn't made the survivors brain dead again. Yeah. Well, to be fair, Case West had so many zombies. I mean, like, wall-to-wall zombies in Case West. It's actually crazy how many they shoved in there. Did the two whores die? You'll find out later.
The zombie rights group Cure is in the news again. The protest group has shown up in the adult playground of Fortune City, which was chosen as the site of the latest installment of the pay-per-view game show, Terror is Reality. The protest just...
Yuki wear different hairstyles during different jobs. Like, today when I wear this one, turn this one center giblets, I'm going to wear some pigtails doing it. That'd be fun. Kind of like mess with her hair a lot. That'd be fun. Did I mention before you have to call him hankies, because that's not Frank. It is not Frank, explicitly. Zombie rights group. Well, Dead Rising 2, Cure is played up as the good guys. They actually do want to do the right thing. Off the records where they mainly make fun of them. But Cure on paper really isn't doing the worst thing ever, because it's basically, hey, these are still people.
I can't believe I just did that. I feel like such a sellout.
New sinker looks like Mike Stoklasa. How dare you criticize the carefully crafted, not rush mess as Dead Rising 4? There's gonna be a 14 tabletop. I can already envision the stench. Oh, yeah.
Hey, do you know how I can get the hell out of here?
Yeah, it's more like stop using them for sadistic game shows and put them down humanely. Yeah. Because Stacy never criticized that you kill zombies. It's just that specifically you are working for Terror's Reality, which is legitimately an exploitive game show.
Check me out.
Yeah. I do think that there had to have been someone on the development team that was like downright spiteful because a lot of elements of Dead Rising 2 are directly mocked. Stacy, shocker, if you've ever played Off the Record, Stacy is literally a different character now, and she's kind of an asshole. Chuck is a psychopath that you can kill, and Katie, well, you'll see what happens to Katie. I was like, in this world, zombies are just commonplace and turn into fucking entertainment. Yeah, that's one reason I really like Resident Evil and Dead Rising. The fact that they do more than just zombies took over the world. It's explicitly, society has learned how to live with zombies. It's not the record non-canon anyways. My headcanon is they happen at the same time. Fuck you, I don't care if it's impossible. They happen at the same time. We'll spend $5. Everyone loves a good asshole. The lovable asshole trope is a trope for a reason. It's the entire reason why Handsome Jack was so beloved in 2. That's not really what I mean. Shaun of the Dead also did that. Yeah. Favorite Tool song? Texan Leech is pretty good. Remember this one YouTuber did Dead Rising and Fire Emblem vids? Dude, there are entire channels that are dedicated just to doing challenge runs of Dead Rising. Really fuck my saw one of my zombie relatives getting chopped up in a tacky game show. Explicitly as like over the top terror reality gets. Where it's like shoving them into meat grinders and shit like that. Actually, like Off the Record Frank way more than Dead Rising 4 Frank. Well, Off the Record Frank is actually Frank. This is actually Frank West as he is intended to be. Ever play Mullet Mad Jack on stream? Yes, we did. The VOD of it's actually up. Rich Evans also did Dead Rising Challenge Run. Yeah, Rich Evans is like a massive Dead Rising fan. He loves the first game. And he even outright said he still has his old 360 explicitly so he can still play the original Dead Rising. Difference between killing zombies for survival and killing them for sport in the game show. Yeah. He's a wrestler and a journalist. BuzzFeed only wish they were that cool. Oh, fuck, I forgot. I always forget. It's on the other side. You should be moving as they're going to this side. But I should still get points.
I still don't understand exactly your part, you know? Eternus! It's a fucking killer! TK got some very good reasons.
There we go. Dead Rising 4 never happened, yeah. Come Dungeon Gaming's the best DR challenge guy. There's a bunch of them. There's one guy. I think his name is like Euclides or something. He has like an E in his name. It starts with an E. I know that. He did one where he took the first survivor you meet in Dead Rising 1, Jeff, and went through the entire game with him. The entire game from fighting the military to... There we go. At least a little bit. To fighting the military, to getting... I don't think he got the true ending, but he got like... Actually, I think he did get the true ending, because the whole point is it had to be with the guy on the tank. Like Dicey's? Yeah, I think that's it, yeah. Yeah, Dead Rising 5 starts by saying all 4 was Frank having a fever dream. I gotta get back to my show. You could explain to my parents why Kamala's prison is a bad idea, and they explained like I was explaining it to an autist. Rich Evans shows playtime on Steam games one time. He had like 1,000+ hours in XCOM 2 as well, which was wacky. To be fair, XCOM 2 is really good.
Autographs? I was just looking for the men's room. Story of my life. Nah.
On the channel, boys, in today's video, we're going to see if you can beat Dead Rising with only dodgeballs. People have done it. They've done only sports equipment. They've done only by spitting. You can do a lot of shit in Dead Rising 1. West Trigun Stampede? I have not.
Let's go, tough guy. Piece of me?
Oh god, they're jumping my ass. I have 2,200 hours on Red Dead Online. Yeah. Yeah, toy weapons only. There's a lot of different stuff you can do. There we go. I beat the goons. Yeah, Rich Evans says like 300 hours Dead Rising 3. Yeah.
Still got it.
Imagine Resident Evil, Mike Tyson replaced all the zombies and the virus spreads through sexual assault. Be honest, Romero Zombie Apocalypse, Easy Apocalypse Survive. Yeah. Shrug for $2 feel like such a salad. Check me out.
I think you've overstated.
Don't say anything wrong with the show. They're dead. Just a bunch of dead meat. They don't have conscience. They don't give a shit what you do with them. Well, there's a lot of different reasons why people explain that Terror's reality is not the best. For one, they are quite literally people's relatives that died and are infected with a parasite that turns them into flesh-eating monsters. And you don't want that broadcast on national TV because that's horrifying. On top of that, it is legitimate exploitation because none of the families are compensated for it. They just wrangle their relatives up and tear them apart in this reality show. Plus, they are taking populations of zombies around the nation, which, as we're about to see, is not the best idea ever. What's the worst zombie apocalypse? Dying Light has a pretty bad one. You would argue, straight up argue about zombies once being people, but you know crazy violent sports like this would absolutely be a thing. Oh, yeah. Their names are Crystal and Amber, get it? Yeah. You funny they did Dead Rising 5 and explained 4 is a bad movie made by Frank trying to make a buck? That would be funny. What's the worst franchise, dying or becoming a mutant zombie? I'd say The Passage, but those are technically vampire zombies. That is true. You know, my favorite part of the game is love fighting the mercs in this? Yeah.
Oh gosh, she got me.
Resident Evil would be pretty awful to try to survive in. Yeah. New and exciting ways to die horrifically. And that's the best case scenario.
Oh no.
Yeah, Dying Light, not only zombies get faster, they get superpowers, yeah. Dead Rising universe probably the most realistic zombie apocalypse for far more than something like Walking Dead. Maybe. He turned fast. Yeah, well, they explain that certain people have varying levels of resistance to the parasite. So like, because Jesse, I'm gonna turn this down just because it's loud for me. Jesse in Dead Rising 1 turns pretty fast. It's like what, half a day? You know, because Barnaby bites her and she turns in like half a day. That guy who you saw, you can assume he was bitten like maybe a minute ago and he's already a zombie. Oh, God. Dear Lord, the people are getting eaten. You gotta remember, Frank's a journalist. So there comes that time of the instinct kicking in, and he's not really thinking about things of, I need to be a hero right now. He's in like full journalist mode, which is, I need to document everything. Frank has good resistance. Yeah, Frank had like upwards of like possibly 3 days. Also here. Yeah, Katie is straight up dead. Rather be in the lollipop chainsaw zombie world, because if I'm going to die, at least I want to go home with a joke and possibly panty shot. Yeah, it's something. Remember when Frank straight became a zombie in 4, but ends up fine, turns back normal in the end? That never happened. That never fucking happened. I refuse. It was so fucking stupid. For Frank, Nightcrawler just his day-to-day didn't understand what was so special about it. Frank is a good journalist. Frank is unironically a journalist that does legitimately try to help people. Ah, fucking, of course I missed the photo op. One thing I do like about Off the Record is you don't have to worry about picture limits. Oh, his buddy... Oh, I thought his buddy was already dead. Have you ever tried Walking Dead comics? Prefer them over AMC show? Didn't know when to fucking end. Yeah, comics are okay. Here we go. I do hate what they did with Chuck. That's what I mean by, like, there's a weird amount of spite in this. Like, Katie doesn't just die. It's implied she was straight up eaten. Chuck goes insane. Stacy is evil, I guess is the best way to put it. There is a weird amount of like, man, fuck all those plot beats from Dead Rising 2. It's like, man, you didn't have to make it an us versus them. Mr. Good brutality shot where that guy shotguns his friend and himself. He never shotguns his friend for me. He only shotguns himself. Like, you could see it. He was already putting the shotgun against his chin. He only ever kills himself for me. Frank's meant to be a sleazy journalist, but ironically a far better person, 9% of them. Yeah. Frank's resistant only got nerfed and off the record. Otherwise, he'd only have to use Zombrex once in this game. Yeah. And it really does come down to, like, when exactly did Frank get infected? Because my thought process is he got bitten. Like, how I personally view Dead Rising 1 is he either got bitten at the entrance plaza when the zombies storm into the mall and he just doesn't realize it because of adrenaline, or he got stung by the wasp that introduced the idea of queens. He always shotgun his friends first. Maybe it's just how the zombies spawn in. Like, if they swipe at him, it just messes up the scripting. Remind me again, what was Dead Island 1's zombie virus came to be? It was mutated Kuru from the cannibals that lived on the island. Isn't Katie alive in 3? Yeah. Off the record's non-canon. It's a what if. Basically, turn story in the Last Jedi of Dead Rising 2 is not quite that hateful. It's not that hateful because it's mainly about puffing up Frank. Dead Rising 4 is The Last Jedi because that was about humiliating Frank and calling him a piece of shit and all this. This is specifically, isn't Frank the coolest guy ever? Osmond is my head cancel's in cutscene. That is true. It is in cutscene. I assume that every time player gets bitten, it's just canon. Frank just didn't bring it up. In cutscene 1, where if you die, Otis saves you and brings you to the security room. Oh, that's cool. We're doing 100% perfect survivor run. We won't be able to do it tonight just because this game would just take too long. But we'll save as many people as we can. Not for the longest time that this game was DLC for DR2, but it's his own game that was full price. To be fair, it is very different from Dead Rising 2. The only issue is Frank has a lot of dogshit lines in this game. I don't think he has dogshit lines at all. I think he's great. We should off the record again. The spinoff just have Frank replace the MC in each DR sequel. Do you think Zon-Mi from Dead Island 1 CCP agent? They outright say she is. She is working for Chinese intelligence on the island. It's part of her backstory. Final line much? It was great.
Thanks.
We ain't got any Zombrex here.
Game's good, quiet. I had to turn it down because it was too loud for me. I'll fuck with it a little bit after.
First light 3 days from now to get all of us. That's the standard procedure.
So we're stuck here.
Better to be stuck in.
I would assume Frank got infected from the sniper shot in Carlito fight with some blood on his face. Maybe. To me, it's fine, but I heard some people don't like Frank making puns. I like Frank making puns, because, like, this is post-Dead Rising 1 Frank, where he is still new to the idea of zombies. This is after enough time has passed to where it's like, hey, you kind of get over it. He was literally part of Terror's reality, where you kill zombies professionally. He can only be scared for so long. How do they make a med for zombie bites? It's explained in Dead Rising 1. They extract a hormone from the queens that slows the growth of the parasites. Who had the better quips? DR2, Chuck or Frank? I'll go with Chuck. Chuck had a better, like, Chuck's sense of humor was so much more dry, and like they could actually unironically be cool. Like when he kills Leon and he just goes, "Yeah, you're on fire." Like that's cool. That's a great moment.
I figured you were infected, though I don't remember you saying anything about that in your book.
Well, it's not exactly something I'd go around advertising.
Yeah, you need a lot of queens. Yeah.
There's a pharmacy in the Royal Flush Mall. I'm Stacy Forsythe, by the way.
I'm Frank.
Try the Walking Dead comics for them over AMC show. Yeah, I said that.
Do you know a way out of here?
No.
DR2 can be annoying, constantly trying to give the girl meds before she turns into a zombie. There is a lot of easy ways to break Dead Rising 2. There are an insane amount of ways to break Dead Rising 2. If you put on one piece of every DLC outfit, you have every single DLC buff in the game, including the sports fan one, which increases your movement speed. So when you increase your movement speed, you go lightning fast. You basically have permanent quick step, and that's at level 1 speed. Once you have upwards of level 3 speed, you have boosted quick step. You'll basically move as fast as a vehicle. Yeah, painkiller plus knife gloves. Yeah. And it's just talking about like co-op and shit like that, which we're not gonna do. I gotta need that. Doesn't Frank get PTSD from Willamette by Off the Record happens? No, that's not something they really talk about. The PTSD element was only brought up in 4, and that was only just for an introductory cutscene. It's not really something he actually deals with. Like, enough time has passed that Frank has moved on from Willamette and has actually used it to better his career. And the DLC outfits in here, I'll show you just real quick. Oh, it hasn't loaded them. Okay. Maybe I have to actually physically buy them. I'm actually okay with it, because the DLC outfits in this weren't really that great. It was the Cardboard Warrior, the Cyborg, Firefighter, and the Chef. And I get why they had to have more trade-offs, because, like I said, all the DLC outfits in 2 broke the fucking game. Official Trump campaign account is tweeting about Sam Hydebeam's dunk on Kissinger. Fun fact, too, the voice cast being Canadian, some of the voice actors for Transformers Beast Wars are here, and by that I mean one and Scott McNeil. I don't think anything in DR2 is as broken as Adam Chainsaw's magazines. When I say specifically broken, I'm talking like... So, okay. Dead Rising, by its very nature, is a time attack game. Every single thing you do is a waste of time in some way, shape, or form. Having to go out and find Zombrex is a waste of time. Having to save survivors is a waste of time. Everything you do costs time.
Frank, I found a travel brochure for Fortune City. Right now you're in the Royal Flush Plaza. Roy's Mart is on the other side of the mall.
Is there any way to cure zombie infection, or are you infected and no way to stop it? That's covered in 3. 3 directly talks about a cure. And honestly, 3 is where the series probably should have ended, at least in that form. Why people cannot realize they're wrong could bring proof Kamal's not a good option. My parents, they just say it's false. Dude, they have their opinion on it. Stop trying to fucking convince them. Did they clip of Rey Mysterio's son on Logan Paul's podcast started bringing up Jap wrestling to fuck with them and Paul started getting mad? Does Logan Paul not like Japanese wrestling? That's weird. Japanese wrestling's huge. Case West talked about a cure, was destroyed. Case West, yeah, also talks about a cure. Alright. Oh, God. You can play some games and head to bed. Good night. So you notice the zombies are pretty fucking aggressive. The zombies in Dead Rising 2 are aggressive. They will gun after you, but they're relatively passive. Like, the main worry about them isn't so much they grab Chuck, it's more of they grab a survivor Chuck is escorting. Dead Rising 1, they could fuck up Frank pretty bad. Unless you're like level 50 or so. Man, the hour for $2, chop till you drop stream when? Yeah. I'd have to find an emulator for it. They're wrong. Why people cannot put one and one together? Dude, it's... Who fucking cares? Just have fun. Like Xiaoban or something, excommunicate, maybe we should go with some hat or something. Which Omer Heroes game is the best? Destroy Man boss fight. I like the 1-on-1 a lot. It's funny as hell. Blood reminds me of Dawn of the Dead. Dawn of the Dead is a direct inspiration on the series. Yeah, Wii version almost like a new game. It changes a lot. Do I believe 3 is the canon ending? 4 is fanfiction, bad fanfiction. Well, I mean, like, 4 is just bad. No one likes 4. We'd be interested in making a video on the Romero zombie movies. It's definitely been on the list for a bit. Also, Dazai, Easy Guy, no longer allowed in another world has been pretty good so far. I'm not someone who thinks much of the actual Dazai. Did Frank kill for Dead Rising 1 happen? That's up to you. He says he was a war journalist, but whether or not that means he actually fought and killed anybody, that's up to you. He is quick to kill people in 1.
Well, talking to you is giving me a headache.
They were moving Romero's of the Dead trilogy. I like Day and Dawn. Night's kind of the weakest. The DLC is just Dead Rising 2 without the original protagonist Dead Rising 2. It goes beyond that. They have recorded entirely new cutscenes for Frank. They've changed up some elements of it. His moveset is different. They added more combo weapons. There's an entire new area of the game. They've also made the game harder. The game is specifically more difficult because the developers of 2 thought, hey, this game was a little too easy to break. Let's change some things around. One boss in particular, a guy by the name of Randy. He's part of a... there we go. Come on. He's part of a quest line called Here Comes the Groom. Or Here Comes the Bride, I think it was. He is a very fucking hard fight in Off the Record. He is mean. They made him faster and he does more damage. And once you know who he is, you go, oh, fuck. Didn't Frank say he never shot a gun during the first Carlito fight? He did, but that was also just during a conversation with Brad. A Gimp with a chainsaw? Gimp with a chainsaw. He ends up becoming a pretty vicious fight. Yeah, come on. But yeah, here. So, this area right here, the Uranus Zone, that was not in Original 2. That was added for Off the Record. It's an entirely new area. Logan got mad because he kept saying he should wrestle in Japan, saying he can't do it after the Suicide Force incident. Can you chug OJ like Frank? No. Didn't they have multiplayer in this too? Multiplayer was also in the original Dead Rising 2. There was a co-op campaign. I think it actually counted for your survivor count if you went through the entire game with the co-op partner. Zombies is honestly not that hard to find in this game. They also made it a bit easier. Another thing is you don't physically have to go back to the safe room to heal. You can do it wherever. Yeah, okay. And I need to give her a weapon. Don't think war journalists even carry a gun. Some do. Some absolutely do. Because, like, they're going in an active war zone. Get a video on George Romero, a video on John Romero will be much funnier. I mean, you just watch Civvy. The Rising had zombie poodles and zombie parrots. Yeah. Yeah, see? The zombies chase after you way more than OG2. I'll show you it maybe towards the end. We'll like swap over to OG2 for a little bit and I can kind of show you the immediate differences you see. Also, survivors in this game take way, way more damage. They are very squishy. Here recently, Vim's lair went down? Yeah. So, another thing that kind of made things more difficult, looters are way more aggressive in this. You actually have to factor in looters to your routes now because they will fuck things over. In particular, there is an unannounced survivor mission in the mall, the Palisades Mall, where it's 2 guys dangling from ledges. If you're not careful, you can actually get them killed because looters will fuck with them and they will fall from their spot. They buffed the tiger in the dual boss fight? No, the tiger's about the same because you're not really supposed to kill it. Mimslayer's still up. Okay, so it only went down for a little bit. Take more damage, can't break grapples on their own. Yeah, I think you need the leadership book now for them to break grapples. And I don't remember where they also changed where the leadership book is at. Because the leadership book was like one of the best books in Dead Rising 2. Son of a bitch, Denise. As you can see, there's a lot more babysitting now. In OG2, you can literally just run straight to the safe house and she'll be there with you. This guy, flamethrower was the hardest one for me. He's not too hard. Just grab some shotguns from the gun store. Shotguns are still universally the boss answer. Come on. Oh my god. Giving Snowflake steak is still just annoying. Yeah. They didn't need to buff Snowflake. It's already a pain in the ass. Why is my generation Zoomers allergic to emulating games? Stuff like Persona 3 or RE4 needs to be remastered, remade. Just get people to play it. Yeah. Greetings, programs. Hey, John McCormick. I know a lot of time people really like Time Splitters too, and I do like it a lot, but personally I like the Future Perfect gunplay system. It feels better to shoot guns. 2 is more content. It's not the worst way to look at it. Time Splitters was still coming out when they were experimenting around with what the standard for FPS would be. Is off the record better than the original? Okay. Yes, no, kind of. It depends on if you like a lot of its ideas. So, Dead Rising 2 off the record from the ground up was built to essentially be, hey, remember Frank? Remember how cool Frank is? That whole thing. So, they wanted to make it feel a lot more like Dead Rising 1 because you are playing like Frank. And Dead Rising 1 is significantly harder than Dead Rising 2. Dead Rising 2 is like the easiest. And someone reminded me, I need to put up need to put up a picture real quick. Yeah, like Dead Rising 2 is significantly easier than Dead Rising 1 by miles. It is. Here we go. Oh, it's like a mirror. Here we go. I'll put it up here. I'll put it up in this little corner. No, that'll cover the inventory. Yeah, right here. Why not? Here. There you go. You get double dose. Was during Dark Souls sweep when this game got harder, like every other game suddenly had to become a DS Lite as well as base builder, loot shooter, parkour? No. As stated, Dead Rising 1 is significantly harder than 2. And Off the Record was made from the ground up to be a lot more like Dead Rising 1. And here, I'll... a little bit more, just so you guys can hear it. I'll also crank it up on OBS. Boxing glove with knives just made zombies a non-issue and shotgun trident. Oof. Yeah, those are pretty broken still. Protester guy in the bathroom gave me the most trouble to fight. Fuck that guy. He's an asshole. Or either Yuki or Rachel sub to Sando. Yuki is sub to a VTuber, but I can't explain how. Some people have been paying attention since the beginning days. Well, oh, here we go. Zombie quality, high. Shadow quality, shadow is not really needed. Texture quality, eh. I forgot, what does multi-sampling do? Isn't that just another like VSync? Our thoughts on Jasper Bat Jr. Fight No More Heroes. Personally, I think it's possibly the worst Boston hack and slash. It's not great. Emulation is the most common thing for kids in the 1995-2007, but now no one's teaching them correctly how to emulate, so they don't know and depend on companies to remake games. Yeah. And off the record, Shaq can kill you in one hit, and Sullivan can too. Yeah, well, Sullivan could kill you... Alright. I don't think Sullivan could full-blown kill you in one hit, but he can knock you down to a single health. Yuki sub to Ryan Gosling. Never streams haven't been paying attention, but I'll keep my mouth shut for new ones. Yeah. Much as I hate Reddit /ROMs, it's been amazing since Vimsor got gimped. Helps with upscaling. Ah, okay. Well, considering this is basically a 360 PS3 game, I'm not too worried about upscaling. Alright. So we immediately got our ass kicked. Augustin for 50 fake mines. How long can Frank fight against Mathuraga? How Capcom changed Larry the Butcher in the remake. Dead Rising 2 is harder for searching Zombrex. Dead Rising 2 is harder for searching Zombrex? I don't think Dead Rising 2 is harder for searching Zombrex at all because... for one, you only need... Let me think about it. I'm trying to think of, like, what you need for Zombrex each day. Certain Iggy and J-Lo song that goes well with the right corner of that screen. Yeah, okay, so... day 1, you're gonna get Zombrex from the lady. Day 2, you have Code Blue. That guy's guaranteed to give you Zombrex. But you also have the once bitten guy, so you need to give him Zombrex.
In a way,
but
are they not justified further action?
There we go. We finally had one pop up. That's great. But yeah, so you had Code Blue and Once Bitten, which cancel each other out. But still, you'll probably have enough money just to buy it from the pawn shop. You can go to Americana Casino and climb the... You can climb the chandelier to get Zombrex there. There's the underground tunnel where right by, I think, the entrance to the Palisades Mall, there's a box of Zombrex. Yeah, Zombrex is literally on top of the ring, top of the thing, yeah. Alright, thank you, Lashandra. I need to eat something or I'm gonna die. There we go. And he's over here. How damage you gonna headbutt from Yuki B? Your skull will cave in. Come on, Lasandra. Base DRT, you can find single Zombrex in 2 of the casinos in the subway. Yeah, yeah. And for the entirety of Dead Rising 2, I think you need 6 doses of Zombrex. Oh my god. Yeah, I think in total, if you're going to go for true ending, you need 6 doses of Zombrex because you need 4 for Katie. No, I think you need more of like 8. I think you need more of like 8 because you need 4 for Katie, 2 for a guy who was bitten, 1 for TK. Ah, fuck. I think that's it? Yeah, I think that's it. So you only need 7. I think you also get, like, bonus experience if you have more boxes of Zombrex on you when you beat the game. I think sleeping on Rachel's butt would be heavenly. You are down bad. You better buy one of the fucking dockies, how much you're fronting. Is Rachel in need of a top guy? Feels like you need 10 and never count them. Well, it's like, okay. Augustin for 50 fake mines, yeah, but if you play a true Zombrex run, it's harder, because if Chuck gets bit in the gameplay, you need to use their Zombrex. True Zombrex is the way. That's a mod? Because, like, if there's a mod to where Chuck needs to start using Zombrex, that'd be fucking trippy. Because, yeah, that'd make things a lot harder. Hope for the future. I'm a Zoomer, has been emulating for years. Alright. So, we should have enough time. If you have Arnold Schwarzenegger movie quote, speech he gives at the end of Conan's pretty cool. Certain J-Lo Iggy song goes well with the right corner. Yeah. Now I'm picking. Can't wait for the documockers. Yeah.
In a way, are they not justified for their actions?
I don't think there's enough Zombrex in the game for that. Yeah, because, like, okay. So, let's actually do the math here. I'm trying to legitimately remember. Here. Oh, fuck. Won't let me see the case file yet. Because you can see how many times you need Zombrex in the case file. Because it reminds you. And it's literally the same time as when Katie would take it, so it's the same amount. Yeah, 4 for Katie, 2 for Survivor, 1 for TK. Yeah, so 7. Altogether, you need 7. So, you can find 3 of them very easily. You can buy more than a few of them. I think you get 3 from a Survivor mission, because you get the fat guy looking for food, you get the paramedic. There was one more who gave you Zombrex. Oh, the mailman. The mailman gives you a box of Zombrex. Fuck out of my way. I think there's a lot of small things you can do for XP, like having spray paint, you can vandalize Zombrex posters. Yeah! We're also setting up something. There we go. Because, what time is it? Okay, we need to go to Yucatan. Let's see, Time Splitters 1 and 2 gameplay improve the future perfect, and 1 and 2 would be really awesome. Yeah. Oh, fuck, get off me. For 1, gonna need this broadsword. I'll take both if an H-monger or doujin artist takes interest in comics, let's make H content for it. I wouldn't complain. I mean, the amount of people that are already so interested they're making fan stuff and it's not even out yet is like, holy fuck, people are excited. Alright, here we go. Ninja hood. Yeah, you can 100% get by on free Zombrex boxes. Yeah, it's a very forgiving system, and once again, that's why Off the Record changes some things. Because they made it to where you have to earn a lot more of it. Okay. Ugh. Alright, that is the other way, so, yep, this way. Their uncle will always be him screaming for Adrian after the Apollo fight. That is pretty, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Fake fan, fake fan. Okay. Now we actually have to start avoiding zombies because the skateboard's about to break. Ah, shit. I feel about the new Alien movie? I haven't seen it yet. And to actually find the DLC outfit's a nice change. Yeah, because, okay. Common Craze Bows Tame Snowflake before I got to the pharmacy and build Dead Rising 2 and off the record. It never spawns for me beforehand. I have to go to the pharmacy first, save her, then I go to Yucatan. Then it'll spawn for me. I know it's at a certain time, but at that point I'm like, well, why am I holding off this mission when I can just save her who's right there? Augustine for 50 fake monies. No, True Zombies Run is a challenge of the community. If you get bit in gameplay, you act as if you used a Zombrex and have to act accordingly. Oh, okay, so you just make note of... You make note of each bite and subtract it from the Zombrex amount? Jesus Christ, that sounds mean. Okay, this way. I got lost a little bit. The governor's completely gone off his meds this week, or is he always mask off even retarded? He's always been like this. Like, he's just... Bashir's whole thing is he is desperate to be part of DNC Elite, so he will do things to make them go, hey guys, look at me, I'm part of the system. Okay, here we go. Yeah, one thing I really like about Off the Record is it does make you think about using old tactics you would use in OG Dead Rising. Like, oh, pick up a wheelchair or one of the carts and use that, because that gets you around faster than just walking. I've got Survivor in one of the small casinos and strip of the old man. Yeah, well, I think he's the one they tell you about. There we go. Thank you, lady.
In a way, are they not justified for their action?
Frank Dozer. Have you read the Walking Dead comics? Yeah, I have said I've read them. They're okay. Establishing politics involved with glamour and zero soul. Fair part of Cyberpunk is where Yuki can't hack the bad guy's PC after the checkbox if you're not a robot thingy pops up.
Snowflake hungry.
Some sources, George W. Bush be speaking on the DNC at some point. How do I touch these people? Yeah. In 2004, you can't push cards. Frank just picks them up. Yeah, it's stupid. Yeah, don't forget. Ooh. Careful not to break skateboard, says as soon as you break skateboard. Yeah. There's magazines you can get that'll have the skateboard last longer because the skateboard is an old tactic from Dead Rising 1, and I think that's why they do include it in Off the Record as a joke. Where it's pretty fast. It's faster than default walking until you get to like speed 3, or if you just don't have time to make quick step. Wish we could have helped him if he tamed Snowflake. Yeah. It'd be amazing to play Tennis Players 2 with the gameplay improvements of Future Perfect and make campaign better. Yeah. They need to re-release the case side games. Really like Junkyard Zombie Boss Fight. Yeah. Gonna tame the tiger? I mean, we're gonna go for as many survivors as we can. In recent DR ones, you use my advice for using photography book to make finding queens during overtime mode easier. No, I don't. I usually just kind of luck out with queens. They just kind of always spawn within a horde at some point. And if I know I'm going to need them later, I'll just kind of hang on to them. Can you tame the tiger and ride on a battle? You can tame the tiger.
Call me Ted. Ted, huh? That's a nice
OG2 had the skateboard. Yeah, I think it's a reference to 1. Because it's right by the survivor area, like how in Dead Rising 1, the sports store is in the first area once you leave the warehouse, which is right after you leave the safe room. Do you ever make this? Let us be able to save Ted. Look at that raid from Micah. Oh, okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. We can play Dead Rising. I'm gonna vomit. Yuki Future still have code tall for 10% of gamer subs? I believe so. I believe so. I believe so. I believe so. What's up? Yeah. Playing Off the Record. Because Dead Rising 1 won the poll, but we've also played Dead Rising 1 on stream a few times, so it's like, we'll do best of both worlds. You know, best of both worlds is off the record because it's Dead Rising 2, but you get to play as Frank. Oh god, Snowflake. Augustin for 50 fake mines. The guy looks like Bobby Hill. I love Dead Rising because it shows the campy side of his own. Apocalypse, not the boring serious side. It has it has best of both worlds. It's campy and fun. Ted just killed me. Oh my god, we're fighting Boogie. See Ethan Ralph being in Dead Rising. Another really good thing I like about Off the Record. Checkpoints. Anytime you enter an area, anytime you enter an area or start a boss fight, it's considered a checkpoint. Yeah, just move the stake between you and Snowflake, move away from it for you charge. It's pretty easy when you get the hang. Yeah, it's pretty easy. But yeah, so the checkpoint will start at the beginning of the Ted boss fight. Ted balls!
In a way, are they
see? Snowflake, go away. I'm explaining things to the people. This is the first time she's been this aggressive to me. Oh my god. I guess she's protective of Ted. Dine on the sushi. Alright, jump up here. Alright, now we can kill him. The retard fears the samurai. It's a bad kitty. Bad kitty. Where's that hat? It is the ninja hood. So, Dead Rising 2, the DLC outfits were the Commando, the Psychopath, the Sports Fan, and the Ninja. I think that was all of them. There might have been a fifth, but I don't think so, because it's 4 parts for each one. You can slap on parts from each outfit and gain the buffs of each one. So if you wear all the ninja stuff, you are immune. You are completely invisible to normal zombies. And survivors you escort are invisible too. If you wear the Sports Fan, your movement speed is increased. If you wear the Psychopath, you get extra bonus with blade weapons and some new animations. If you wear the Commando, you get bonuses with guns. You get more ammo and they do more damage. So that was a very, very... I repeat, Motorhard's Deleted his account, like his Twitter. Yeah, we know. But if you slap them all, you get the bonuses of all of them, so you can be invisible, you move faster, you get stronger guns, and get stronger blade weapons. You break the game. If you... In Dead Rising Off the Record... oh god, now we gotta worry about Snowflake. In Dead Rising Off the Record, you have the cardboard box, the barbecue cook, the fireman, and the cyborg. Cyborg makes you emit electricity around zombies, so they're harder to grab you specifically. The fireman, you get bonus damage with axes, and you're faster when you escort a survivor personally, like you carry a survivor. Fuck off me. So it's a lot more contextual than just the flat-out boost. All the DLC outfits are still in Off the Record, but you have to track down every single piece. Every single piece to get the effect. You have to wear the entire outfit. Still, by the time you get to, like, Speed 3, you don't really need to worry about Sports Fan. Yeah, oh my god, Moonheart deleted his Twitter. Oh my god, guys, so unreal. There's a slave trade going on in Libya. Augustin Forever Fake Money. No good thing about Off the Record is that you feel better playing it because you don't play as Chuck with everyone hating you due to believing you did the outbreak. It gets tiresome fast. I like what they did with Frank. I like how the whole thing with Frank is there's some people that still like him. A lot of people just directly call him a sellout to his face. I like the Slappy dialogue where he's like, "You want zombies to break things." I love that. Kill Bill video win. That's another one I need to cover. That's another one of my mom's favorite movies. Okay, she ate the second one. Yeah. Oh, fuck. Yeah. I think Off the Record should have been the real Dead Rising 2. I like Dead Rising 2 vanilla by itself really, really, really much. I like Dead Rising 2 a lot. And I like that we have both. I like that you can pick both and decide. You get two very, very good video games. Brayden 4141 for $10. I don't like the doc. I don't think the doc really effective. People that would have already that would leave already have because they Kirsch in the previous two Aiden dramas. Remaining audiences just go spoon Aiden bad. Probably. There's no achievement for saving all survivors. Learn that the hard way. For Dead Rising 2, I think there is. You might have just missed one of the hidden ones. Because, to be fair, some of the hidden ones are pretty hidden. The take it or die people, you have to be there at a very specific time in a very specific spot and give them a very specific... Not even combo weapon itself, you have to give them elements to make a combo weapon. It's the cement saw and plates. And Lenny should be over there. Thankfully, I don't have to babysit Snowflake. Snowflake will fuck things up. Can we off the record change the boss to his Susie instead of Slappy just to mix it up a little bit? Yeah, that would have been fun. Like an alternate, like maybe she'll have like a different form of the flamethrower or a different combo weapon. Because like I like the cutscene setting up just because I do love the you want zombies to break things so you can take pictures. I love that scene. How strong is Yuki's bite? Rip your dick off. Don't test it. Don't test it. Okay, there we go. Lenny is also very, very helpful and off the record because... So, there's a survivor mission you get into where he'll point you to a safe box that is full of money. I think it's like upwards of $1 million or like $500,000. Let's get the LMG Impossible Zombrex. Forgot that was OG too. That is OG. I think they changed it in off the record. But yeah, he gives you like a significant chunk of money for saving him because it's his buddy Charlie. It's my buddy Charlie. That whole thing. That is crucial and off the record because there is a mission in the game you need to do where you need to have $1 million. Is Lenny a retard like Ted? Yeah, he is also retarded. Like literally, both of them are special needs. Can I make Rachel smile? You can try. Is Yuki a carpet muncher? You can try. Ah, fuck off me. That's another thing that off the record adds. They're straight up jump scare zombies. Yeah. Oh, I think I took away my coffee creamer. God damn it. Hacker looks great in this game. Yeah, and looters just drop it naturally. Aren't leaving Twitter because he's going to handle the street share jokes is hilarious. Good night, E. Final pull trigger and Ghost in the Shell bilingual edition. First book of Black Power Rather. Shipping costs a pain though, yeah. Alright. So now we need to make it back to the safe house, which shouldn't be too hard, because that's we got Snowflake. And I think Lenny is willing to fuck things up. Yeah, he's trying. He's aggressive. He's fighting zombies. So I'll give him the axe. Which more terrifying, tigers, lions, or jaguars? Tigers, they are aggressive as hell.
Follow me.
Yeah. I feel they hired these people for cheaper pay. Well, knowing some of the lore around Fortune City, that would actually not be shocking. There's also safety pause box too. Yeah, safety pause boxes that also help. If you win the poker game to get those survivors, you get straight up like $1 million. There's a lot of ways to make money in this game, which is the point. It's Vegas. I mean, hell, money is a big theme of the game. Not only are tigers aggressive, they're fucking huge, especially Siberian. Yeah, they're massive. Special needs, so a Loli fan. We give short bus service to the reason to stay in business. Alright. Come on, boys. Oh, yep. Yeah, you can literally just take Zombrex wherever you're at. It makes it a lot easier to move around. Alright.
Come on, speed it up.
Tigers will hold a grudge if they hate you. There's a story of a hunter who wounded a tiger and the tiger followed the scent and hunted him down. I wouldn't be shocked. Alright. So, there's different conditions. The Snowflake eat other survivors she helped during the boss fights. She is mean. She is a big fucking tiger. She insta-kills zombies whenever they attack her. Cannot be grappled. She is pretty useful to have early game. If you play Dead Rising 2 and want to shoot for having a lot of survivors in your party early, try to get Snowflake and Lenny. Lenny's a liability because, you know, Lenny's just a normal dude. But Snowflake being a tiger, it helps in combat a lot. Alright, boys. Bit funny and sad that Pippa has chased the dog beheader and Henry is schizo haters. Yeah. I see Snowflake return Dead Rising 3. Yeah, I mean, like, I get why they probably wouldn't reference Snowflake, because it is more of a hidden survivor, but come on, everyone who actually played Dead Rising 2 to a decent chunk would remember Snowflake. Comparison, line's about 5.5 feet to 6 feet long. Siberian is 10 feet long, yeah. Jaguar Sequence Shadow Tomb Raider scary to you? It's not scary, but it's fun. Pip also wants to be Kira's husband. That is true. You hear about LRG announced the Sonic X Shadow Generation Collector's Edition. Not a lot of people are happy with it, especially how many people bought the other editions. What's wrong with it? 'Cause I don't know anything about it. I don't pay attention to Sonic games. There we go. Still have Chuck can give Snowflake to Katie and everyone in the safe house freaks out. I love it. It's great. Okay, looters aren't here yet. I think they show up in like day 2 or close to the night of day 1. No, no, in fact, she's a tiger. She's there and everyone's fine. I mean, to be fair, wouldn't you want a tiger in the safe house in case zombies come in? Which does end up happening later. Can I play Lego Batman games with Yuki? You can try. First time I played Day R2, I recorded the British rock band for Snowflake and she killed 2 of them and the last killed her, so I'll say that big goofed. That would have been pretty late then. Holy shit. So you held off on the Snowflake mission for a bit. Because in OG2, the band shows up like night of day 1, early morning of day 2. Does anyone question the tiger? There's zombies running around. I imagine the people don't question a lot of things. Tigers lived for 10, 15 years, so Snowflake probably no longer with us. Yeah. Women love dangerous men that would kill them. Men also love dangerous women that would kill them. Didn't Katie eat herself to death when she turns? I don't remember anything like that in the lore. I don't think they ever explain what would happen to Katie if she turns. Because I always thought it was just she turned into a zombie, or in regards to Off the Record, it's implied she was eaten. Because zombies burst in. They show up night of day 1. I just never went to the casino when her and Ted were in until then. Oh, okay. Makes sense. Yeah, because I think the deadline for the Ted mission is like upwards to like morning of day 2. Oh, we already have the speed upgrade. Oh my god. Collector's Edition 3 limited run games is probably that. Fuck those bastards. Get them out of my city with the gay cowboy. Oh, you know what? Yeah. Makes sense. Here. There's no point having the ninja hood until we have the rest of the outfit. Here we go.
This'll work.
Yeah, we already have the first speed upgrade. That's pretty good. And look, Snowflake is just chilling in the survivor room. Yeah, now we just gotta wait. That's when Katie turns, you can hear her say, "Help me." Yeah, it's fucked. I think if you're hearing Katie eat something in that cutscene, it's probably her eating Stacy, because Stacy's in the room with her the whole game. Augustine 15 Fake Mice love this game, but it felt it needed a better mid-game. Threat other than slappy fanboys. Lack of a true eye cult is apparent. Well, you have the looters, which vanilla Dead Rising 2 aren't really a thing. Yeah, I can kind of see needing a bit more of an endgame enemy. You have the TK goons, but they're for very specific missions. You have the super zombies come the endgame, but that's the endgame.
Are they not justified further actions?
Yeah, 10 Snowflake disappeared 7 a.m. on the second day. Okay, so yeah, you have enough time to get the band and save them. I don't know if you'd want to, but you can. I think it was already announced on the last minute. They announced Collector's Edition a bit late, right when the pre-orders of the Deluxe, Digital Deluxe Edition came out. Make the lightsaber? If I can find a flashlight. Now, right now, we're just waiting for the cutscene. Yeah, here we go. The scene where she and Katie are alone in a safe room. Stacy sees Katie turning and she's fine. So Katie killing herself is the only explanation.
It is clear that the outbreak started in the Fortune City Arena during last night's Terror is Reality show. Information received.
Yeah, lures are a replacement for the cult. Do you think the cult were a lot better? Cult had more personality. Whose donation sound? That's in praise of Shadows. Tiger's throwing daggers at Stacy. Well, off the record, Stacy especially. Personal theory off the record, Katie died with her mom during the first attack, and Chuck has just been insane for the whole time. That is possible. If we go to the movie theater to get the card for the lightsaber, that is true. Snowflake is 3 here in 2011. Dead Rising 3 takes place 2020. Snowflake would be 12. She would be 12. Oh, okay. So she'd still be around. I remember thinking it was strange how they changed Stacy's face in this, and then I beat it. It made sense as to why. I like the twist. I like the twist a lot. Do you think a first show can make a comeback?
What the hell? That was your picture on that screen.
Where the hell did that come from?
It came from the security cameras, lady. What the hell were you thinking?
My boo, Rebecca. I like how much. I like how much Rebecca is respected in this. It's great. She's amazing. I'm more realistic in regards to what Kira would actually do. That is true. More about the Alex Jones Bohemian Grove documentary. Place he went to is creepy as fuck. Yeah, I saw the footage of it when it came out.
We're being set up. We've been accused of things before, but we don't believe in violence. We're someone's convenience.
There are 3 groups of people who I want out of North Carolina: those who work at Limited Run Games, those who work at Epic, and Zane.
Falsely accused of being involved with an outbreak.
You don't get a Snowflake reference in 3, but you do get to witness Otis's funeral. Oh, okay.
That damn TK and his horrible show.
I'm not saying I believe you, but something's not right here. That's for damn sure. I needed something to get back in the game. I investigate this, and maybe I get back to doing what I do best. That reporter, where is she?
She said she was in the hotel. I know this could end up being a big...
What level is your Frank? He's like level 7. We're still in like very, very early game. This is a fresh save. Top the fact a lot of LRG also has a lot of controversy, especially with how poor the customer service of LRG and how the games come out during delivery. Yeah. Otis, no. To be fair, Dead Rising 1 takes place in 2006. And Otis was already an old man by then. So by 2020, he'd be a super fucking old man. Alright. But yeah. So someone was asking, what did Frank do to get canceled in the beginning of the game? It wasn't that he got canceled. It was specifically he ran his career into the dirt because all he really had was I Survived Willamette, which at first was a very big story. He got to meet the president. He became super famous. He became like a celebrity journalist, that kind of thing. However, yeah, I may as well pull up the guide with all the survivors on it. Yeah. However, here we go.
That's great.
Here we go. Yeah, I fully admit I use a guide for all the survivors because some of them are hidden. I guess 50 fake mines. I like how Kira doesn't protest that zombies were people, so they shouldn't be used as toys, but that zombies should have rights and be free. I think the remake will bring the story to modern day. Keep 2006. I think they're keeping it 2006. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. Yeah. Know when to fold them. So that should be immediately once we leave. Thank you, Sullivan. Yeah, hype dies down. Yeah. Well, especially by the time Off the Record happens. Off the Record takes place, what, 2015? No. It takes place around the same time period as Dead Rising 2. It has to. So the whole thing is zombies have been normalized in culture, and there have now been multiple outbreaks.
Talk to me.
There's a guy playing the slots in the Americana Casino.
Wildcats are hilltoppers?
Maybe you should check on him.
I don't pay attention either. I only say Wildcats. My grandma likes Wildcats. Yeah, 2011, yeah. So, Knowing receiver calls aside, Otis helps get every survivor of the mall. He steals a helicopter from the special force and gets the survivors out. Yeah. Yeah, it takes place 2010. Yeah, 2010, 2011, around that time frame. So, culture has gotten used to zombies. It's now normal what zombies are and what to do to avoid them. So Frank can only ride that for so long, and he didn't really have any leads after that on where to go. He proved it was a government experiment, but he didn't know about Phoenitrans. He didn't look into Phoenitrans. He didn't look into the production of Zombrex because there was no reason to. He didn't think it was suspicious at the time. The Fortune City outbreak is what makes him suspicious and start looking into Phoenitrans. Now, Case West, they explained that he was looking at them for a while, and that's when Chuck runs into him at a Phoenitrans facility. I was 15 when this game came out. I'm old. Haha, this game rolled back in the day. There's a YouTube channel, a special miniseries that got in controversy, alcoholism, and womanizing. Plus, show just not interesting. People are interested. Yeah, that was another aspect of it, too. That's one thing I'm going to mention when I make the Dead Rising video, which, shocker, this might have all been a build-up for. This might have all been... You might have all been bamboozled into getting hyped for a Dead Rising video. But, Frank... A lot of people were cheering on the removal of the erotica pictures from Dead Rising 1, the remake, because, well, Frank's a war journalist. He's not like a sleazy journalist. Frank is 100% sleazy. He is 1,000% sleazy. He hits on women all the time. In the beginning of the game, when the twins, he was just like, even though they were shit-talking him to his face, he was like, yeah, call me when you want a photo shoot, because he's like, hey, I'll fuck you if you want. Rebecca, he hits on Rebecca constantly. Like, Frank's a sleazy. He's a sleazy guy. But that's part of the charm. You know, that's part of the charm. He is an anti-hero in his own way. Yeah. All right. Yeah, Frank sleeps around constantly. Yeah. And hell, you can even argue how ethical that is because he is infected. Now, whether or not the parasite can be spread by sexual contact, and considering the fact Frank hasn't turned yet, that's all debatable. But still, he sleeps around, and he specifically left out information that he was infected from his book. Yeah, let his ego go to his head. Yeah. It's a much more natural...
What's going on? Hey, Frank. Looks like one of those looters has set up a pawn shop inside Moe's Imaginations. You might have something worthwhile in
Yeah, Frank would take a picture of a starving child while eating a sandwich. No. Frank wouldn't do that. That's Dead Rising 4 Frank. Dead Rising 4 Frank would take a picture of the starving kid, then hand him his sandwich. Frank is a good guy. It's just the fact that he has his flaws. Like, Dead Rising 4 Frank is the one that blew it up into... Yeah. Dead Rising 4 Frank is the one that blew it up into being a cartoon. Like, Frank in this game, I just gave that guy $25,000. A lot of the money that Frank got from Terra's reality, just because the guy's like, well, I won't come to the safe room unless you do that. Ironically, the best way to describe him is just the word journalist. Yeah. Got my Streamlab. I haven't been able to check because this game will not let me just click off naturally. So give me 2 seconds.
Hey, keep up.
Come on. I just gotta get him close to the door. There we go. Okay. All right, we'll check real quick. Samurai Bear for $1. Hey, Lolly, what do you think of the dog nigga? Lost interest in it. I was never super into it in the first place. It just felt too... It felt too try-hard. Joke's funny for 5 minutes, and I'm like, oh, okay, it's gonna keep going. What the fuck happened to the series poster? Like, what the fuck creators thinking? A lot of the original creators were gone. Why do you need the money? To afford Zombrex. Afford Zombrex, and on top of that, Frank's show has not been doing well, and he went bankrupt. Shouldn't have Frank because he's lazy. Should have him because he's a journo. Frank, good guy, but has flaws. Almost like he's a good character, not Gary Stewart, annoying ass. Yeah. Like, the best way to describe Frank... Yeah, Frank just puts the camera up to do a sleazy journalist thing. Don't act on basic humanity, help people as soon as the camera comes down. Yeah. The best way to describe Frank is the opening of Dead Rising 1. When the mall starts filling with zombies, Frank can't really save anybody because the situation does not allow him to. He just rushes for the stairs and hopes other people came with him. Then as soon as he's on the rooftop and Jeff is there, he helps Jeff find his wife. Because it's canon that in every game you do perfect runs. You get all the survivors and get them out safe and get the true endings. Remember, Brad calls him no good paparazzi, barging in people's privacy, and Frank responds with that try, you got a point. Yeah. Much as Zombrex supposed to be in universe, not inflated price, but that the lure sell it as. It's implied that it's still extremely expensive. So it might still be like a few $1,000s to get a dose. Between Blooper Team and Dead Rising remake devs, who do you think talk too much, make changes? Is a big deal for stupid reasons. Definitely Dead Rising devs. No one was asking about those changes, and the changes are not necessary. Yeah, insulin prices. Yeah, the common comparison is it's like insulin. Wouldn't be surprised with the biggest speaker saying it's good that Rockers moved because journalists aren't sleazy from games journalists who are notoriously sleazy. Yeah. That's why Chuck's doing the game show. Yeah. Does suck Dead Rising is now safe edge instead of actual edgy. Well, in general, the sanitization is just further proof of goddamn everything. Nothing is allowed to have bite anymore. Nothing's allowed to have personality. Otherwise, it's creepy. To be fair, the old couple would never have lasted. I mean, he needed to find help find his wife who were literally less than 10 meters away at the same area. Yeah, but you get the point. Like, the point of it is Frank goes out of his way to help people when he can help people, and it's only specific situations where his instincts kick in that he can't. The cult one, where they're about to sacrifice the lady, is the most arguable that Frank kind of is doing something fucked up, because the lady is about to get sacrificed, and he's not really doing much to help her. Alright. So what time is it? Yeah, okay, we can go do. Augustin for 50 fake monies. Dead Rising 5 will never be due to the virus involving insects. Now they want us to eat the bug and all that. I thought Sullivan was Chuck's father. Here, I'll throw the beer. I don't need it. I need the skateboard. How'd Frank react if we went to Silent Hill? Probably be like, wow, this is fucked up. If all devs said gaming isn't about capitalism bad? Yeah, it was Tim Kaine, one of the actual legit creators of Fallout. You make diabetes patients play in game shows. Yes, Frank would even be sad at the death of some psychos. When Carlito is dying, Frank specifically tells him, I'll make sure people know about Santa Cabeza. Like, Carlito, who has killed tens of thousands of people, has killed multiple people Frank is friends with, including Brad. Yeah. Here we go. But yeah, including Brad, including Jesse, like, Dr. Barnaby, like, he's killed so many people, and Frank still looks him in the eye and says, I'll make sure people know what happened to your town. Simply to give Carlito something before he died. Man, Tim Kaine's YouTube channel thing. Yeah, he's a really good YouTube channel. He explains a lot of his design philosophy around games. Definitely see that Dead Rising remake devs are digging their own grave, but I'm wondering what would make you think Blooper Team is less stupid than Dead Rising remake. Look up the new trailer they put out. It's actually a legitimately good trailer. Playing Fallout, you know it's about how war's an endless cycle. The reason that narrative started is because of BreadTube. Yeah. Frank carrying Rebecca at the end. Time to get some Chinese takeout. Frank on my ocean. Landlocked country in Southeast Asia. Stupid. Dude and his wife served two purposes. First tutorial on saving people in the show. Frank's not a dick. Yeah. Well, because after that intro where you just run away from a bunch of people getting eaten alive by zombies, you are under the impression like, wow, Frank, you kind of just left those people to die. Now, granted, you didn't even know at the time that you could save people.
I know you. You used to be a kind of a hero of mine. Before you got washed up. You homesick for zombies? What are you doing here?
Zombie virus might be transmittable via sex if it's like Hep B, but Zombrex might also keep it low enough to keep it safe. Well, it's specifically a parasite. It's not a virus. Augustin 50 fake minds. Me and Frank was smart taking pictures of the cult to then show the police that it was a correct choice. There were like 30 cultists there. Yeah, it's true.
Simple. Where'd you get that tape from, darling?
Yeah, Tim came in a video on how he came up with VATS. Very interesting. Yeah. Best girl alert. She is great.
I wouldn't underestimate Frank West, sweetheart.
Well, I'm going to take to Frank to expose Umbrella's corruption. Probably a weekend. They're very blatant.
Okay, let's see what you got.
Not so fast. You gotta throw the old dog a bone before he does any tricks.
Okay.
But yeah, this entire cutscene is completely different from how it plays out with Chuck. They rewrote all the dialogue.
Tell you my source, but there is.
How does this lady die in DR2? She gets shot in the head. So if you go with my headcanon that these games happened at the exact same time, that was all smoke and mirrors and animatronics, paid actors and everything.
They ran off with all the equipment.
It's good RPG faction writing, having each faction have a mix of good and bad people. Yeah. Like how he speaks in the third person. Well, he's aware of his reputation.
What, you gonna hang around here all day?
Yeah, come on, let's go. Because after you, I gotta save some retards in a mall. Nothing wrong with wanting to breed a hot Asian lady. That is true.
This could come in handy.
You need to move.
Frank would literally only need to point out Umbrella paid for all the infrastructure in Raccoon City. Yeah. Pretty hot, not gonna lie. That is her whole thing. Like, Rebecca was kind of the poster girl when this game was coming out. In a lot of her cutscenes, you'll see it a bit later. Actually, not very long at all. There's a lot of shots that are focused on either her chest or her hips. They make it very clear she is the sex fan service girl. PG Gaming for 100, Figma is, they should not censor the remake, though it cannot support censorship by buying censored remakes. Yeah, it's gonna be one of those where I'm paying full price for it just because fuck it. I've accepted the lot. I've accepted, like, all right, I'm gonna be the guy who suffers for everything, for everyone to know. Oh yeah, that game I thought was gonna be bad was probably not great, but yeah, probably just wait for a sale. Get it for like $5. Like Dead Rising 4. If you need to play it, wait for like $5. Because you can still get the original game for like 20. What's the trailer called for Silent Hill 2 remake? It's just called the Maria trailer. Because Avalon said that if he has to follow his about capitalism, was told no years ago. Yeah. You're hate buying, don't do that. I'm not even hate buying. I'm buying it because I legitimately want to see what happened with this game. Like, I'm not going into it to hate it. I want to see, like, all right, all the censorship's stupid. Is there good stuff beyond this? Because there's supposed to be a whole new area of the mall. There's supposed to be a lot of different features. They're bringing over the gameplay of Dead Rising 3, and I like the gameplay of 3. I want to see, is this game good beyond the stupid censorship? Because if literally the only problem with it is they censored stuff, I'm going to be angry. Because it would be living proof they shot themselves in the foot for nothing. Oh yeah, and I forgot she goes to the store for looters. Play a new Sound Hill on stream? Shoto's not going to give us a choice. He is extremely excited for it. Alright, I need to drop something. I'll drop the skateboard, why not? I know, Rebecca. Fucker. Yeah, this is what I mean by looters are a lot more of a problem. They can do a lot more shit to you. There we go. Okay. Drink some OJ. I'll be the one person on Earth to play Dead Rising Remake. It's a flashlight. Oh, there it is. Oh, Molotov.
Damn straight.
I need this for later. I know, Rebecca. Shut the fuck up. Rebecca's best DR girl. Also, I'm doing good playing Siphon Filter Dark Mirror. What's your favorite Siphon Filter style? I never really played any of them. Why are they censoring? Can no longer do erotica pictures. They changed the butcher from Asian to white. Even though they swear up and down he's not actually Asian. They swear up and down he's not actually white. He is still Asian. And they removed references to communism with Cliff. G Gaming for 100 Figma, Capcom is losing sales by censoring RE4 remake. It's still less than RE2 and 3 remake. It's slow deaths just like in the West. 4 remake really wasn't that censored. That was completely overblown. Like, they're trying to say, oh, you can't even kill Ashley when, yeah, you can. That's a case where I'm going to be like, no, people jumped the gun on 4 remake. Dead Rising 1 is the one where they're flat out telling you what they did. In fact, Rebecca has the highest HP for survivors. Girl can take a punch. Yeah. Yeah, Jessie's still a remake. Yeah, Jessie looks good in the remake. Her design actually looks really good. That's what I mean by I don't understand the point of the censorship if they're not really going to do anything beyond that. I guarantee you there's nothing in the game that's going to make it to where you can't take pictures of her. Can't pick up Ashley's skirt in RE4. That's about it. That's literally it. Meanwhile, her and Ada have fucking jiggle physics. Come on, Rebecca, get the fuck over here.
Hey, I'm waiting on you.
Rebecca, you can push past them. Ugh. I don't really care about looking up her skirts, whatever. It's a funny thing you can do in OG4, but it's not something that's like, you can't do it, therefore I'm not going to play or enjoy 4 Remake. It's like, no, it's something to mention of like, it sucks that those small little details are changed around / not really there. But once again, it's not something I'm going to like condemn 4 Remake for. There's a lot more to that game than that.
You went to journalism school?
Only real censorship is Ada's outfit isn't sexy, even the original costume has her somewhat covered up. Yeah. That's about the only thing I will really agree on. Even then, it's like, you can still see her jiggle physics, dude. Went from Ashley's outfit being nerfed and more covered up to Colpo's ruining by finding every reason to hate the game and ruining discussion. That's what I'll agree on. There is legitimate discussion on what they changed / covered up in 4 Remake, but it's been completely overtaken to, no, the game from the ground up is wrong, and they just made people go, well, fuck you, I like the game. Yeah, the first survivors you save in Dead Rising 1 was Jeff and Natalie, who heavily resemble my actual grandparents because due to recent events, hits different. At least you save them.
Zombies don't use guns.
I'm not so sure Kira's not involved, but it definitely proves someone's covering up what really happened.
And Problems Arena goes still fantastic. Yeah.
Now it's time to show me those.
Butcher Taiwanese now because CCP don't like Taiwan. He's still some kind of Asian. I'm sure they'll even keep his name. It's just the fact that he's less of the cartoonish minstrel show, which does suck because he was funny. Like, that was funny, running into him, and he's like this over-the-top Asian stereotype. This made Ashley fucking gorgeous in 4 Remake. My holiday based Ashley on super fucking hot. She was nice. I liked Ash. I like 4 Remake Ashley. Do you think Crow Remake trailer looks pretty bad in the sense that it's not the Crow like it should be? I expect so. Even a lot of people involved with the movie are coming out and saying, yeah, this is kind of falling apart. There's different looters in this game? No, it's all the same guys. I can get a hacker, but I don't really need the hacker right now. Oh, we still have a full-on fucking hour until Welcome to the Family, so I can just make the lightsaber. Okay, to be fair, it does want us to do the Alliance, so I can go ahead and do that. I can just cut through the Americana. That 4 Remake video made people see what the entire time Crowpad's a fucking retard sucks. Well, it's one of those things where guys like that have to keep going with the every single AAA title will fall apart thing, especially if it's something people are waiting on. Some cases they'll be right. I mean, no one's gonna defend Suicide Squad. No one's gonna fucking defend Suicide Squad. But something like RE4 Remake, where there was a lot more to debate with that game, and like, hey, it's not a black and white thing, you know? That's where it falls apart, because they're like, no, but you need to not like it. It's like, well, dude, it's not that simple. Augustine 50 Fake Mice, I missed Cheesy Leon in the back and forth in the intercom with the antagonist, and Salazar was ruined. Only the boss fight was better than the OG. Yeah, that's mainly the criticisms I understand from people, where it's like, the tone was a lot more fun in OG4 because it took itself less seriously. And you had the fun little radio calls. It's like, yeah, stuff like that, you know. The trailer, though, for some reason, it's called Story Trailer. But I say one thing is, okay, Blooper Team, you have my attention. Yeah. The trailer is very interesting because I was seeing people who even don't like Blooper Team and are like, fuck Silent Hill 2 Remake, go, okay, that trailer was pretty good.
In a way, are they not?
In particular, I really like the Eddie segment. When Eddie just looks at James and says, you have a funny look on your face. And he's so deadpan, like, that was good. That was chilling. I like what they're going to do with Eddie. Crow got 3% on Rotten Tomatoes. As for Signed Filter Trilogy Remake Rematch, but I don't trust Sony to do it justice and keep it as it was. When the world's the Butcher still Asian, at least makes sense in the original why he looked like that, because he was Chinese and Japanese, and devs are Japanese. Yeah, well, a lot of the changes in Remake, Capcom is flat out implying they're doing it for China. One of the explanations behind the removal of Cliff's lines is there are some nations out there or some cultures out there that like communism, and we don't want to offend them. So it's flat out like, yeah, they're talking about China. Come on. Weird criticism, gore system got worse. R2 Remake had the best gore system. 3 had more omissions and changes. 4 seems less gory. I like the worm parasite when you blow a limb off. Well, they changed the gore system around explicitly because you had more enemies on screen, so I had to focus more on, like, quickly taking out enemies than the smaller scale that RE2 Remake had, where single zombies in rooms were a threat. So they could have that detail. Also, the fact that in RE4 Remake, the enemies aren't zombies, so if you do something to them, like blow a limb off, that is a substantial change to what they can do.
I've got a feeling TK, the host of that game show, is involved somehow.
Get me was so sad when I combined some gems with a flashlight and just make a lightsaber. Will Yuki have a cool motorcycle as an Akira reference in your comic? No. You'll see what they have. Three's core system was downgraded. I tested it as a massive step back from 2 Remake. Yeah, that's flat out known. Three's core system was done specifically because they shoved in more zombies, and the scale they wanted to go, which was bigger than 2 Remake, couldn't handle it. So they had to scale down the zombies and what you could do to the zombies. Zombies will flat out just explode into blood when they die instead of staying there like in 2 Remake. I really don't care for some Dagman. Woke shit's a genuine problem, but people that just call shit woke but can't explain why kind of takes the wind out of the sails of people noticing. Guys, be talking about Laos and Vietnam. Vietnam especially still dick sucks the regime hard. I don't trust mainland Vietnamese. No game studio is going to be changing its product to appeal to the Vietnamese market. There's just not enough people for that. RE4, though I wish the axe execution actually embedded in Leon's head, kind of just stays there. To remake Crawler, who separates from lower half is metal, yeah. Get back from Kier stream first hour to a stream last night. How are things going? We're playing Dead Rising. It's pretty fucking good. It's pretty fucking good. Yuki transforms in a motorcycle.
Hey, I love a good cat fight, but we're not getting anywhere unless we work together.
Even that much of a Vietnamese market to make a difference? Yeah, exactly.
Whether you're innocent.
That many people in China will even play Dead Rising, especially since you can only play a few hours a day over there. That's the thing. Okay. Very few games from outside of China are able to be sold in China. If you're able to get a game in there, that is a massive boost. And remember, Tencent's going around buying influence in different game companies. So you have Tencent as an entity going to these shareholder meetings, going to these developers and saying, if you change the game to appeal to China, you will have a massive boost simply because what the fuck else are they going to buy? Why do you think Black Myth Wukong blew up the way it did? Because it's mainly being sold in China. This is the old version, new version. This is the new version. It's off the record. Give our remake one thing. Jill Valentine model is so fucking beautiful and spawned a ton of porn off her model. Fun fact, Sullivan's voice actor was played scratch from the Sonic cartoon. I mean, game publishers, they just see billions of untapped dollars. Exactly. They see it as money left on the table. Any friendly Americon casino gives you a nail in the glove combo? Yeah. My big thing is I spend so much of the early game and off the record rushing around. Like, off the record, if you want to save every survivor, especially if you don't have the speed upgrades, you are just running from survivor mission to survivor mission to survivor mission. It is fucking crazy. I'll tell you back when these game survivors. Is that all of them? Wait, there's one more. Snowflake comes out. Is that a fucking tiger? Pajit Gaming for 100 Fake Mice didn't play his version of the game because I already played it with Chuck. Is it worth playing a game with Frank? Yes, very much so. They rewrite the story to include Frank. They give you new psychopaths, new survivors, and a whole new area of Fortune City to go in, new combo cards. This is Dead Rising 2 with more stuff, and you get to play as Frank. The only downside is they really do shit on Chuck a little bit too much. Personally, I think it can get to a point of almost being a bit mean-spirited, where, like, when you fight Chuck as a psychopath, it's genuinely just kind of depressing. Because it's like, man, you really didn't deserve that. That's fucked. Okay. Send in the clown. Yeah, I love that boss fight. That's so fun. You fight Adam's brother. South Park episode about China still hits hard, even if everyone knew what was happening before it came out. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm so insistent to people, like, listen, China is the one that changes a lot of our media because everyone's trying to get into the warm embrace of Chinese tit. Got some 50 pigmies in. People need to realize China gets best treatment due to numbers and try to do the same to get benefits. They try. I mean, they're trying to do that economic block with BRICS. Headcanons that it's not Chuck, it's mentally ill fan who believes he's Chuck. That's about as much as you can get, but they make direct reference to stuff that only Chuck would know. When do we fight Chuck? Not too far away, actually. He's... I think maybe around, like, 130. Dead Rising 3 also kind of shits on Chuck. Dead Rising 3 also shits on Chuck in kind of a weird way. Because once again, it does that thing of this guy does so much shit to make sure his daughter's safe, and then the daughter resents him for doing so much shit. And it does make you go like, what the fuck, okay? Like, the things Chuck did to keep Katie safe is fucking nuts. Still trying to find some gems. They should be up here. Here, boss team in DR2. Chef is my favorite since it, along with others, my instructions Seldor back in the day. Yeah, the chef theme is really good. What was it? I'm trying to remember the exact name of it. It's a really good Cell Dweller song.
Shank's knife shop at the Palisades Mall. Better hurry. I don't know how long they can hold out.
Yeah. So now the record Chuck was worse off in this version. Not just Katie dying implies he wasn't making much from Terror's reality. Yeah. He was overshadowed by Frank showing up for an event, so he just couldn't make enough. There it is. He couldn't make enough to keep Katie safe, and on top of that, it's implied that when the outbreak happened, Katie was eaten. So he just snapped. The girl named Stacy for a while messed that one up bad. Katie never forgave me for that. Chuck cannot win many. They're better. He really does. Defend 3 in that Katie doesn't resent Chuck, and she just feels like a burden to him. They do make it more complicated, which is nice, but still is like, really? Come on. That felt a little cheap. Yeah, we can just cut through here. Katie hadn't fallen for a guy who looks like TK. Oh no, we're all thinking it's his name. Yeah, that was it. I need that gun. So the lightsaber is still one of the strongest in the game, as far as I remember. A crown for 20 bucks. Dead Rising 2 Remake Redux. You can play as either Chuck or Frank. You have to get Zombrex for both Katie and Frank, and the evil one's a reporter lady. Rebecca? No, I don't want Rebecca to be evil. She's great. I love Rebecca. All right, yeah, it's trying to get me to do the long way. A big aspect of Dead Rising is learning when the waypoint is trying to screw you over. And if you told me the story trailer of Time 2 Remake is going to be really good and able to feel like the original, I called you crazy, man. I believe it. Yeah. It's the trailer they should have introduced the game with. Is Rebecca a good person? She's trying, yeah. She's basically just Frank. She's a journalist who's very open about... She's open about it being for herself, and she's hoping to get an award from this. But she also does want to help people. She wants to find the truth because you should find out the truth behind who caused the outbreak. Go with how off the record switch things up. No, but Rebecca shouldn't be evil. I refuse. I refuse. Stacy being evil is one thing. Because she's a hippie. Yeah. Kind of feel about Silent Hill 2 Remake like you do a DRDR. I want to buy it to see what at least redeemable about or what have you. Yeah. So female Frank. Yeah. That's literally... That was the joke with Rebecca in original Dead Rising 2. She would say quotes from Frank like, fantastic. Like, that was her thing. Got the lightsaber change color killing zombies. It's whenever you spawn it back. Yeah, it's based on like RNG. This can be evil because I don't give a shit about Stacy. Rachel, Yuki be the only ones with Daki or merch. Right now, they're the ones with merch. Well. But yeah, you can get the soldier face paint here, which you need for the DLC set. Hey, Meyer, Tencent also ruined Marvelous Inc. by purchasing 20% of the company being partially responsible for their downfall. Yeah. Kay still loves Chuck in 3, but he's so overprotective she ran away. She was away for 3 years, but even then, Chuck was still worried about her. Yeah, it was a simple enough character arc of overprotective dad, but it's like, we played as Chuck. We knew what Chuck did to keep Katie safe. So it kind of makes us just go, Katie, are you fucking joking? Make Dead Rising more relatable. We made the game story revolve around Americans, fentanyl crisis, new psycho named Flint, Floyd. Alright, so now they've joined.
Now where can I get a hat like that?
Actually, here. Kenneth, you're pretty good with a gun, so you have that. Jack, come on. Take the knife. It's not perfect, but he won't take anything else. And I think... Yeah, let's go back to the strip. Let's go back to the strip, because I think... yeah. Okay, so the redneck couple should spawn by the time we get outside. Assuming none of them get grabbed. Okay, did cry when they were reunited, saying I just didn't want to burn you anymore. Yeah. As stated, it's a very simple character arc, but it's still, when you get hit with it for the first time, you're like, Katie, are you fucking joking? Augustine 50 fake mines banning is a good thing Disney and other companies cater to China. It's the only thing making it so they don't go full 2030 agenda, eat bug, Floyd mix. Where do you think that comes from? Where do you think the eat bug Floyd mix agenda comes from? It comes from China. They bankroll that shit, dude. It's not a coincidence they try to suck up to China and they have these standards. If they were really as diametrically opposed as people think, it wouldn't be diametrically opposed. You try to save everyone. The goal of every Dead Rising game is you try to save every single survivor. Because it gives you massive XP, it gives you bonuses, they can unlock shortcuts. You try to save as many people as you can. Don't forget the Proto Man boots in the toy store. That is true. Just had an influx, a lot of new viewers. We got rated by Micah. He wants to make sure I'm shilling the comic, which I did a good job with. I did a good job shilling it. And we gotta go save the redneck. Alright, yeah. Like I said, looters actually become a factor. He should be... What time is it? Yeah, he should be outside. Or do they spawn at 12:30? They might have spawned at 12:30. Oh, fuck. Stop biting my dick. Let me make sure real quick. Does this game have a Mega Blaster like in DR1? Yeah, I think you need all the pieces of the Mega Man suit in... No, it's the Proto Man suit in this. You get the Knight suit in DR2 regular. Slave driver, I say, though I think Yuki and Rachel's butt seem to be helping interest. Yeah. Yeah. New Batman design looking at it. Can't help but wonder if cheap AI service is used. China's trying to enforce media made by committee, and for that I wish Three Gorges Dam would break. Okay, should be... Yeah, okay, they should be on the Platinum Strip. Or maybe they spawned where they actually are supposed to spawn. Like, to me, the Redneck 2 are all over the place on where they actually spawn. Sometimes they spawn where they say they're supposed to spawn. Other times they spawn... Like, I've had Chad show up here. Like, he's there in the middle of, like, killing zombies. And I'm like, where the fuck is this guy? And off the record, he's supposed to be close to the diner. Yeah, it's a Pro Buster and the Pro Blaster. Yeah, it's something like that. It's a Mega Man reference. Yeah. Chuck doing Terror's reality is tough for him to do for Katie because sympathetic to Care's message of what happened to his wife and Katie. Yeah. You like Tim and Eric? A few sketches. A few. And personally, I always thought Dr. Steve Brule was better. WF funding China or the other way around because they paired it just started. They're symbiotic. It's a symbiotic connection because, I mean, they're both one world governments. It's Zero's outfit in this. Yeah. Okay, and I may as well talk to these guys because I can unlock the pawn shop. Chad should be somewhere around here. Yeah, I hear him. Yeah, there he is. Okay. So first,
is that really a word? Quick,
what'd you take on Stop Killing Games? Please, for the love of God, get it done. Please, please. If it can actually end the trend of fucking live service games. Okay, where is he? Where is he? Where'd he go? Oh, there he is in the movie theater. I like the Tane sketch, but that's only because I really like Paul Rudd. Yeah, Paul Rudd's funny. Which Capcom product from Dead Rising do you wish was real? I don't know. I don't really pay attention to like the joke games in this. I don't know if there's like any that sounded funny. Alright, so now we have 3. You like Eric Andre show? Eric Andre show's funny. It takes a little bit to get used to, but once you get a good episode, it's great. Leaving Ross, I just want to play the Cold War and Modern Warfare 2019 campaigns and third move PvE missions without mandatory internet connection because Activision servers suck. Any problem I have with SK Stop Killing Games desire to use legislation. I want the camel's nose on the 10 of the game industry. Government just makes things worse. You're not wrong. It is a case where it can very easily go bad because once you open that door, it's never going to shut. So it's a thing of hopefully it'll just be a very good bluff and it'll scare developers into not even trying to do this shit anymore. But yeah, I understand the fear of like, listen, if you get the government involved, it's not going away. Shane Eric himself such a pussy? Yeah.
Stay here. Go.
Come on, hug. Hug, you assholes. There we go. Good enough. Like a mass boycott of the service game might be more effective. Problem with that is boycotts don't work. Like, boycotts for games just do not work. Very rarely do they work, and they need very specific context to work. Is there a way to get rid of WF? Because they're definitely a shady cabal. Unfortunately, no. Because it would involve glow posting, and nobody actually wants to do glow posting. And I don't mean if I say what I want to say, I'll get banned. I mean, it's like, no one's going to engage in this shit. The only people who engage in political violence anymore are people who specifically feel like they're free of consequences. And if you feel like you're free from consequences, there's a reason you feel like you're free from consequences. Okay, so everyone's still... yeah. Cut through the casino. Yeah, sheep will buy no matter what. Always outnumber any boycott. Well, yeah, you have fear of missing out. You have peer pressure. I mean, look at Wukong, a game literally made by the CCP, but they were able to quickly drum up some controversy with, well, it's the anti-woke game, and people bought it by the fucking truckload. Yeah. It is a thing to consider, just the fact that people, by their very nature, do not want to boycott things. Come on. Do you think keyword is context reaching Hogwarts boycott fails? People behind it were crazy, didn't have a point. Yeah. That was a thing where that became so personal and was specifically bashing against malicious action that people felt almost like they needed to buy it to say fuck you. Hell, a lot of people didn't even buy it. They pirated it and were just like, I didn't want to pay $70 for this, but I wanted to show I'm playing it. That kind of thing. So, in the case of live service games, companies have gotten so sleazy with how they market games, with how they're able to win people over in that very first week and get enough people playing that even if you want to call it out as a live service game, people just kind of go, oh, haha, you still care about that. I mean, look at Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 from the get-go, when the game came out and I was playing it, I was talking about how I was playing it, I was like, yeah, live service games will always disappoint. They will always find a new way to fuck things up. Like, I was specifically saying this game is not long to live because it is a live service game, and they all eventually screw something up. And then what happened? Chance of Wukong sales being inflated by China? Probably more than likely. There we go. Save real quick. Yeah, Huncho, down on that tube. Yeah. Live service games imply that exact phrasing. Live. It is a live. So, on a long enough timeline, everyone's survivability rate is 0. So, something that is alive will eventually die. Helldivers 2 died not even half a year into its life. Yeah. Is that much slowly going deeper and deeper to the safe zone? Didn't get Hogwarts because I really don't care about Harry Potter. There are tons of people that flat out said, I don't give a shit about Harry Potter. I just bought the game to say, fuck you. I'm never going to play it. And that kind of spite marketing really worked for Hogwarts. So someone posting saying Wukong was dying because it lost players when it was at hours people sleep made me laugh. Ever play Project Zomboid? Oh yeah, Project Zomboid's great. Wukong looks like a fine game, but Christ, 104 gigs, that'd be some DRM spyware. Okay. When is... Okay, she's at 2. So we'll wait here for like 30 minutes. Yep. Jeez. And stuff like Halo Infinite was dead away. Yeah. Wukong came out just when monkeypox is believed to be the new COVID. I'm worried. No one's gonna take monkeypox seriously because when monkeypox was introduced the first time, people were told flat out to their face, this is an STD. You have to have sex with somebody to contract. Then it was mainly found in the gay community, and then started showing up in dogs and children. If they once again try to push a wave of monkeypox, people are gonna go, well, that means just stop having less casual sex. Like, it's not like COVID, where people believed COVID was like the flu or the cold, where it's very easy to catch. And to be fair, it is pretty easy to catch, but, you know, it's one of those things. Monkeypox is in people's minds as an STD. It is something you have to have sex with somebody to contract. Whether or not that's fully accurate, considering it just means you come in intimate contact or share fluid with anybody, so somebody sharing a drink with you could theoretically spread it. But the whole thing is, that's all people perceive of it as. It's like, hey, you only catch this if you're, you know, doing things you probably shouldn't be doing with somebody. Sorry, dogs and kids? Dogs and kids. And then after that, monkeypox vanished for a while. Okay. 13 minutes. Hogwarts Legacy could look like fun little game, and I got what I paid for. Yeah. Oh, jeez. That's what I said, like bird flu. Still can't believe they went monkeypox route. Yeah. Stop blooding basting. No. Okay. Shit. Is there really any point in time worth living? Because you mentioned how the 2000s sucked, so how many people here miss it? Eh. There's tons of times worth living. The whole point is you just acknowledge that things that suck, and you try to make your own life better. Okay. Me fucking train saying Roland sold the rights for any game years and years ago, so she wouldn't make money, got called transphobic. That fucking sinking. Yeah. It's all emotional hypnosis.
There seems to be a dancer throwing up in the Americana Casino.
Alright. Wait a minute, does the mall music change for off the record? I remember it being the same as DR1 in the base game. It depends on what store you're in. Certain stores will have certain themes as a reference. Me. Now pick up a gun. I'm gonna need it. Yeah, there'll always be good and bad to any decade. Just choose how you live. Yeah. The throw can. Ow. Death Row Canada is my favorite zombie game. Have you played it? Yeah, I never gotten through a complete run, but it's fun. Sure, monkeypox not as big a problem as they make it out to be. Yeah, just like any highly publicized pandemic. You'll know if a pandemic actually has problems if politicians start leaving the country for extended periods of time. Bless you, thank you. Apparently, Project Zomboid is getting a huge new update this year. Would you consider streaming it when it comes out? What does the update change? Because that actually sounds pretty cool. Garrett's Destroying World War Z? Battle of Yonkers is classic.
This is a really bad time to be slow and stumbling.
Yeah. Let's joke about recent elections coincidentally have viruses. 2004 SARS, 2012 Ebola, 2020 COVID, but still it's odd. Yeah. But a new and improved monkeypox arrived in Thailand. Of course it would. Project Zomboid isn't finished yet, right? It's been in early access for a while, but to be fair, the scale they have for that game is massive. Oh, that's a tall lady or Frank is short. Honestly, it could be both. That's a wilderness mode completely reworks the crafting system, adds basements, and updates some buildings. Oh, that'd be really cool. Viruses and race riots come hand in hand in election time. Yeah. Funny how it keeps happening. Yeah, a wide variety of new crafting machines, methods including pottery, metal forging, stoneworking, brewing, and some pointing metal weapon crafting and tending occupations and skills. Oh. Augustine for 50 fake mice feature Caucasian people is coming black or Chinese. Hope Yakub comes back soon to help us. Is not what he promised would happen. I always forget they don't have the fire axes where they usually are. It fucks with me. There we go. Vodka. Oh, nope. Nope. Just straight up vodka. I need that.
In a way, are they not just...
Zealous No 5 Figma. It's sad but true. You're never fully immune to propaganda. Always mutates, and the best you can do is just learn and keep your head on swivel. Yeah. That's why I make it a point. Like, there comes a point where you have to look at yourself and go, do you want to be talking about politics every fucking day? Rich Evans played this game 100% no death for 12 hours straight. It was a good stream. Can't believe I watched it. I hate playing these games, but I love watching them. The best one he did was he played Dead Rising 1 on a fresh save on 100% of the game right there. Found all the stickers, found all the survivors, got the true ending, reached level 50. And that was fucking crazy. Yeah, by the time we get to the door, it'll be time. Yeah. Have Yonkers big fuck up and leadership fart. Yeah, it's such a great segment. Even if, like, realistically, like, you can tell Max Brooks doesn't really know what he's talking about in a lot of those situations, because it's like, listen, explosives would absolutely kill zombies even if they're headshot only. Because the amount of force being pushed out by an explosion. Stop Asian hate hashtag delayed for 2 minutes before they found an overwhelming majority of Asian hate crimes committed by black people. Yeah. Jevin's the best DR player in the game. He's great. That stream was awesome. I need to stream Gamescom because there wasn't really anything interesting in it. I just didn't want to. Like, all the trailers I wanted to see were released after Gamescom or in the middle of it, and they didn't even cover it on the show. Like, eh. Maybe Max should have followed in his father's footsteps in comedy. I mean, it's a good book. It's just one of those where details like that will stick out to you and go, oh yeah, you have no idea what you're talking about. How do you get the true and off the record? You basically do the exact same as normal Dead Rising 2. You complete the main story, you give TK the Zombrex, then you complete overtime. Shock and all will definitely kill zombies, even if it doesn't die, will mobilize majority by breaking bones, tearing muscle. Yeah. Trump wins in his first move. We should tell him to send California and West Coast floating into the sea, stop to spread monkeypox. You're discussing various zombie viruses and expressed concerns about the recent monkeypox outbreak. The explosion destroyed the brain, zombie died. Yep.
Frank, there's a guy on a yellow motorbike
Yeah, shockwave from an explosion will vital rupture shit in the brain. Funny thing is, I mostly despise Asians here in America, despite being Asian myself. Most Asians are mindless bugmen, liberals that parrot all the mainstream bullshit, so they support BLM despite crimes. No, you're not buying Wukong, but do you think the game actually looks bad? Some people are having fun with it. They're saying it's really flashy. My response to it is, I can just play Sekiro. And Sekiro is about Japanese mythology, but I think it's more interesting than Chinese. I'm just gonna be that guy. Uh-oh, Chuck. Yeah. Dead Rising Remastered is disappointing, that's all. I believe so. I fully believe so. But I'm still gonna play it. I'm gonna play it just to be like, yep. Not great. Yeah, Wukong is literally Sekiro with a silent protag monkey. Personally, I think those types of games are yet to top Ninja Gaiden. I love the flow of Sekiro, though. Once you get the patterns down in Sekiro, it's so fun. The fact Trump named Citizen Kane as his favorite movie, then saying all Kane needed was a different woman in his life made me laugh. He's not wrong. Saw a live stream of a 50-year-old guy with cancer who filmed himself slipping off Mount Fuji and dropped 2,300 feet to his death. Jesus.
It's a nice bike, though.
Yeah, Japan didn't destroy their only most well-known mythology of World War II, so they win in that regard.
Can't trust people anymore. I've been dealing with nut bars all day long. These zombies, they're annoying, sure, but they're easy to kill. Well, kind of fun even.
I love Whiskey Brand. Training DR2 is not to give TK the Zombrex since Case West canonically has Frank save Chuck from Zombie TK. Yeah, I'll still count Overtime as the true ending because it's the one you have to go out of your way to do. Gives that zombie blood is gelatinous or something, which helps absorb and dissipate shock, but that shouldn't help much against airstrikes. Yeah, I mean, there's a point where that's overridden. Which DR Protect is best drip? Chuck has pretty good drip.
Your daughter. Listen,
Off the record, Frank has pretty great drip, though. Look, they summarize main points of Dead Rising games here.
Every 24 hours. Right, baby?
Chuck's baby a doll? Katie's dead. So he made the doll look like Katie. There's no way you can remove a person's head like that no matter how strong you are. The zombie's necrotic. Just you can rip zombies to pieces in this game very easily. Then one line dialogue and they remove a rock points. Game's not unplayable. Stop acting like it. No, yeah, I know. That's why I'm like, I'm still gonna play it. I'm still gonna play it and see what's good about it. And if the game is really good, besides the stuff that got removed, I'm actually gonna be more like, why the fuck would you even remove it then? Because all you did was make people resent something that is just a better version of one. You just pop that zombie's head right off so clean. Hot damn, Chuck's a demon. He's great. Gotta say, Nick's coverall is the best drip. Yes, I'm choosing to be constrained. Nick doesn't look bad. I like his mechanic look. The zombification makes the body weak. I mean, you do literally die. You are being puppeted by a parasite, so it's dead bodies walking around. They make it a point that they're rotten. Remember the convicts, Chuck? I do. Welcome to Stunlock City. Could you play 3? Me and Shut Up talked about playing 3 multiple times. That'd be a fun one. Firewire didn't know Shoto was in the stream. Door stuck! Door stuck! Needs more Gonguru? Yeah. That was easy. Lightsabers are a really good weapon.
Katie.
Brain gets eaten by worms just like Candy Jr.
Are you alright?
Remember anything with the iconic yellow jacket? Yeah, it's good drip. Not just kill Chuck in the most disrespectful way.
You're okay. You're safe now.
Leon's theme was better. Isn't that the same theme?
That's all that matters.
You don't deserve to get this done dirty and off the record. Yeah, like, this is what I mean by the spite. Like, did people hate Katie that much? Do you believe Chuck and Frank fight like the biker jacket fight in Hotline Miami? Both parties somehow survived, despite one clearly dying. Well, they do imply that Chuck isn't dead.
That guy was a few screws short of a workbench.
Yeah, it's Terror's Reality. Oh, that's right. He does have the Terror's Reality theme. Issue with DRDR appealing to China's, we're also going to get the Central version in the West because it's cheaper to them. Like, no, give it to me raw. We're not China. Yeah. Yeah, see, Chuck's gone. So Chuck's not dead.
Okay, this place is nuts.
You know, it seems legally distinct, beautiful people. Chuck's legally distinct, sad but true. All right. Plot twist, suddenly Katie walks out of the toilet. Turns out he went insane waiting 30 minutes. No, okay, so if you want my personal theory... okay. So Off the Record happens at the exact same time as Dead Rising 2. Any differences in the map were because Chuck wasn't paying attention and he just never had a reason to go into Uranus Zone. But it's right there. It's right there. It's around the corner. He just never wanted to go in there. I guess 50 fake my support Chuck in this timeline comes the king of Zombrex trying to get it for Katie, even if that kills him. West has fallen, Lolly, please save us. Yeah, so Chuck just never paid attention to the new area that was unlocked. All the people he saved that look suspiciously like the people Frank saved, identical twins. Easiest thing in the world. Identical twins with identical jobs. It happens. You know, it happens. You know, don't be judgmental. Rebecca dying at the end of 2. Prosthetics. She had a prosthetic. It was a blank. You know, she knew Sullivan would try to kill her. Sullivan not being evil and off the record. That wasn't Sullivan. That was evil Stacy in a disguise. Good Stacy. That was good Stacy. Evil Stacy was trying to replace good Stacy, and when they would swap back and forth sometimes, some would be in the room, others would be in a different area of the safe house, and they just never talked about it. It all makes sense. It all makes perfect sense. This game has no plot holes. What about Katie? Katie's alive. She's fine. She was hiding in the bathroom the whole time. Chuck just got drunk one night and thought it'd be fun to go around killing zombies. Now we gotta wait for like 30 minutes. I don't care what they tell you in school. Chuck survives and saves everyone. Time travel in alternate dimensions. There you go.
In a way, are they not justified for their actions?
Yeah. Chuck's had to reattach Katie's head. No big deal. Exactly. How kind of genetics does the town have to have so many identical twins? Chuck's a goddamn hero in this household. Are the records in the universe video game they made about Fortune City and Chuck is the player? Yeah, that'd be fun. Dad, those people aren't zombies. Reason Frank can't find Zombrex, Chuck took it all but got drunk, forgot which is why he went out. But yeah, no, the actual canonical... Yeah, I have enough time. The actual canonical route is you get, I think, ending A of Dead Rising 2, which is Chuck is about to leave Fortune City. Stacy and Katie are on the helicopter, and TK, as a zombie, attacks Chuck, and they get separated. As Chuck is fighting zombie TK, he stumbles into Frank, who is in Fortune City, but he was there to cover the outbreak. Just pause the game. No, I needed to run because we're waiting on a survivor mission. Should be, yeah, over there. And this is the area I can go in without zombies up my ass. Be fair about the explosion thing. Zombies of World War Z somehow survived the deep ocean, although that just raised more questions. Yeah. Yeah, we still have 15 minutes. Think about what you do in this situation. Probably panic. This is a lot of zombies. They make Katie like Sherry, and she comes back older in DR5. She comes back older in DR3. That's the chick that Nick gets with at the end of the game. At least I think that's her. I can never remember if the chick Nick actually gets with is Katie, or if that's just a girl that looks suspiciously like the teenage goth Katie you meet. That game franchise should get the off the record treatment. Well, Well, specifically off the record is there's a legacy protagonist that gets to have their own version of one of the games. Like, they don't show up for one of the sequels, but you get a version where you do get to play as them. Surviving deep oceans, next level, not understanding physics, you absolutely be popping that much pressure on your body. But the thing is, the book addresses that. The book addresses the deep ocean thing of, like, they should be crushed to death. Why aren't they? Chuck confirms that is Katie. Yeah, that's what I thought. I can never remember, though. Because to be fair, she is radically different from Katie. So I'm like, is that actually her, or am I just going crazy? Speaking of which. I think Infamous would be cool to have an Infamous second son with Cole who has to fight Evil Delson. That'd be fun. Alright. Maybe zombies are to some extent supernatural, or decay itself provides some defense as deep sea pressure. Maybe. Got back from rodeo, had a lot of fun, though it was kind of sad because one of the bulls broke a leg. Oh, that is sad. You know, Resident Evil canon is that Sherry mutated, is mutated human with superhuman regenerative healing factor due to her being impregnated with G-Virus by her father. Yeah. Because that's a plot point in 6. Because I think not only does she have regenerative healing, she can also heal others. Though they don't really talk about that. What do you make the in place of mental gymnastics new donut alert? It's been a donut alert for a bit, but it's been random. It's just one guy's been able to hit it every single time. I think Frank got to meet Leon when he went to shake the president's hand. That'd be fun. Can I talk thoughts on Maine Coon cats? I think they're cool. And yeah, like I said, the looters are assholes. The looters will actively get in the way of you doing things now. A lot better at managing a timer than I am. How obvious is it that I've played a lot of these games? Can Frank West survive Resident Evil? To be fair, Resident Evil are different from the classic zombies, because the Dead Rising games, at least in regards to 1, have always been classic Romero zombies. The variations showed up in 2 and 3, and the variations in 2 are just kind of a berserker zombie. Do looters throw pies and Dawn of the Dead? No, they spray paint. They spray paint and throw Molotovs. See, Chuck Fight was just hallucination because he didn't give him a picture of him. I've seen Donnie Darko. Thoughts? Yeah, Donnie Darko's great. Finally played Days Gone and definitely deserves a sequel over Horizon starring Nick Avocado. Fucking sucks. Dead Rising 2 off the record does not have controller support. None of the games do. Dead Rising 1 doesn't have controller support either. Should you want all the survivors saved? You need to. You need to, because that's how you... One of the ways you 100% the game, and you unlock stuff from them. How do you know that this Chuck is an evil twin of Chuck when he never had a child and was simply nuts and looked similar? That is possible. Alright, assholes. Alright, boys. We fight. Is Kerr stuck on something? Oh, he is. That is the first time I've ever actually had a Dead Rising 2 survivor get stuck on something. Even then, it wasn't even that bad. Just had to break the window. Dead Rising 1 with my control PC not that long ago. Yeah, but you need... I think you need, like, an officially supported Xbox 360 controller. And on top of that, you may need, like, a third-party app. I'm gonna give weapons to the nerds. There's not much point to it. Because you're mainly just trying to walk past zombies. Like, A big thing with Dead Rising is the zombies are just wastes of time, and you're not really trying to kill them all. You're killing enough to get out of the way. That's why a lot of time when I play the games, I don't really ever get that high of zombie kill counts because I'm not trying to kill them all. The Xbox One controller? No, 360 controller. I look at Resident Evil as Biopunk game of zombies sometimes. Dead Rising is zombie game, sells zombies and zombie accessories. Yeah. Log into Windows PC where we get control support. Yeah. Rachel's got twice the cake Yuki has. Disparity I've seen in real life. Make sure to give them weapon and feel it helps. It does, but to me, whenever I give them weapons, it feels like they take too long attacking zombies. Like, the AI in 2 is a lot more aggressive to where they'll try to clear out an area of zombies and kind of give themselves a little breathing room, which isn't bad, but there's so many zombies all over the place that they can end up getting distracted with that for a while. I'm excited for Silent Hill 2. Please hold me. It is weird how, like, everyone was so, like, the contrast is interesting. Everyone was so dead certain Silent Hill 2 Remake was going to suck ass, and then that trailer came out, and it's like, alright, this looks pretty good. Dead Rising Remake was the one everyone was certain was going to be great, and then they kept announcing shit and announcing changes, and they're like, oh god, I don't want to play this anymore. Difference the trailer makes? Really? Yeah, really. I'll get art appreciation later. Could Frank survive Left 4 Dead? Maybe? Got to mention it before. Saving filter games can be pretty difficult, especially for your first playthrough and you don't know what to expect. We're in this situation, what would you do? I was in this situation, be like, Randy, I'm getting married. So curious about Silent Hill 2, not gonna lie. Yeah! MGS3 Remake, that's gonna be peak. MGS3 Remake will be pretty good. That's one where I've heard nothing but good things. Where they're like, yeah, we're just straight up keeping the game audio, because what's the point of fucking with it? Best message from Frank saying zombies too fast. Yeah, that was pretty funny. By the way, nerds. When Frank's Fire Left 4 Dead, install Frank Westmod. Let's find out. Come on, nerds. Yeah. Alright. Time for MGS3 Remake to be good. Yeah. So far, it's had no massive red flags. In fact, if anything, it's been the opposite. They're like, yeah, we're using the original audio. You're going to have a new detail system with the wounds. Like, a lot of different shit. And they're not dying, right? Alright, yeah, no, they're not being grabbed. Seen Aliens Romulus? No, I've been wanting to, but I can never make a day with it with the bros. Green Flu is legitimate, extremely hard to survive. As far as I know, it's deadly zombie virus and any zombie media. Green Flu is that bad. Yeah. I don't know, newbie. Is the first game essential understanding the story of so would I not remake 1? No. 2 is standalone. Guy's wearing a maid outfit. Yeah. Start off the record to be canon, even though it's a what-if story. It physically can't be canon, but I have my joke interpretation that's like, it all happened at the exact same time. Fuck you. September rolls around, except for Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, especially with how amazing the devs been on news about the game, and they're shutting up and taking my money. Yeah. Do I hide the Yuki Rachel documents for my family? That's up to you. In fact, for MGS3 for the 3DS, when you get to a point where Snake gets shot in the eye, it disables 3D from that point on. Yeah. That one's pretty good, but a couple of moments may drive you crazy. I fully believe so. They did straight up say Prometheus and Covenant happened. Generally stoked, $5. Praise to be Tim Kaine left the media literate redditors with Pearl Harbor today. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we don't have time to save that, dude. We'll do it after the cutscene. Think Frank can survive a tank without firebombs? What did Tim Kaine do? Tim Kaine had an interview where he explicitly said they had no intentions with Fallout to make it a critique of capitalism. It is a story about human nature. Okay. So like I said, we're not going to go do art appreciation just because we don't have the time. I'm instead going to go do, just going to get some money real quick. Because we have, yeah, we have an hour. Can Frank survive against zombie LeBron James? You can use DS4 to mask a DualShock as a 360 controller used every time a game doesn't pick up my DualShock. Oh, okay. Lib's gonna handle that take? Nope. Apparently they're calling him a... They're saying like Tim Kane's like a traitor because he likes the Fallout show and stuff like that. Literally anything to discredit him and say he's not worthy of being a voice of Fallout, the game series he fucking created. Let's make a video about capitalism. That's him talking about how life is a lot more complicated than just business bad. Yeah. Shocker, he's an adult. Morning live from Cross Pond, started Darkest Dungeon 2. Mental breakdowns in the game have helped me forget about my own IRL. Yeah. Alright. Get the fuck away from my minigame. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, China nuke Mars first, but it didn't matter in Fallout 1 and 2. Yeah. Okay. AMD or Intel, which should I choose? I think I use Intel. MK is 100% trim positive, literally gay, leftoid, but he's not leftoid enough for the crazies. More than that, he's an artist. He just gives a shit about art. Or everything nowadays has to be a critique of capitalism. Maybe literacy's dead. There we go. I can't do why zombies are faster, more aggressive, and off the record is that Frank is just older and fatter, and then Chuck assertively harder to deal with. Okay, now let's head back. So we have an extra 10K. That'll help. Hear how Chick-fil-A wants to make their own streaming service? That will be weird.
I see two guys in from Fortune with Love at the theme park. I'm not sure if they're laughing or fighting.
Instead of best political stories, universal revolve around human nature, AAA Western titles in Hollywood only focus on current topics which are doomed to age. Yeah. Get off my penis. Let's see my weird temperature. Should pop on my PC and see fucking i7 13700K rusting things until very cool. That's Tim Kaine if you live in Cuba instead of the US. Yeah. Yeah, Fallout was always war, never changes. The hyper-capitalist satire is a small aspect to the tone. Fallout lore has explicitly stated China committed literal ethnic cleansing. Yeah. Okay, Frank bought Chuck's survival story, and when releasing it to the public, he decided to change it to include him as the protagonist. Seen Lord of the Rings trailer? Looks like another pile of crap. I don't think so at all. I think it actually looks really good. Unless you're talking about the if you're talking about the live-action Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power Season 2, that looks like shit. The anime looks good. The anime looks really cool. I love when those who benefit from capitalist society say capitalism bad, personal socialism good. Being side quest makes more sense as having a gag store than a sex shop. Seriousness, Tim Kane's pretty clever game dev. He seems to have a good grasp on how to structure a story with broad commentary on human existence. Yeah. Red Chicken, the anime looks cute. Yeah. Yeah, Intel CPU have been discovered to be crappy lately, especially the newer ones. Blame DEI. Except for the fact the main character of the fucking trailer, Hara, is not a non-named character who is not that important. I think we're talking about different trailers here. We usually don't try to push themes, but do the usually universal ones, usually being fatherhood, motherhood, brotherhood, sisterhood, family, and love, basic humanity. Yeah. 25 to 8% failure rate for the 13th, 14th gen. I had to undervolt the fuck on my 137. Seeing it hit 90 Celsius on regular was horrific. Oh my god. Yeah, Season 2 Ring of Power was what I was talking about. Okay, that was not what I was talking about. I was talking about the animated one. People turn on Lord of the Rings anime because they said there would be a female character leading an army despite the world wording not sounding as bad. It could be worse, but people are cold posting. Yeah, they're forgetting about the female soldier that was in Lord of the Rings. Problem with the trailers, the voice acting a bit off. It's probably just the English dub. English dubs are just wonky by their very nature.
What's going on?
I'm pretty sure I saw somebody dragging a girl into the washroom over here.
Oh, yeah? Well, maybe if we watch these monitors for a minute. What the hell? Hey, that's the guy I saw taking money from TK.
Would you do a video on Fallout show? I made my position on that clear. Like, when Season 2 comes out and we get a decisive, is this going to go to shit or not, I'll do it. And then I'll make it clear. If Season 2 goes to shit, Season 1 is good. And I'll explain how a lot of the issues people have with Season 1 is because I want to do that fucking stupid-ass mystery box shit where they have to set up stuff for the next seasons.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Of course. TK must have planned
What hopes do you have for Dead Rising Remake, like, biggest hope? Gameplay and more stuff to do. Give us more survivors, give us more psychopaths, just give us more. See, Netflix still calling the Tomb Raider cartoon anime? At least it looks nice. The animation doesn't look bad. Whether or not it's actually going to be any good is a different story. If you didn't like Brandon, the OG optional fight, then too bad he's the story boss now. Yeah. Story boss needs even more of a fuck you. Here's another one where I'm like, God damn, did people hate that hippie chick that much? Yeah, the strongest point to be for not dismissing Lord of the Rings anime is being directed by the director of Standalone Complex. Yeah, it's like, he knows how to do a good female character. Alright. So I'm going to quit for right now. So there you go. That's off the record. That is off the record. Never watched Fallout TV show, just enjoy Mahler's vid on it. I like the show. I think it's good. It's not perfect, but it's fun. And if they're able to not shit their pants come season 2, it could lead into more interesting things and get better. Like that is the coin flip of any kind of modern show. Either by season 2, it shit its pants and it's only going to get worse, or by season 2, it's fixing a lot of the issues season 1 had and it's getting better and better. What's your favorite human universal theme in a story? I don't really know. It just depends on how well you do it. Just angry with what they did in the NCR. Well, my big thing with that is they were talking about fucking up the NCR ever since Van Buren. I didn't like the Fallout show because the protag wasn't becoming super overpowered, leaving the main quest till the end. Think we'll get more and more CCP-approved games in the future? Probably. Alright. There we go. Here we go. PC settings. Zombie quality high. See, this defaults to high. Alright. So I'm going to show you the drastic difference of the off-the-record early game and the OG2 early game. Because the off-the-record early game, you kind of saw, we were having to get a little bit smart there. Yeah, NCR are always in trouble anyway. Yeah. Yeah, NCR isn't dead for real in the show. Just the niche outsider branch show really fucked up conveying it. Yeah, and that's what I mean. Oh yeah, I was playing this on my own. a big part of the issues of season 1 were they were leaving too many teases for stuff they were going to cover later. The whole thing of the guy taking the weird juice that turned him into a ghoul, that was clearly a setup for they're eventually going to talk about the FEV virus. They bring up the Enclave and establish the Enclave is still active. The NCR, they're clearly going to have a reveal in Season 2. The NCR is not dead. There's too much of that. There's too much of... It looks too much like a plot hole to people that don't know the context of the series. And people that do know the context of the series are frustrated because these are very obvious hints towards stuff they already know is going to happen. How much longer do you plan on streaming? Need something to listen to? I'll deep clean the house for inspection day. Not too much longer. Maybe about another hour. If show progresses properly, main character will end with the NCR Ranger riot gear and plasma rifle as their main weapon. I think Brick's be a series contender, just fart in the paper bag. They're going to do whatever they can to make themselves the series contender. It's just Westworld. It's made by a lot of the Westworld people, so it makes sense it feels like Westworld.
Yeah. Look, I need you to sign this.
A female soldier in the Lord of the Rings book and movie, but the reason why she wasn't fighting with her uncle and cousin was because if they die, there's no point in saving Rohan. Yeah, I don't see why that's something that can't be included in the anime.
Her name is Katie.
Because, like, Middle-earth does have kind of a warrior culture to it. They were very rare, but there were female soldiers that wanted to fight. So it's like, if they make it right and she's fun and likable, then there's no reason to look a gift horse in the mouth, you know? Especially with it being made by the Standalone Complex director, who is very experienced with making a strong female character. She's not going to girl boss it. There have been only 3 good English dubs that are good: Bleach, Kill la Kill, and JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Most because Viz Media dubs are better in Funimation. Even then, I disagree with you on those. Yeah, they show off how you can use items as shields. They're adding a new series. You can bring vegetables, throw zones, and etc. for Dead Rising remake. Yeah. And Kay's just so cute. They're really good at making me want to protect her. If anything happens to her, I'll kill everyone in this room and then myself. Yeah. Capcom said they're opening remaster and other DR games. Do you think K0 can finally not be landlocked at Dead Legacy consoles? Yeah, right. Don't forget Cowboy Bebop. Director Cowboy Bebop didn't direct Standalone Complex. Constricting women and children in Helm's Deep 7 and female fighters and too far-fetched. Yeah, and to be fair, that was a desperate situation, but the point is, it's not foreign. I'd be angry about Last of Us again. Season 2 is going to divide the fan base again, I feel it. Oh, I have no intention of watching Season 2. That's going to be awful. Oh, you're talking about dubs. Yeah, the dubs. Monster, Ghost in the Shell, Ergo Proxy, Black Lagoon. Yeah. Those are good dubs.
But tonight, America, we're going to get a little payback.
What, dickhead? Yeah, Leon's an asshole. That's not a better dub than what was recommended in Code Geass. Had a good one too. Yeah. 223-hour video on YouTube, yet half the Boruto stream remain curious, even though YouTube hates Boruto. Best dubs are Fullmetal Alchemist, Cowboy Bebop, Space Dandy, and Bakano. I think of a Black Ops 6 Omni movement. I have no idea what the hell that even means. I assume it's just gonna move like Titanfall 2 again. They'll make the woman a complete bitch and have the men still be competent. It could be good, but that's a big if. I think they will. I think they will, because as much as people want to scream, it's so fucking over. Japan has been very good at keeping it balanced. There are badass women in Japanese media. There's badass guys, and people like having both. What's the point of putting one down to prop another one up? Usually, if a guy's being talked down to in anime, he's a joke character or is meant to be just a two-dimensional asshole that, you know, is just there for like 5 minutes. Well, dub for Misty and Jessie died from cancer? Yeah, she died. No chat. Fortune says built over Las Vegas. Yeah, because they destroyed it. First person NGS5 movement. How will that even work?
Our contestants are almost ready, so let's send them a little message.
You know, tactical sprint, dolphin dive in any direction, right forward, lean back. Oh, okay.
If you're ever really gonna...
On the movement meant they're letting you sprint in every direction, can sprint sideways and backwards. Gotcha, okay. GPK is ending in 5 and 4 chapters, nothing left to move forward for. Okay, so you saw the off-the-record minigame where it's Frank throwing a bunch of zombies into meat grinders. This is specifically Chuck having to use fucking... use a motorbike to chop up zombies to pieces. This one's also a million times easier. Because you see the zombies with the big bright things, go for those. Yeah, slicicles. Yeah, basically. Guerrero's dub is good, mostly because Crispin Freeman is Shizu and John Bosch is Zaya. I'm finding Japan's way better female characters and creators. Sailor Moon, Rama, Fullmetal Alchemist are all made by women. American women can't make shit. Well, it's specifically... The manga industry in Japan is very competitive, and through it being very competitive, you had to prove yourself to get into a magazine. There are a lot of, like, really underground mangas that are barely fucking legible, made by dudes who don't know what they're doing, and they're just throwing their head against the wall to see what happens. Manga artists are encouraged time and time again to sit down and bust their ass trying to get better at this. Whether or not that's healthy is up to you, but that's what they do. And the whole thing is, at the end of the day, without that competitive streak and that knowledge of I could be replaced at any time and I need to do better. Blue Guy has a weird name, yeah. But, you know, the idea of I need to do better and I need to constantly be trying to improve and impressing people more and more. The manga industry wouldn't be where it's at. A lot of manga artists who do make it big are very, very grateful and humble because they understand it's such a competitive field. Yeah, mangaka literally unalive themselves for the stories, yeah. Breed competition breeds quality? Yeah. Well, nature abhors a vacuum, and a competition vacuum is just a monopoly. And as we've seen, monopolies become necrotic, they become blasé, they become boring. They don't do anything to improve because what's the point of improving? You need that competition. You need people constantly trying to get a little bit ahead. Yeah, manga industry is very meritorial. Exactly. Won't be surprised if TK had visual inspiration from Puff Daddy. Honestly, yeah, wouldn't be shocked. We'd watch JoJo while you switch to Dead Rising 2, because I'm showing the difference in the early games. So off the record, it's a lot tougher, and holy fuck, it will fuck you up. Dead Rising 2 is a lot more forgiving. Speaking of Ghost in the Shell, I still need to beat that Ghost in the Shell PSP standalone complex tile. Pretty decent. Never played it. New. I recommend them constantly have their asses licked so they can make crap comics and they still get paid millions because they're biopic or LGBT. Well, it's more than that. People across the board in the West are... If you go to like an acting school or a writing school, specifically like a screenwriting school, it's not, here's how you get even better to impress the producers. It's, hey, network with these people and they'll guarantee you a job. Make connections. Know the right people at the right time. That happens with manga. I know the Naruto guy really liked the guy who makes Bleach, and he really pushed for him to get noticed in Shonen Jump. So those stories exist. Miura started off as an assistant for the guy who made Ippo. Koji Mori was friends of Kentaro Miura. It happens. But in the West, it's become so normalized that it's what you're literally trained to do. Quality be damned. What happens in the game? You get like 4th place. You don't get the money. You get like half the money you would have gotten. Cop on JJK? No. Not place to complacency and something else will spring up that makes their industry obsolete. Yeah. What's in the headcanon? Zon 100 in high school that did take place at the same time? There's crazier theories. Yeah, Akira Toriyama pushed for Tite Kubo too. Yeah, Akira Toriyama also was friends with Oda, the guy who made One Piece. JK fans freaking out because the one chick with a hammer and nails who got shot in the face is finally confirmed alive and coming back. Good, she's the best one. Alright. Networking is a plague. It's not really... It's not so much that it's a plague, it's more so much that it should not be treated as the standard that it's being treated as. People are being taught to do this shit, irrespective of whether or not it actually is good for an industry, or good for their journey as an artist. So let's know if fake minds. Game critics hated Katie, fans liked her. Yeah, that's what I mean by it. A lot of the off-the-record jokes feel a little mean-spirited. I couldn't. I don't want to make connections. I want to improve my craft, make good work. You need to do both. It is a thing to accept that you do need to do both. You need to be able to make connections and have those connections be worthwhile because you yourself made something. Every director had kind of their stable of actors they used. But it's, as stated, in the West, an issue where, I mean, you had that period of time, I think it's still ongoing, where Marvel was literally just hiring artists off Tumblr they liked. You know, it's one of those things. Where there was no actual vetting of quality. It's just, well, I liked your art and I thought it was cute, so I'm going to give you a job at one of the biggest fucking comic book companies on the planet.
Good night, ladies.
Do you fuck with the boys or just woke but with gore? I read the comics to the boys, and they are very good. I'm an elitist. Why critics hate Katie? I know they hate Chuck because no male fantasy shit. Because you specifically had to go out of your way to save Katie. You had to be at the safe room at specific periods of time, and that got in the way of zombie killing. The game journals focused way too much on killing zombies when that's not really the point of Dead Rising. Drawing and riding is a muscle you gotta work to improve, but you improve better when you have spotters and trainers helping you. Yeah. Well, it's like, so... FPS style where you play as Makoto, Boto, and Togus and team with custom Tachikoma. Oh, that's cool. But yeah, so we talked about it a little bit on the In Praise of Shadows stream where he was giving out his idea of writing advice where it's like, you don't just make a bunch of scares and try to tie the movie together like that. And I paused the video and I said, yes, that's what you fucking do, you idiot. And I explained... that hurt. I explained basically that... I explained that there are two types of writers. There's the guy who will talk for years about how he's in the middle of writing something and he's researching and it'll get done and, you know, I just want to make this all thought out. I want to have every detail planned out. And then you have the guy who actually gets something published and he's like, yeah, I just threw whoever was on the page and I hoped it worked. Yeah, see, no intro where we had to go in and take pictures. No explosion. Drake's still dragged away, but there's nothing you can really do. They're asking about doing the opposite killings on. It's about saving people. Exactly. Our comics industry also have a problem with rebooting comics every 2 seconds, so means nothing. Story cannot end. Manga starts and ends and remembered well. Yeah. Structure and live action adaptation DR2's played by Ryan Gosling. I wouldn't complain. It's fine for them to find artists on Tumblr to commission work for a minor thing or offer an apprenticeship, not full-on job. Well, I mean, like, I'm even okay with someone going, hey, I think this artist can have something. I want to give them a job. The problem is that's not really what Marvel was doing. It was literally, oh, they're cheap and their style's half decent. Let's have them let's have them draw fucking Spider-Man, you know?
We need to get out of here, so hang on tight.
Then there's J.R.R. Martin, who does both. Yeah. Well, you know, it's... You have the thing where... What I specifically called out the advice Zane, In Praise of Shadows gives as... This is the most textbook shit you would read about in, like, a self-help book of... Well, make sure everything's thought out. Think about the theme of what you want to make before you start doing it, and have everything revolve around the theme. It's like, no, that's not what you do. Because when you first write the rough draft, that is the beginnings of the story. That is the skeleton of the story. Use Kitty as a weapon, you can kick. But that is the skeleton of the story, and once it's refined enough, once it's added down, it'll be unrecognizable from how it starts. That kind of thing. So the idea of trying to have it all planned out right when you start is only going to lock you up and make you scared and make it way bigger of a job than it needs to be. Why is his name green if he wears a yellow shirt with yellow hair? That's good enough to trust Spider-Man. He'll be over the fucking moon. That's why I know Trump's back on Twitter and he's ducking on Kamala's Twitter and getting more likes. Yeah, Playgraph said the same thing about writing and he never published anything either. Yeah. Well, like, writing and publishing stuff is hard. It is a hard thing. But the whole point of it is, especially if you're working on something like a movie or a TV show or like a comic book, you are working hand in hand with a team of people. It's not just you. Yeah, themes are subconscious. If you try to make it your priority, becomes preachy. Exactly. Probably Tumblr shows the guys they got from Tumblr Temp be fucking creeps. Yeah. But yeah, the whole thing around it is the theme is just what the story ends up being, and a lot of time it's subjective. Some people can see completely different themes in stories that others didn't even intend. That happens all the time. So, trying to make everything revolve around a theme is exactly how you get some douchebag going, actually, Near Dark is about queer people, and one of the vampires was 10 years old. That kind of thing. So, the whole thing around it is the best advice a writer will give you is just... Like, I will always forever remember and quote an interview John Waters did where someone just approached him in the middle of a record store and just asked him, like, hey, I want to be in filmmaking. I want to be a director. I want to be a screenwriter. What do I do? And John Waters just, like, looked at him and said, just watch movies. Watch good movies. Watch bad movies. Watch any movie you can. Watch a boring movie. Get as much experience with it as you possibly can and get a love of it and get the different techniques in your head. And then eventually your own imagination will kick in and you'll start thinking about something on your own. That's why a lot of really highly remembered writers and artists will be very open about their inspirations and be like, yeah, I basically just stole ideas from all these things and remixed it into my own style. Kentaro Miura famously basically just did Conan the Barbarian meets Rose of Versailles. Star Wars is Akira Kurosawa meets Flash Gordon. Indiana Jones is just old school World War II pulp serials him and Steven Spielberg watched as kids. It's like Saving Private Ryan is just war documentary footage that was aired at the time, turned into a full-on movie. Having a writer, I can tell having a theme planned out from the start of your story sounds like a stupid idea. Well, the thing is, themes change. As each version of the story goes, as you cut more ideas, as you add more ideas, as you think about it more, the theme will change. So trying to stick to one theme and force it will put you in a corner where you can end up forcing an idea that wasn't really going anywhere. Like American Psycho, Creator says it's criticism of 1980s culture, but you can see it as a businessman getting early onset schizophrenia. Yeah. What stories Quentin Tarantino stole to make his films? Sergio Leone. A lot of Sergio Leone, a lot of 70s crime thrillers, things like that. You're trying to think of the theme from the start. The theme usually comes down in the line as they develop. Yeah. A manga do you think will never be adapted to anime? I think Goodnight Pun Pun's safe to say. Yeah, a lot of people quote Pun Pun, which would make sense. We tried out for secret level. We have our first big case of 40k media. And Pretty Shadow video is one of my faves. It got me wanting to get back into drawing and writing, even just my D&D stuff. Yeah. Remind me about that idiot on Twitter that said lore is the killer of art. Yeah, it's like lore is important. The best way to put it is lore should just be the rule set of the universe. Don't think about every single detail. No one cares about what toothpicks the elves use. You know, that kind of thing. But you establish basic rules You establish basic rules the setting has to play by, and from there the plot is affected by those rules. Like a zombie story, you know? They establish what the rules of the zombies are, and from there they have to build the plot around what the zombies can do and what the humans can do to the zombies. It's okay, take inspirations. One of the most famous quotes is, everything in art is stolen. As long as you're not literally plagiarizing and you're adding your own personality and spin to it, do whatever you want. Spanish Slay the Princess, I question reality now. Slay the Princess is really good. The only anime that will never become live action is Grave of the Fireflies. It definitely works better as an anime. And I think it hits harder as an anime. No. Everything can be Tolkien where every detail is written good. Yeah, exactly. And too many people want to be Tolkien or Martin where everything is so detailed and thought about. It's like, listen, you don't have to do that.
There's closed circuit cameras all over the city.
Buy my new book series, Emperor of the Amulets. My hero's idea of what being a greatest hero is supposed to be slowly change over the story to be less about who's strongest, more and most popular, to if they can actually make a positive change to the world. Yeah.
I'll do what I can.
It's like Wheel of Time. I love it, but not every detail needs to be explored with a fine-tooth comb. Well, people ask all the time, specifically in relation to the Berserk stuff, like, hey, would you want them to explain what happened to Godo? Would you want them to explain what happened to Teresa, to Jill, or Skull Knight? And I'm like, no. I like that they have their period of the story and they go away. You know, there should be stuff that's left open to you coming up with your own interpretation, your own speculation, and it should be something you personally think about. All right. So we're now going to break the game. Ow. Same thing the actor of Dumbledore said, reading good and bad books make a great story. Yeah. Who made a faithful adaptation of The Boys? I think David Ayer could have done just with his work on Watchmen. I don't know. The Boys is so very specific.
Not
bad.
Killer.
Okay. Yeah, here we go. So we just broke the game. Doing the explanation for everything. However, if you have pre-established lore, future writing should not contradict basic. Yeah. Milk. I was like, see Jill again and downgrade the ending of Lost Children. Yeah, it's like we don't need to see her. Tolkien made a literal Bible via the Silmarillion, but Lord of the Rings still good without it. Yeah. Elaborate never got the DLC. Okay. We have our setup for Chuck. Psychopath mask, ninja hood, sports fan clothing, and soldier boots. So, I will show you as soon as we load in. Yeah, North Star was inspired by Mad Max. Fist of the North Star was inspired by Mad Max. Berserk was inspired by Conan the Barbarian, Rose of Versailles, Fist of the North Star, like... Current one is Cyberpunk 2077, Cyber Psychosis, Ghost in the Shell, Transhumanism. Yeah. But so, sports fan. You move faster. We are already at level 2 arrow speed. Actually, I think this is straight up level 3 speed.
What's the word?
Psychopath. We now do more damage with bladed weapons. So, pretty fucking good. I'm gonna need that for later. Can adaptations for old media can be overused a lot? You mean like if you're drowning adaptations? Yeah. Also, yeah, look. The ads for Uranus Zone are now Playboy. But, notice, the zombies seem a bit more passive. Ninja makes you invisible to zombie hordes. You and any survivors you are carrying. Looks stupid as hell, be the deadliest thing in that city. Exactly. Also, I'm gonna need to pick up a gun, so I need to find a zombie with a gun. One of the security guards should have it. I don't know if he spawns this early, though. It's like piss easy. What the hell? Yeah, exactly. I'm literally just running. And reminder, with the ninja hood, you and any survivors you are with are invisible. Sailor Moon is inspired by Cutie Honey. Yeah. Dragon Maximum manga is just spaghetti westerns meet Spawn, Berserk, Hellraiser, and just Visual K in general. Yeah. Love adaptation to Pump Up. I only worry that it ends up like adaptation of Flowers of Evil. Man, so annoys me. I hate people who defend the changes. Make Chuck cooler using Psycho Hair, Ninja Mask, cleats, and Soldier Outfit. That is true. Live view stage and political dramas blatantly ripping off Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Legend of Galactic Heroes. I would steal so much if you read both. Yeah. People theorize Goto was a dwarf before they were officially introduced. I don't think he was, but it's funny the dwarf reminded guts of him. Yeah. There's like 50% chance a pistol will spawn when you throw a purse. That is true. Perhaps a pharmacy of all places. Drugs. You know, Dead Rising 2 took place during an Antifa protest. That works on multiple levels, actually. Alright. Also, you noticed, Frank kind of got his ass kicked when we fought human enemies. There you go. Yeah, Zombrex worth quite a bit. Yeah. I prefer fashion more than stats, so say in base Chuck outfit. Yeah, I try to make it somewhat coherent as best I can, but I'm just like, man, I'm just here for the buffs. Chuck's 28. Why is it called Gramps? They're like dumb teenagers or like 20-year-olds, so. Chuck fucking bullied them, yeah. Hate from Horizon every fight might be. Make me fight 2 has been hell. I hate Doom. Yeah, and this is just telling us that, you know, Katie will die if we fuck up. Alright.
Hello?
Yeah, shut up. Alright. Zombrex costing millions after like third purchase. Yeah. My story's big inspiration from Lord of the Rings, Dragon Ball, and Star Wars. Yeah, very, very obvious ones. Alright. So now Denise is with us. You may have noticed Denise got grabbed one of the times where we were running. Yep. They're like dumb teenagers, so Antifa? Yeah. But see? She is also immune to zombies. They will try to swipe, and if you stay by one long enough, it will be able to grab you, but it's a lot harder. And so long as, once again, you don't stay in one area for too long, they won't be able to grab survivors. You can get an easy Zombrex and pistol in the same spot for the Americana Casino. Yeah. Did Miro make guts so close to Ash from Evil Day? Thought he would get sued? Yeah, it was funny. As for a soldier boost, Ninja Mask sometimes. Soldier clothing lets you shoot Grambo with auto weapons. It is fun, yeah. I think inspired by things as well as a mix of setting aesthetics like sword and sorcery and cassette futurism sci-fi. Well, see, you're focusing too much on the setting and all that. It's like, no, you know, the setting is the setting. It's just the flavor. But at the end of the day, the plot's the most important thing. Broken as hell. This is great. Oh, yeah. Guts never had a chainsaw hand, at least. Yeah. Oh, it's DLC or New Game Plus unlocks. Never played DR2. On Vanilla 360, they were DLC you had to buy. Every single re-release since, they are included in the base game. Guts does say groovy when he gets the arm. Yeah. Sad that Off the Record made the DLC outfits restrictive to the whole set. Sad, but it makes sense, and I prefer it with the difficulty. It's like you have to earn the ninja outfit. Because you have to... you get the ninja mask I'm trying to remember exactly where all the pieces are. It's the hood is in the plaza. The mask, I think, is somewhere else in the plaza. The boots are in the mall. Actually, I think the mall has the boots and the mask. And you earn the torso by killing 1,337 zombies. So once you get that kill count, you unlock the rest of the set. Man, Pokemon as a kid, I don't know. I really like Pikachu. Basically, when mangaka writes stuff, they never play and stuff and really get to see what ideas they have in mind for the story. Mainly, Toriyama made some questionable choices in manga sometimes. It depends. It depends on the manga artist. Has been a new Berserk chapter. I frequently do the update. Oh, you poor bastards. You poor bastards. The new mask at the Yucatan room of the one we fight twins. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Man, I didn't realize the skateboard broke that fast for Vanilla 2. Jesus. Yeah, we should be able to make it to the Yucatan just fine. Because... what? I forgot. What time is it? Oh, yeah, 3 hours. That's more than enough. Yeah, Toriama's promised you have the memory of a goldfish. Yeah. Alright. Ranking stuff, there's a lot of content out there. Yeah, that is true. Feel bad show his favorite Pokemon is Lucario. Yeah. Books got nerfed as hard as fuck in that sequel. And the sequel. Are you talking about off the record or Vanilla 2? Because yes, no. The only one you'll really need for 2 is leadership, gambling. Maybe some of the durability ones if you really like combo weapons. Looked like a skateboard couldn't handle the Chuck style. Yeah, forgot launch, yeah. Yeah, both of them combo weapons don't get the book bonuses. Yeah. Well, I thought there was one that did affect combo weapons. Is the anime gave us launch at the end of the Boo Saga? Yeah. Yeah, see? How about doing a high school drama that was basically just bully with zombies and demons? Haven't decided that yet. Toriyama's memory was notoriously awful. Had a funny interaction with Oda where he was praising him for something he wrote, and Toriyama had no idea what he was talking about. For artificial arm, it's a pretty rugged artificial arm. It's groovy. I like it's groovy. Oh, boo-hoo. Show his favorite Pokemon's Lucario. Two of my top favorites are Gardevoir and Lopunny. I hate the internet so much. Hey, buddy. Any thoughts on the trailer for the new anime Netflix series Twilight of the Gods? I know you have a history of not liking Zack Snyder. What do you think of the trailer? I haven't seen it. All I know is he's a producer for it, so there's a possibility the director will be able to override his dumb ideas. Yeah, Psychopath gives you a cool knife kill animation. Yeah, you do the psycho. He goes, eh.
What I found you, pretty girl. Fresh meat.
Whoa. Look. There's plenty of zombies around for her to eat.
No, not zombies. That meat is rotten. It's like all her food now.
Looked up a reason we don't see apes in DBZ anymore is because Kira didn't want to adjust character size so much and got tired of it. Yeah.
Fresh meat.
Twilight of the Gods looks too edgy for me. It is Zack Snyder production.
Zombies. But I can help. I can get her some food. Some steak.
No!
Zack Snyder's probably just funding it. He's an actual anime fan. I believe so. The big thing is like, hey, know that you're just there to be the producer. Let the directors rein the directors in when they need to be reined in, but at the end of the day, just be a producer.
Not like Snowflake. Snowflake, my friend.
In fact, Vash and Alucard visually were inspired by the same person, Atsushi Sakura, the frontman of Buck Tick. Oh.
What's your name?
For some reason, YouTube put on my feed a week's old stream where you are at Twitch, but we can agree tough as shit YouTube is for Forbidden Wordsmith. It's better streamed than Twitch. Yeah. How far in Dead Rising are you? We got past the Chuck fight in Off the Record, and started the next case, and I decided that'd be a good point to call it there, and show you guys the comparison with Dead Rising 2 early game with how easy it is to break. Okay, his guts created the word that we know as groovy in the Berserk universe. So the Boo Saga was basically just showing Jump giving Toriyama permission to go buck wild. Like, you made us a lot of money. Yeah, do what you want. Wow, Man Steel's found Bob was inspired by Burying the Mighty, right? I think so, yeah. I think he talked about that.
Nice and slow.
All right. Why are you hitting yourself? 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 Like 3 seconds, thought that was Manhunt, and I was thinking which one it was. When slow is your trigger word. Check producer roles nowadays don't really mean you participate or been an influence in the action movie itself. Yeah. Pacing of Boo arc goes off the rails span. 15 chapters get Fusion, Vegito, Kid Boo, Spirit Bomb, and Time Skip. Yeah. Tim Curry alive? I always thought he passed away. No, he's still alive. Like how a Kid Boo appears and immediately destroys the planet. I haven't seen Duckman, really good 90s cartoon, never heard of it a couple weeks ago. Yeah, it's pretty good. You played Manhunt 1 or 2 or Steam? We played it before. We played the first one. Good thing Snowflake Predators zombies in this fight. Imagine if she came after you. Boy, that would suck. Yeah, Tim Curry's still alive but suffered a stroke. Oof. Didn't even have that much brains to begin without you turning him into mulch. Listen, Chuck's just trying to save his daughter. He will do anything to save Katie, including bullying the mentally disabled. Fuck off and stuff like. Yeah, I gotta remember where she's coming from. There we go. Yeah. The big thing is once she starts to charge for you, it's too late because she's already aggroing onto you. The idea is you want to chuck it in a path you know she's going to go down. Here we go. Chuck it down a path you know she's going to go down and get far enough away that she cares more about the stake. Yeah, there we go. She ate the one. Music's sick. Yes. Yes. Like Duckman gets really preachy in later seasons. I imagine so. Nope. Nope. Okay. Eh. Yes, as I thought. Okay. In a way, isn't Ted justified for his actions? Unironically, Ted is actually kind of sad. He just wanted to feed his tiger. He just wanted to feed his tiger and was tired of people making fun of him. Ted's definitely one of the few psychopaths you definitely feel bad for. Reminded me too much of my cousin. Yeah. Well, I mean, he has the mind of a child. You know, he didn't really understand what he was doing. Of course I say that, but he does straight up tell the tiger, eat your meat nice and slow. It's like, he did just straight up want to murder Chuck. Chuck or Frank, you know, depending on which one you're playing. Here we go. You can actually make it to a pile where Snowflake will be drawn to one stake and then go for the other. I watched Gargoyles. It was a while ago, but yeah, I watched it as a kid. Yeah. Does the stake literally despawn when I move? Oh god. Yep, too close. Duckline's great in love when they go black and white neighborhood and the color drains. It appears they don't allow individuals of color in this community. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Come on, eat the steak. Eat the steak. Because you gotta get Snowflake charging, but you have to be out of range when she starts charging. It is kind of tricky. You know, a large part of Dead Rising is that the bosses will just flat out waste your time. Yeah, don't throw a stake too much. Yeah, you can plant them in an area, and so long as you get the trigger right, Snowflake will go for the stakes. Come on. You're essentially bullfighting, basically. Ah, shit. Yeah. Tame Snowflake, make sure no zombies around so they can aggro and distract her to experiment with base DR2. Yeah. I will say it is kind of cool the game starts off so early with a gimmick boss fight. Oh, shit. I always forget. Yeah, still have time. Where are you, Snowflake? Eh. I know some people have success with just flat out throwing the stake at Snowflake. I can never get that to work. I try and poison Snowflake or placate her. The stakes placate her. She becomes a survivor. There we go. Okay. So we won. Vincent was also inspired by Atsushi Sakura, and Vash and Vincent are definitely actually inspired the future designs of Vincent, and inspired Vash's first and second Trimax look and Vincent's later look. Think King Elstick will be any good? Johnny Hardwick's dead, so I don't really have much hope. Don't forget about Lenny. Yeah. Alright, Snowflake's joined. You ever watched The Critic? Great cartoon. Matt Groening was a retard for not wanting to cross over The Simpsons because it was one of the best episodes from early seasons. Good little fluff ball, yeah. Actually, oh no, there's no gun. I think there's a gun back here. Nope, okay. Always try to tame Snowflake, you can't hurt a kitty. You're supposed to. She is one of the survivors. She counts towards saving them all. Come on, Lenny. Grab machine gun. Maybe. Yeah, should be able to. He'll be fine. Ah, fucker. Come on. Come on. There we go. Okay. So now I can show off the buff, but first we'll help Lenny because Lenny's a good guy. That's what a major in Oliver's section figure out a cyber psycho pandemic probably pretty quick because they can just hack into their brains. Grab the Zombrex. I don't need it right this very moment. I'll grab it a bit later. I just gave the retard a machine gun. Snowflake on Survivor and a gift for Katie. Well, a gift for the giant stuffed animals. Yeah. Alright, so we will... Yeah, we'll cut through the food court. Why not? That's why Snowflake counts and zombies don't eat animals. Snowflake eats people and catches the disease. That's right. Yeah. Could be worse. Could be that's Cartel Sicario Down syndrome had M203 on an AR. Oh, God. Yeah, come on. Come on, Lanny. Never been to Vegas, but LNG in the middle of a casino seems plausible. To be fair, this is Fortune City. Guns very, very obviously became more common in American culture after the first Dead Rising. Grab the wheelchair, Lenny will hop in and move faster. That is true. Should find one. But guns became a lot more common in American culture post Dead Rising 1 because, shocker, zombies exist. What are you going to do about it? Are you just... How do you justify gun control in a world where zombies exist and major American cities have been taken over by zombies? Or Vegas was founded by the mob, yeah. But, like, you'll see in certain areas of Fortune City, security guards will be holding shotguns, handguns. To be fair, you can also get them off of zombies in Dead Rising 1, but they also make it a point those are police zombies, so they're, like, cops. So at least there's a bit more argument there of, like, well, that's just actual beat cops who turned, and not just, like, mall security. Well, the fact he made a cannon Chuck gave Katie a tiger, yeah. Come on, Lanny. There was an every second man became unstoppable, yeah. Yeah, it should be good. How expensive average Las Vegas mall in the early 2010s? It must have been super expensive. If any of you YouTubers making their own media, what are your thoughts on Critical Drinker, Ryan? I haven't checked out his stuff, but if it goes anywhere, you know, you never want to begrudge somebody trying. I mean, hell, as much as I laugh at Shadversity's book, because it is a very, very silly book, at least he fucking wrote it, you know? Like, yeah, give the guy credit. He actually published it. So in the DR world, ATF likely doesn't exist. I mean, all the government resources are probably around the zombies. Here, zombies are the ones that are still intelligent enough to hold and shoot guns. Yeah. How about the Kikime, one of the Whole Life girls, Kiara, got groped by a stalker like a week or two ago? Yeah. Yeah, dude just straight up ran up and grabbed a fistful of titty. When it's self-published? Yeah, I think it was self-published. Diversity certainly wrote something. I think it also made it into a comic as well. I both am morbidly curious and at the same time, oh fuck that, I don't want to see that. Lanny. Why is YouTube algorithm leaving here when I'm in withdrawals? Rico Drinker has written a few books. I think Razorfist has too. Yeah. It's commendable. Yeah. Cricker's movie looks generic, but his director seemed desperate to make it look as bad as possible. Yeah, I mean, it's something very like Jack Ryan, Jack Reacher, Tom Clancy-esque. Oh, his handgun to get off police. Yeah. I keep forgetting. There we go. And we already have a speed upgrade. And, of course, you give Katie a tiger. Chad's book is, it's kind of on par with Carr's writing, at least if the comic have good art for whatever it's worth. On the opinion, the rape and self-hatred of the MCU are not its biggest issue. Tangents on how magic works is to its detriment. Good for Shad, but he's still a cunt for not liking nunchucks. Was there any YouTube fiction book that was considered actual good? That's a good question. I'll protect that laugh. My thoughts on the movie Alien Romulus? I still haven't seen it yet. Gregor's movie does look a bit like Discount Extraction, but it doesn't look horrible. If it can have fun action scenes, that's literally all it needs to do. Just have fun action scenes. I mean, people can make fun of the plot all day, but if there's fun action scenes that remind them of stuff like Extraction, they won't give a fuck. The plot can be as stupid as possible, but like, hey, you get to watch people die in really cool ways. What's going to get Katie? You can get her all the stuffed animals. You can give her the funny painting from the Art Appreciation Quest. You can give her a water gun. You can give her a bag of marbles. You can give her the pony stick. Should we worry about what's on the bottom right of the screen? Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Alright, Snowflake, protect Katie. Dad, why'd you bring a living tiger here? Feed her treats. I love her little clap. Hope the stalker thing doesn't make Kiara go into a dislike men spiral again. What's a 6-year-old going to do with a tiger? It will protect her. Example, Japan too. Still don't know the story of that. Exactly. Check Discord for an average pick of a pick of an average Fortune City mall cop. You're not wrong, actually. And you want to know what the best part is? The best part is I didn't take the gun off Lenny, so Lenny just has a machine gun now. Doesn't matter how tame a wild animal is, never lingering close to my kid. Snowflake will protect her. The heck, I'm gonna make Katie a cat lady. Do not get over the fact there's a 2-whole page long description of a blowjob in George R. R. Martin's book. You know this Twitch thing? How do I send some money to this dude? It's not Twitch. We are on YouTube. It matters. The difference matters. Paul Blart and Dead Rising DLC win. Snowflake's a good kitty. She cares. She will protect them. So we can't? No, there's Super Chats. Super Chats and Streamlabs. Tarred with a machine gun and Zompocalypse like a kid in a candy store. The only reason Stacy didn't go evil is because Snowflake would have torn her face off immediately. From her Twitter space, Kikihime was more concerned because the guy had grabbed her at a history of stalking, so got one guy IRL. Yeah, that is true. Was that the only problem in Shad's book? Okay, so Shadversity's book is... Okay. How do I explain this in terms that will make sense and be very brief? If you've been on any pirate manga site for a while, you will know the influx of webtoon manhwa crap that has been all over the place. In particular, there's the subgenre of the ultra OP protagonist that either goes back in time or has something happen to them and they have to restart life or get reincarnated, some shit like that. And it's about how they're trying not to repeat the mistakes of their past, and it gets very meta and talks about like plots and things like that. It's very similar to Shad's book, but with rape. A lot of rape. Cultivation novels, basically. Cultivation novels, yeah. First thing you bring into the bunker are a tiger and a retard with an LMG, so always having a stroke in the hallway. It's a full story of the Bjork Stalker. Psycho from Florida. Dude who had a history of mental health issues, who was a shut-in. Basically, the only thing he had all day was to read at celebrity magazines and things like that. And it drove him insane. Snowflake's a trained tiger, trained by a retard, but trained nonetheless. Shad made Edge, didn't appreciate how thin the line between Edge Kino and Edge Slop is. I am a very, very big proponent. I think Kiara was sexually assaulted by dudes in her past, and that caused her to not like men for a while. That is true, yeah. But I'm a very big proponent of redo of healer, sort of. But my whole rule with dark fantasy stories and dark stories in general is you can use rape. You can use rape a lot, in fact, if you want. Berserk has a lot of rape in it. If your protagonist rapes, they have to be a bad guy. If a character rapes, they are a bad guy, and they are a villain, and they need to be killed for what they did. Killed or punished, something bad needs to happen to them. Shadversity fell into a trap a lot of people fall into, where they believe they're able to take on the challenge of having a character rape and then redeem them. Yeah, Wuxieba with rape creative. So... I only found out about Moonhard deleting his Twitter account. I don't know what happened to Cousin Delita. How did it happen? I don't know. But yeah, so basically, when you have a protagonist rape, you're making them cross a moral threshold a lot of people have a lot of issues with. It is a very good way to make someone unlikable. It's a very sadistic thing to add. You are adding it to make the audience uncomfortable. So if you have a character rape, you use that as a line of when they go insane, they are evil, they're showing who they really are, they're a bad person, you know what I mean? Shadversity, once again, he was trying to do something. He was trying to make it to where I can make this character who's the worst human being on the planet and then redeem them and the audience will like them. It is a very easy trap for someone to get pulled into, where they believe, well, I'm just that good, I can make it work. And that's why it's really important to have editors and have guys who want to look at you in the eye and go, this is fucking stupid. See Internet Historian's new video? Yeah, he did a new, what was it, incognito mode? The main character, a rapist. Not only is he a rapist, he is a child rapist. I am not kidding. The main character of Shadversity's book was a tyrant king that abused his people and raped women and did all these horrible things. Yeah, he's mega Hitler. Yeah, he's mega Hitler. He is as evil as an evil tyrant can get. Yeah, multiple children. Yes. Yeah, that's not a good start. Yeah. So it's this thing where Shadversity was trying his damnedest to be like, no, but I can make this work. And it ends up just being like, oh no. Oh no. But amazing how Shad managed to write books, then again, Movie Bob somehow managed to. Got me in Berserk, which led me to go watching AOT, and currently Monster has full Berserk manga read with DS. Now I don't hate on people who watch anime manga. Yeah. And yeah, One Man's Trash. Diversity book is described earlier in chat, agreed, but it's with Femto would redeemed in the novel, and Jesus Christ, it's terrible. Yeah. I'm so ridiculously evil, it's almost funny. Yeah, that's why I think it's a funny bad book, because there's multiple parts where the main character, he does the classic edgelord thing of the main character isn't just sad about what they did in the past. They're like suicidal and like, no, I need to die for this I need to die to make up for what I did, but then they never really try to kill themselves. Even the way his tyrant guy tries to kill himself in the book that kicks off the plot is very convoluted, and like, why not just like, you know, put a rope around your neck and like kick the chair out, you know, a very common way that people commit suicide, that kind of thing. But but it's this thing where like the main character would like lose a duel or something like that, and you know, he'd be like, no, I won the duel, but I actually lost because I should be dead and I should die. And it's like, well, why not just lose on purpose? Around 13, $2, cue the Goro. Oh, no. Why are we still? Just to suffer. Character allows woman to be raped because she did something horrible as a punishment. He can stop it, but choose not to. Can be considered a bad character. I think it is one of those where if you're going to include rape, you have to have the main characters condemn it. Because otherwise, your main characters just look fucking crazy. Yeah, bro really said, not the men, the women, and the children too. In the real true anyway, he kills himself in a way that makes him the OP savior. Yeah. First the arc with the AI, you've seen the guys too autistic criticism. Think about Fanto and Griffith and the Apostle. I've always looked at them stuff as a version of Judaism and Christianity as a whole in a way. Yeah. In a way, with Shad's MC not justified for his actions. It is a genuinely really funny book. You should buy a copy and read it because it is really funny. There's a girl in it that's like the typical warrior girl, and it's treated like an anime thing where she gets embarrassed easily about like sex and things like that. And she ends up befriending like this black guy who is a black guy, and he comes from a culture where they don't wear that much clothes, so he's constantly showing off like his abs and things like that, and like his dick's like almost hanging out the whole time, and he's like constantly trying to hit on the chick, and the chick's like, oh no, I don't like that. And it's like, why is there so much emphasis on this half-naked black guy trying to sleep with a white woman? What the fuck? The bull. All right. BBC. Now, who I hope gets their fame back to Buskus do so hasn't gotten proper apology from most of the internet. That is true. Is Shad married? Yeah, I think he is married. And thoughts in a new Dungeon Fighter game coming out next year called Kazan the First Berserker. From what I've seen, it looks interesting. I haven't really kept an eye on it. I'll pay $100 for you to post a video of it. No way he could excuse rape by the MCs if he was literally under mind control by a villain. Even then, he should go out of his way to try to redeem himself for it, you know? Like, it's just one of those lines. I'm not even speaking just from a personal, not just from a personal perspective. People across the board will usually, like, look at the reaction to Shad's book where people went, wait, he raped how many people? Like, it is a natural instinct in people to find it a disgusting act and an evil thing to do. Segment 62 for $2. The white women are right there. He's went from child rapist to BBC. The fuck? Why even include it? So lame and overused. Okay. We need to head back more this way and talk to... Yeah, there he is. Give you $1 million to review Shad's book. If the chick is scared of sex because she was the last of the king's child broads for his usurped. Yeah, but you get my point. Like, it's literally the anime, oh no, I don't actually like you that way, Baka. And the fucking bull with his fucking cock hanging out going like, no, but you totally like me, though. It is fucking crazy. Yeah, the book is very edgy and very horny. Yeah. That's what I mean by it's a genuinely funny bad book. Yeah, rape is trying to get pleasure and corrupt it. It's evil. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Are you actually describing NTR? It is Shadversity's book, Shadows of the Conqueror. Oh, right, yeah, Gordon still. Should probably save him. But notice, Gordon's not taking near the damage that off-the-record survivors were. They get some weird fetish, just bad writing. I think it's a thing where... while Shadversity was making the book, he got really defensive about the usage of AI, and was like, "No, if you use AI, you're an artist too." And he was making like character designs using AI. So I think it's a thing where when he was making the book, he genuinely wanted to make something good, and I guess maybe his pride got in the way, or something. Yeah, short-sighted. His pride got in the way, or something happened, and he ended up getting so pig-headed, he kind of lost sight of what he was doing. That's at least how I think it happened. Shadow the Conqueror sounds like NTR to me. First part of Shad's book is, again, the court scene just goes too deep in some bullshit. Hey, Doors. Rest Geek was right. People, even the best writers, need an editor. Yeah, well, it's what I was saying. Like, the best writers don't plan shit out. Well, they plan shit out, but they don't try to think about every detail. They throw word vomit on the page, and their editor helps them figure it out. He just shot his wife. Still sure he's quite bitter about his actual R's brother. His pride blinded him to the rape, much like his main character. All right. This time he noticed his wife was eyeing the bull too hard. Shadow just wants to be seen and good at everything with no work. See, I don't know much about the guy. I know he's like a medieval weapons autist and all that shit. And I was like, that's well enough. So I mainly just thought his book was really funny. I'm gonna make that guy from Macbeth who can only be killed by C-section a child rapist and sad and depressed but trying to die heroically to get into Valhalla did not work. There's an alternate universe of Guts and Casca missed the eclipse because they stayed behind and fucked in the wagon while they ran after Griffith. My problem with the book is Shad's too focused on the setting that actively detracts from the story, gets too autistic detail about minor shit. Yeah, classic writer trap. He got trapped in the classic trap of you need to explain the world, and the world is the character and not the actual plot itself, you know? Talking about Shadversity or Shadbase? Shadversity. Sex hot stripper e-girl cosplays Lady Devil May Cry. I don't believe you. And Shad always shit on female armor in a lot of his videos. I don't know, maybe. I don't really watch him. And Shad, a guy talks about swords, whatever. He may geek a sex weirdo. Should be right up here. Yeah, there's the bingo hall. Shad should focus on character building, not world building. Yeah. Shad base running a chat. We would run through the cursed lands. Hypersexuality is a symptom of autism. That is true. Like, you know, I obviously with the thing we're working on, there's a little bit of a sexual titillation and fan service there, but it's not going to be every fucking page, you know. I'm more excited about getting to the fight scenes. The fight scenes where I'm really excited to see what Magneto can do. They're going to be dope. He's a Mormon, he has lots of kids. Well, there you go. More of a world building kind of guy. Yeah, and it's like there's people who love world building shit, and there's people who are more of like, listen, the world building is the world building. I don't care about that. I want to see other stuff. Both roads are legitimate. Once again, Tolkien got really fucking famous with his world building. And he had a lightsaber. And we'll just grab one later. There's a flashlight in the building. Shad's brother, fairly popular artist, YouTuber. They have a good relationship, but people obfuscate the AI thing and say he hates him. Ah, okay. Well, I mean, they're brothers. They'll take jabs at each other and probably call each other retards, but they're brothers. Last time I read a book with a lot of child abuse in it was T.W. Brown, who actually did time for raping kids. You should have the guts to actually write and release a book and props to that. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's why I say it's a funny bad book, but at least he actually sat down and made a fucking book. So many times people will talk about what they're doing and like, oh yeah, I'm totally making something, and then they just never get it done. Yeah. Remember, chat, you know, Code Jimmy, you don't have to explain every little detail. Exactly. Dead Rising 2, baby, yeah. As you can see, the early game is already considerably different from off the record. Okay, so for me, it was written, spent and put out there. The audience does not care all that much about the setting and about what happens. You can write a setting, focus on the story. Yeah. Running the book is hard. Marketing's even harder. I think the biggest thing holding back people who never do the things they say they do. Well, it's breaking out of routine. It's kind of building the confidence to do it. A lot of the time, people will scare themselves out. They'll specifically try to shoot too far, too fast, to scare themselves away from trying again. That is something that happens all the time. Once again, that's why every single time you hear you hear about like self-help, you know, books or shit that's like trying to talk to writers and be like, this is how you can write a masterpiece in 10 days or some shit like that. It's shit you've heard a million times because that's what anyone who has an idea will try to do. You know what I mean?
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Sure.
How many survivors can you have follow you? Up to 8. 8 is the max. Okay, there we go. Attack damage increased. Yeah, welcome to the family. Fuck it. Let's shoot for the shitpost. Why not? Just to prove to you how fucking broken this game is with DLC, let's go and do the next story mission. Oh my god, I shot Lysandra. Remember the old lady moves super slow? No, she does not. So, there's a reason why I say Leadership is one of the best books in the game. Leadership makes survivors much easier to escape the grasp of zombies, and it removes physical disabilities from all survivors except for a single one, and that's just because she's in a mermaid costume. Can Atlas write a good story? There are tons of times. Also, yeah, we're at speed 2, so we are considerably faster than the rest of the survivors. I was trying to read a book that into autistic detail was a girl with a dragon tattoo. That was actually good, though. Yeah. Isn't there some shit to counter postmodern cynicism? So is that why Berserk goes more into magic? Well, I mean, there's tons of stories out there that are more positive. Here's zooming and booming. HP Lovecraft wrote great stories and he'd be at home on the internet. Yeah. Take off the mermaid costume. Retard, they're zombies. She can't. She has no underwear under it. Berserker. Yeah, I love that. Can't say how Fallout London was a complete disaster for Frontier 1. Another Titanic-sized disaster for a quick laugh. That's the autistic detail book I wrote, House of Leaves, but that's part of the charm of mindfuck. Yeah. If you're autistic and writing a story, beware of pitfalls of writing, be it lore, backstories, mechanics, etc. Well, I mean, like this... The advice I'm giving isn't specifically just for autistic people. It's like, are you just assuming you're all autistic? I mean, that's not a bad assumption, but... But the whole idea of it is, when I have noticed whenever specifically autists try to make something, and this is gonna sound very disparaging, but you know, it has to be said. So I notice whenever autistics try to make something, they try to emulate stuff they've seen before to an uncanny degree. That's why a lot of them try to be Tolkien, because Tolkien's a lot of the time the first thing they see. A lot of them try to be like shonen anime because they grew up watching shonen anime. They tend to follow very similar rule sets. I mean, how many different people have said, "Oh, I'm inspired by this and that," you know, and all that. And it can work out. It can. No one can look at Alan Moore and tell me that man's not autistic on some level. But a lot of time it can end up just kind of... It can end up just kind of like eating itself. I mean, yeah, everyone says like Sonichu, shit like that. Yeah, Sonichu. Sonichu was literally just whatever Chris was watching the week he wrote the issue. That whole thing. And I'm really trying not to toot anything or act like an authority. I'm just, you know, some dude. But you do need that ability to understand people. You need that ability to understand people, understand what people would like, understand what people would like to see. I mean, why do you think I've been so willing to show you guys the dockies and talk about shit like that and show you the girl failure's ass, make specifically her being a girl failure and using that term? It's because I know that's popular. You know, people like that. They find it relatable. They find it likable. Hell, I don't know if Micah's still here, but when he was reading through the script, the one of the things he said about it was specifically... I just hit these guys. One of the things he said about it was explicitly that he really liked the banter between the two main characters because they already had a really fun... Did he just try to shoot Gordon? There weren't even any zombies around. He just tried to shoot Gordon. But the whole thing around it is being able to understand people and understanding the dynamics people would like, using tropes in a way that is fun, understanding when something is a trope, you know, things like that. Peacekeeper 2 Fake Money. Speaking of Chris, do you see his fan art for P4 and 5? I did not. I'm only just now remembering he's getting into Persona now. There's a Southerner who shoot the black. He's done that twice. He shot Lysandra once and he shot Gordon. 1 a.m. and I'm watching a guy in Kentucky play Dead Rising 2 explain a rape book. Of course I'm autistic. I was listening while looking at Rebecca's tits. You know what? Fair.
Wait a minute.
Come on. The gang's all here. Dear Lord Christian, discovered Persona? Oh no. People specifically wanted him to play Persona 3. So I had a worry in my gut. Are people trying to get him to try to get an evoker? And everyone knows what that means. Because if so, that's legitimately kind of fucked up. I'm trying to get a monster in between Doom DLC and school starting. Gonna take a while. Yeah. It's specifically a game series you want to have friends for. Come on, lady, take the mermaid tail off. I can't have it anywhere. Oh, is your pussy fat or something? Chuck, no. Gotta help us if he gets into Fate. Oh, what now? An evoker. Persona 3, the way the characters summon their personas, aka their spiritual demons they use to fight, they put guns against their head and pull the trigger. We have a book called No Escape about a Confederate veteran turned detective solving a murder during Yellow Fever outbreak in Mississippi. That sounds really cool. Okay, Gordon, Lysandra, Esther, Chad, Doris. Come on, you're buffed. You should be able to break out. Yeah. Fight my children. Oh god, they're getting mobbed. To be fair, this is a lot of zombies. Chris even allowed to own a gun? That is a good point. He is now a convicted felon. Okay, I say that, but he was let out. But okay, now I actually need to wait for them to go first. Chris will fucking do it, you know it. Wings or something else. Yeah, it's true. Much short story or dies from autism not out there anymore. Don't ask. You don't need to be overly detailed on anatomy. Just be realistic to the body. Just make it sexy. I mean, I'm not talking specifically about, like, smut, just in general.
I hope I don't have to do everything for you.
Me, autistic person here. I was impressed by Cosmo Kaneko and tried to replicate his character art design, but I know I can't be on level as him, and I put a limit on myself. Care about that Saber SP? I have not. I don't really keep up with Fate too much. He's arrested multiple times, so who knows if he's even allowed for guns for decades at this point. Yeah, that's true. No, it's what I specialized in. Okay. But yeah, you know, it's like when we were working on the script for Cyberpop, specifically, our main thing with it, at least with how I was tackling it, is I'm trying to word this in a way where it doesn't sound like every other fucking douchebag who writes a script, but it was supposed to emulate, you know, kind of like a kind of like a movie treatment, a movie script. That's where a lot of the pacing is and things like that. It was supposed to feel kind of like a movie, that whole thing. I know that sounds very basic, but there is a structure and a feel to it that you will get if you know what I'm talking about. It's, you know, you just kind of start having the feel in your head, you know? You get you're an artiste. I don't even think that, dude. Like, it is just a specific vibe you just start shooting for. 3 butts on screen. You're playing Infamous game, shit's tight. That's an inspiration for another story I'm writing. Yeah, Infamous is great. Might make it Sam Axe stylized, and make it not a douchebag thing to say. Yeah, it's like, you know, because a lot of the time people try to drown you in detail, and a lot of, and you'd be amazed. You would be amazed how easy it is to suck somebody in by just getting to the fucking point. Just get to the point. Just make it clear. Like, I guess the best way to describe it is you look. I don't want to start shitting on this guy's comic simply because, you know, he's easy to make fun of, but it is a stylistic difference, you know, where you have Vito and Super Killer. Super Killer, he does that thing, and it'll be weird to explain, but comic books will tend to have a little text box or text bubble that'll try to give some context, try to explain some things to you. You know, if you read like old style 60s comics, they will especially pop up. You know, where it's like, oh, the hero can never be defeated, you know, things like that. And it's announcing a moment where he's like rising up or something like that. You know, try to give you some flavor text along with it. Try to explain a little bit of like the character's mindset or things like that. Well, I like the manga style more, where it's a lot more visual based, and you just pay attention to the flow of the panels, the panel itself, and things like that. And you have to kind of put it together that way. A narrator. I didn't want to word it like that because that sounded too simple. But yeah, I guess the best way would just be to call it a flat-out narrator. Alright. God damn, we'd have to go all the way. Okay, so I'll just save these guys. I'll save these guys, I'll do Welcome to the Family, and then we'll call it. So after all the other projects and Berserk, Dead Rising, War Films, etc., Christian Review when? Don't work the audience to the core, put them in the core, make them work their way out. Yeah, a little bit. Our short story time for only one of the characters to be pure autistic. Turns out they all did, but people liked it. Turns out rares can see things you don't. Yeah. If they ever somehow able to remake Fallout New Vegas, they need to tie charm to how many comrades you can travel with at a time. Yeah, I agree. Martial arts manga especially do that. Like, they explain every little detail, especially different fighting styles. Kenga and Baki both have narrators. Yeah, and they can work. JoJo also has them as well. It's something where, if they do pop up, I want it to be very brief. It needs to be very brief. It explains what needs to be explained, why this exact circumstance or twist happened the way it did. And then move on, you know? Other than that, I like just... I guess the best way to describe it is, I like long scenes in movies where nobody's talking and people are just doing something or acting or they're making observations that you have to put together yourself as well. I like that. And that's something that I put in Cyberpop, where some stuff is called out to you, other stuff is specifically kind of meant to be hidden. For instance, there's like one little detail where there's like a hologram that pops up very early into the book, and about like halfway through it, because there's a leave and come back type scene, and it gets destroyed. And that's one of those that's more spelled out, and And it's one of those details of like you're kind of meant to know about it, and you're kind of meant to go, well, shit, that's kind of obvious because it's not really meant to be a twist. But the whole point of it is it's something to where you pay attention to the little details, and from there it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. There we go. So we're saying his Golden Age and Silver Age comic writers were the original over-explained autists. They were making shit for literal children, so you know. You remember RFK Jr. might drop out and endorse Trump? I mean, I'd buy it. And say, did you hear about the recent Saberspark video of him throwing his hat in the ring about Kyle Carosa incident situation? And the video was Saberspark blaming the victim. Wasn't Kyle Carosa the guy that was like caught with child porn? Or am I thinking of somebody else? I'm thinking the Cartoon Network guy. All right, so now we do Welcome to the Family. Where's the newest JoJo chapter? I've not seen the newest one, but it's been really good so far. Not just child porn, BDSM sadist child porn. What the fuck? Yeah, you're right. CN guy that got caught with child porn. So what's his defense? If the guy's literally arrested, what the fuck is his defense? Are we sure he's not, like, fucking with people and joking? Like, what the fuck? I'm just playing Monster Hunter with Buds. Isn't there content locked behind multipliers to know about? I don't really know. I didn't put a lot of time into it. Should mention you inspired me to get off my ass and write my Cyberpunk story. Thanks. Yeah, you're right. CNN guy that got caught with child porn. It's like, that's where I'm genuinely kind of stunned here. Like, all right, what's the context behind what he said here? Because I kind of need to know now. After that, you gonna do Dead Rising streams? No, we're gonna do FF9. When the guy's Kyle harassed made lolly porn and Kyle was caught with CP, yeah. Should I start blaming the victim of Kyle Carosa because the victim has lolly art? I'm sorry, what the fuck? What? According to a guy who I read study on the CP is normally intrinsically sadistic because people involved in the trade especially want to harm and corrupt children. Yeah. There's parts of the victim is wrong for having lolly Shota art. Like, the one that was... So, the victim here. Okay. What do we exactly mean with victim? We're talking about my Magic side. No, he exposed one of his coworkers for drawing Shotacon stuff and he grandstands against it, but got caught with gigabytes of cheese pizza. I think about the VOD I sent, it seems like the one where you've learned of 2 Madden called Weed Bro. Based in Germany, since America and Japan are overplayed with the main character being a full Borg with jealous of organics. Okay. Cause much sexual harassment or abuser as a child predator. I think I'll say anime pedo. Yeah, so this is from what I understand. From what I understand of what's being told here, the guy that Kyle Carosa was gunning after before he was caught with child porn had like lolly Shota stuff, and Kyle didn't like that and was gunning for him because of it. In his crusade, it was outed that he was a legitimate predator who had BDSM sadist child porn. And now Saberspark is making a video saying the guy who was being gunned after by the predator with BDSM sadism child porn. I know it's a little bit of a little redundant, but really let it click. The guy that had actual child porn of children being raped and tortured, like, he had a point to gun after the guy with lolly Shota stuff. Like, what the fuck? I know best part is Cheese Pizza was saved to the Google Cloud server and it got leaked. Oh my god. Okay, we'll save these guys. Workers' comp. Yeah, fuck it. Shotgun. There we go. Shadows Park definitely has some sort of addiction. Doesn't want to admit it. Eh. After a guy for making fan art of you and Shota? No, it's like fucking Kyle Carrozza is a guy who worked at Cartoon Network and was involved with a lot of different shows over there. One of the big ones was Mighty Magiswords. Apparently was not a big fan of anime and said it was for pedos and all this shit. Gunned after a coworker who not only liked anime shit, but also was into like lolly Shota shit, which, I mean, also weird, but compared to what this guy did, it's Mox Nix. And then was caught with child porn. And so Saberspark decided to say, well, both sides bad, to the guy that was caught with child porn versus the guy that was just into lolly shit. Let me correct you about the person Kyle outed. She was a sexual assault victim, and she had personal ex not related to business. It was for mental health and approved by her therapist. What the fuck is with this year? Like, what the fuck is going on with this year where everyone's losing their goddamn mind? This Park legit goes, child abuse is bad, but we can forget lolly is as bad. Someone should definitely check his hard drive. At that point, check his fucking hard drive. Check his fucking hard drive. That's bad. That's not great. So Preg gunning after a Lolicon Shotokan artist, old time Z. Kyle was arrested though and put in an industry. He was also blacklisted. Yeah, it's like one's very obviously a fucking criminal here. Can't wait for it to be revealed. Rebecca, sugar creator of Steven Universe, be caught being a pet. She drew weird shit of Edda and Eddie before working for CN. Yeah, won't be the worst bet. It's equivalent of a serial killer reporting a guy to the police for murder. It really is. Doc, I need a Cunny refill stat. That's the other why the cartoon community is so corrupted. Yeah, I mean, it's like... that story already made me go, alright, what the fuck is happening here? Because it's like... I get having opinions on Lolly Shota stuff. I'm not exactly a big fan of it, to be precise here. But... To have a guy who's literally caught with sexual abuse material of children, specifically described as BDSM sexual abuse material of children, as in kids are literally being tortured for sexual gratification. And to then A, try to moralize somebody about it, and then go, and then B, go, well, the person they were gunning after over a personal slight is also pretty bad because they have this other material I find uncomfortable, which ain't exactly on that level. Why can't people say CP is evil? Everybody's also a furry, let it sink in, who say he's in a sex weirdo too. You know what? Fair enough. This is definitely something where it's like, yeah, he'll probably get dragged over it, and let's be honest here. Yeah, makes sense. So we go down here, go to the Americana, save workers' comp, and then we'll end it for the night. Drawing stuff can help people get over their abuse if done correctly with supervision with a psychiatrist. I mean, it makes sense. You're just trying to get those... You're trying to get that mentality and that mindset and those thoughts out of your head in a way that's productive. Untroubled design character would be a good idea at this point to go into a game's character designer, mess around with that, and see what clicks. Yeah, why not? A lot of people do it. Next thing you tell, Shota doesn't like Shota. We don't understand what makes CP evil, possibly because they don't care about kids. Well, it's cheap clout. It's cheap clout to ride the, you know, anime and lolly stuff is for pedos. It's like, there's absolutely cases where it is. I've been a firm, staunch believer in the school bag rule, which is, if it is wearing a school bag and is said to be a kid over and over again, it's a fucking kid, let's be honest. But guys like this, in this exact circumstance, this just had bad vibes all over the fucking place, man. Saberstrike used to be cool, then got lame after 2019. Then again, I only watched him for a year back in 2018. Only video I've watched since then was VeggieTales. All I know is he wants to be like any other left-leaning cartoon reviewer on fucking YouTube. Like, he tried to say, like, some kind of... He tried to say, like, the Bluey ripoff kids show made by Daily Wire and promoted child abuse. And it was, like, fucking stupid. What's your approach to writing engaging dialogue? It's more than just vehicle for the plot. Jot down something, and every single day, look at it again. That's literally the best I can offer you. It's like, jot something down, think about it after a night of sleep, and then look at it again and again and again until you're finally like, this could work. I'll make you famous. Alright. Treating someone who's drawn weird, would you serve like someone who legit did that stuff's so weird. Well, especially if you're gonna treat somebody like that and it turns out you have that material. It's like, come on, fuck off. People keep wondering why the Dr. Pizza effect is quoted so often, because it keeps fucking happening. If you want people to stop naming it, stop fucking having it happen every goddamn week. Winter Lame is now a pretty cool dude. Pretty cool dude. Pretty alright guy. Shot by shotgun. Hey pal, how about we not do this? Is he Rorschach is an autistic? Can see it in the way he acts his black and white view of the world. No, he's not. He understands people to a scary degree. Alright. Yeah. Oh. And why not? See what I mean? With the game being so broken, I don't have to actually strategize when I have to save people. It's just about remembering. It's just about remembering the ones that you need weird shit to get, slash the ones that take certain challenges or the ones that are boss fights. What's the Dr. Pizza effect? Someone who will not shut up about either anime or lolly or video games being degenerate and evil, who are themselves outed as a sexual predator. Dr. Pizza is the most famous one because he railed for years about why anime is pedophilia, and then he was caught as an actual child molester. Slash, he had child porn. Yeah, leftists be the only people who say child abuse is wrong, yet in the same breath defend pedo CP. Yeah. Rorschach was relatively stable until we went to that house. Yeah. Dr. Pizza effect is that the louder someone declares they're against anime, lolicon, shotacon, degeneracy, more likely to be legit predators. Yeah. Yeah, Monster Energy, ice cold, and some waffles, maple syrup, and bacon on it after all this. You're paying what separates a complex route from a convoluted plot. Convoluted plot is full of details that really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of things and are meant to be bait and switches that go beyond like twice. A complicated plot is when every single detail does end up mattering. Here we go. So now we have our posse. Now, the worst part about Kyle exposing that girl's private ex, he was linked to it by a fan, then Kyle linked it to coworkers and made it public knowledge and shamed her. So yeah, he's just a piece of shit. Holy shit. I mean, shocker, he's a pedophile, but you know. Makes me think of how someone will give entire paragraphs to explain to you why they hate the Punisher, while people who like him will give you one simple sentence: he kills pedophiles. Yeah. And guess what? Is that Snyder Watchmen had Rorschach kill the pet with a cleaver instead of letting him burn? Because it was edgier. A lot of Zack Snyder's career can be explained by it was edgier. Karen the stripper, she's too sick to move, and honestly, it's like, Chuck's a cool guy. He would do this. I mean, yeah, if we have the leadership one, so she'll be fine. And look, she runs, but come on, let him be the hero. There's a reason the phrase reset the clock while it's irrelevant. Yeah, you can complain about all you want. It keeps happening. He needs a new mom. There's a lot of contenders here. You could say he's a pretty cool dude. Yeah. All right. Now we do the next cutscene. I like size different genre, but at what point does it go from short stacks like Midnight Reach the Bat and Dwarves to straight up sure that's child, I'll kill you? If they're actually a child, if they're designed to be like a child. Everyone can tell the difference between like a midget and a kid. Yeah, if you carry survivors, zombies have a much harder time lunging on you. Yeah. How do people generally not notice the Dr. Pizza effect? Do they really have no idea why people are concerned whenever a creator starts bragging about Loli? Because it's very easy to manipulate people with the Japan so weird mindset. There are even people who claim to be like free speech warriors that do the Japan so weird thing. So it's easier to buy into hysteria around it and be led by the nose by it. And it just so happens every fucking time someone goes on this big tirade, they're outed as a pedophile. Yeah, some people have shit pattern recognition, yeah.
Hey, you're that TV lady. I'll make you a deal. You keep rounding folks up, you can keep coming and going. You die out there, and we'll have to leave it to the devil to sort you out.
As you consider reviewing 1988 version of The Blob for Halloween, in my opinion, it's far better than the 50s as scary as disturbing horror movie by 80 standards. Oh yeah, Blob's awesome.
You pull anything, and I'll do whatever I have to do.
We should bring back death penalty for pedos, or shall we let them get booby blasted from prison? Pedos are specifically protected because they don't want violent incidents in the prison. That's something that Shota talks about sometimes.
Somebody got there before us. Everything was smashed.
I've seen the biggest Tradcast right-wingers go full Japan weird. Yeah, it's just a popular talking point.
Stacy, I'm Rebecca Chang, Channel 6.
I thought Uzaki was a kid, completely ignoring she was in fucking college, and what kid has Z-cup breasts?
You'll forgive me if I don't think it's very helpful that you accused my organization of a crime we didn't commit.
I'm surprised Sullivan's more upset by the TV broadcast than the tiger sitting in the corner and retarding an LMG down the hallway.
Things are not as they seem. I put out the information I had at the time.
I don't think normalizing Loli stuff is normal. Well, that's the thing. So, Loli stuff, as what is actually legitimately talked about and meant, can get fucking weird. There are entire mangas that dip a little bit too hard into placating the crowd that likes lolis. It is something that does get to a point of like, homie, what the fuck? However, it has taken and ran with so much that characters like Uzaki, who is a 20-year-old woman in college and is clearly a woman in college, is described as a child, and people say that's pedophile bait. The mage from Dragon's Crown, the witch, they say she is she's pedo bait, even though she is a fully grown woman with massive tits and a big ass. It gets to a point of absurdity, and the absurdity is where it gets to a point of what the fuck are we doing here? You know what I mean? All right. And with this, we're gonna quit. Shota works at a prison. Shit's a really good gig depending on position. My dad's friend works in the Watchtower in Leavenworth prison. He used to, but he doesn't anymore. But there we go. We're gonna swap back on over, and there you go. You get a nice jump scare. Every time someone makes some shit excuse in relation to CP, immediate hard drive check. Yeah. So Spark Scott in gaming is the retard kicked off the Conquer was never good shit. Oh, he is just stupid then. Conquer's great. 10 out of 10, Wood Clang. Here, I'm going to try and make it a little bit bigger. Tori said Marine from Hololive was a child and got laughed at. Yeah, it's like Marine's like 35. Her gimmick is specifically she's getting older. Okay. Making sure I'm caught up on my end over here. So I stopped reading Bleed Man's comics, Grim Tales, or whatever. It's called Went From Cool Fan Anime Inspired by Billy Mandy to this is having kids having incest arguments. Yeah, it's like there does come a point where it gets fucking weird. Seg162 for $1. I believe any writing idea can theoretically be good. I'm accordingly bound to believe that the problem with Shad and the Sundare Warrior Barely Club Big Black Rapist main sub-story is he couldn't stick the landing. Yeah. Put it this way, no one ever complains about Comic Low. They complain about characters like Uzaki or any underage character, regardless of how sexualized they are. Yeah. One of the artists of Vanillaware draw a whole bunch of dwarves flexing with each other and saying it was more the critics sort of sorcerer's speed. Yeah. Why do more and more people get out as pedos? People rot their brains, just internet make it more popular. I think Mouse Utopia. I think we have reached a level of comfort that across the world, more and more people are just snapping because they feel like there's no purpose in life. They feel gypped out of a good childhood or a normal life, or whatever have it, and they just want to spread harm to others because it's something to do. That's what I think. Yeah, stagnation. Yeah. Sharon Kier helping you out. She was one of the ones that screamed at YouTube to get my strike removed, and it was nice. It was very nice. Just beating Siphon Filter Dark Mirror on PS5. Got the platinum, which is really easy. Just have to beat all training missions and story missions. Yeah, thanking ourselves to death. Yeah. I think lolly stuff can get very weird. That being said, most lolly content won't be left alone. There's always other people with equally weird fetishes that act worse. And that's been my point to it. Like, the lolly argument is just pedophiles screaming at other pedophiles, and it's going to continue to be this until the end of fucking time. Because, like, I don't like lolly stuff. I made it clear, like, my name is purely a joke, and I just like seeing people get pissed off and write entire stories. Like, dude, if you want to know how bad it is, one of the guys that was part of, like, the gaming circle jerk wave that came in because of the Wolfenstein video claimed that he knew me from high school and that I was expelled because I wouldn't stop peeping on girls in the locker room. And that was one of those, I was so fucking tempted to screenshot and go, hey, yeah, remember that time our principal got arrested for DUI? Just to call him on it. It's like, you don't know who the fuck I am, dude. But it's funny to see people get that emotionally invested about it. The fucking name, and they go completely bananas. Marine Big 17 is literally just a joke about her wanting to be young forever. Yeah. Strange that people seem to have forgotten that any idea can be done well, but it's always true that if someone's being disingenuous, their work is obvious. Look at dust porn. That is true. Sincerity matters. Was he the one that agreed your name was Joseph Conrad? I think it was, yeah. I think he literally said, oh yeah, Joseph, I know that guy. And I was like, oh my god, you are so fucking stupid. Clearly you need to change your name to Almighty Giantess. Listen, I'll pull in a different crowd. Sound Kier stream. I'm fine with lolly shows, lolicons, and shotacons. My big thing is just don't actually be a pedophile. Just don't actually be a pedophile. Simplest thing in the world. Almighty hag. Hey, Joseph. I genuinely love that people actually think my name is Joseph Conrad. I'm writing that to the fucking day I die. It is so funny. It is so fucking funny. I murdered multiple times as a kid. Joke, threatened, hit. Turned out mostly okay. I'm furry because Nintendo and Disney, but it turned out mostly okay. We cool. Sequels put, because there's no more new frontier. We have to make it out here. We satisfy our endless needs and justify our bloody deeds. Yeah. What's your name for this project? Pen name for this project? Joseph Conrad. But with a K and an E at the very end. Roll for laws. If you sexualize characters like Anya, you're crazy. Yeah, Anya, who is very clearly meant to be a young child. That is to a degree of like, dude, there's no excuse for that. Principal got caught with a DUI. Oh, I was going to see if he agreed with me on that. Because if he did, I would have went like, yeah, I remember that too. I remember that when that didn't happen. Almighty Keynote, yeah. Joseph Conrad, such a made-up name, it's not even funny. It's the name of the guy who wrote Heart of Darkness. This reference Spec Ops the line. Joseph Conrad is the author of Heart of Darkness. There's though, I appreciate the comfort of your story during not a good time. Is there a side hobby you do so you go buy donations? I have a job, yeah. Streaming on Twitch? No, we're streaming on YouTube. Pick name out of the hat made so much more obvious. These niggas will just make up entire lives for themselves because the life they live is so damn boring. They clearly have not consumed gamer subs for 10% off. Use code TAL at checkout. Mr. Kutz, he did. Yeah. What about Anya after the time skip? Unfortunately, Saberspark's comment isn't ripping him to shreds for his Kyle and CB take. My only remaining hope for humanity's gone. What's the real Joseph Conrad? I suddenly wonders why people are out there calling him a pedo or based. Yeah, Joseph Conrad was a Polish-English author in the late 1800s. Hard Darkness took place in colonial Middle Africa. Yeah. Every time a gym teacher got caught trying to molest the schoolgirls, mine got arrested for that. I gotta keep that code in mind when I get a girl thigh and blowhole blast. It is very good. I'm getting a I'm getting a care package pretty soon, and it's going to have some of that Sakura Splash in it. And I do want to try the Sakura Splash. I hear that one's good. That's one of the Silver Veil flavors. I heard her flavors are actually pretty good. But okay, here we go. So, we had a pretty good night. We played a lot of Dead Rising. Now you see the difference between Off the Record and 2. 2 is really easy to break. It is super fucking easy to break. It's very forgiving. Off the Record, it's more willing to kick your ass. So it depends on which one do you want. Do you want the power fantasy that's a lot easier, or do you want the one that's like, no, this will bite you? Dead will perk for $5. Show some friends Berserk 97 for the Anime Nights. Nonstop gay cuck jokes. Mistakes were made. T-Milk's good too, but does look somewhat like watery cum. Pretty sure that's the joke. Let's go. Computer teacher got busted jerking it to PM to porn during class. Joseph Conrad was inspired to write Hard Darkness after traveling to the Congo Free State and seeing all crimes committed by King Leopold II. Yeah. But yeah, here we go. As stated, we are eventually going to do a stream once the actual Cyberpop campaign breaks out and we do it and it launches. I will do a stream explaining everything about it and going over the tiers and some of the marketing stuff for it. We do have ideas for other marketing stuff we could do. We're going to try to space that out so we're not just only focusing on the marketing and, we actually have the fucking book in production. Magneto is working hard, though. He's working hard. We're already a pretty decent chunk of the way through it. I'm actually shocked because we started the production in, July, and he's already... let me do some math in my head here. Okay. So... Yeah, he's already, 20% of the way through the book. So, we're getting through it. That's about all I can say, though. That's all I can say. I only give you that rough estimate of 20%. But considering the fact it's only been a month, that's not that bad. But we're going to keep everybody updated. If you sign up for the mailing list, once again, link in the description, you will be kept up to date on everything and things like that. Can I get 10% off with code TALL in the comic? Outrage down with the queen. Wait, what kind of porn? But yeah. So, buying a Kirsch shaker with Lolly's discount. Oh, as God intended. There you go. But yeah, so we're gonna call it. I am getting tired. Merch come out for the comic at the same time. Once again, we'll explain everything once the campaign launches because we really don't want to make it sound like you'll be able to buy some stuff independently. Some of the stuff is meant to be bundled with the comic. Once again, once we actually finalize the details of the campaign, I'll feel more comfortable talking about the campaign. But until then. But that shouldn't be very long. We still have a full week of August to go through. So be aware. A lot of stuff's in the pipeline. It's working. That's first stream. Yeah, good shit. But yeah. So see ya.